In the 53rd year of Huian, there lies Baocheng. Situated between the western capital and the eastern city of Luocheng, Baocheng occupies a modest position with no remarkable geographical features or notable cultural heritage. As a result, it has perpetually retained the demeanor of a small town. The citizens, naturally simple and kind-hearted, enjoy a comfortable life under reasonable taxation. On this particular evening, as the gates of the town were about to close, an unusual scene unfolded. Both the entrance and exit of the city. The number of guards had swelled to 3 or 4 times the usual count, with long lines of people waiting for inspection. What are these officers actually searching for? We are but honest common folk, yet they treat us as if we were thieves, lamented Zhang San, a merchant dealing in cosmetics, as he served the lengthy queue before him. Noticing that several individuals still awaited inspection, he struck up a conversation with his acquaintance, guard Li Si. Li Si, casting a glance at his diligent colleague, who was preoccupied with searching a burly man, surmised that it would take a while. He seized the opportunity to lean toward Zhang San and remarked, "You have sharp eyes. Did you not notice the presence of officials from outside among the guards? They hail from the capital and are part of the royal palace's elite guard, here specifically to apprehend a notorious criminal." Having traveled extensively across the land for his trade, relying on his keen intellect and persuasive tongue, Zhang San grasped the implications of Li Si's words. The mention of a notorious criminal sparked his curiosity, leading him to speculate further. "Are you referring to the notorious Red Fox arriving in Treasure City?" Li Si blinked in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and incredulity. After a moment, he stammered, "How do you know? Our local constables only received word half an hour ago." This statement evidently confirmed Zhang San's suspicions, and the latter basked in his moment of triumph, casting a self-satisfied glance at the eavesdropping crowd nearby. "The Red Fox has truly come to Treasure City," exclaimed a member of the attentive audience, unable to contain their astonishment. Fearing that the news he inadvertently leaked might incite a commotion, Li Si waved his hands frantically, urging everyone to maintain silence. In truth, the general populace's interest in the Red Fox paled in comparison to the court's heightened vigilance, despite the Red Fox's numerous heinous acts, targeting only the affluent. The common folk regarded him merely as a trivial topic of conversation during their leisure hours. The Red Fox recently committed a crime in Ezhou. How could he have made his way to the north so swiftly? Zhang San, eager to flaunt his acquired knowledge, mused aloud, his voice deliberately raised to ensure none in the vicinity missed his words. "You seem to possess a wealth of information," Li Si remarked enviously. Having been born and raised in Treasure City, and never having ventured beyond its borders in over 30 years, his knowledge was certainly eclipsed by that of the well-traveled merchants. That I am aware of much more than that. There are numerous matters related to the Red Fox that remain unspoken, Zhang San remarked, casting a glance around and realizing he had become the center of attention. With great enthusiasm, he inquired, "Who among you knows the origin of this notorious moniker?" The crowd collectively shook their heads in response. After a prolonged silence, Li Si urged, "Stop keeping us in suspense. Everyone is eager to hear what you have to say next." Each time he takes a life, he leaves behind a poem on the wall, signed with a fox sketched in 2 or 3 strokes, bearing a cunning smile. "That I have heard tales of a fox being painted, but never did I hear that the Red Fox would leave a poem at the scene of his crimes." A young voice from the crowd expressed skepticism. Zhang San glared at the doubter, letting out an exasperated huff. In an effort to reclaim their attention and affirm the truth of his words, he cleared his throat and recited, "The mortal realm is but a fleeting dream. Years swiftly turn to naught. You who covet worldly wealth, do not blame the return to the void." Upon witnessing the skepticism etched on the faces around him, he hastily clarified, "This poem, replete with admonition and irony, is not a mere figment of my imagination, but wraith, or something a friend of mine from the capital, who serves in the government, shared with me. Indeed, such refined artistry is not something a mere peddler steeped in the scent of copper could conjure." Li Si jested. His quip, while humorous, bore a striking resemblance to the truth, inciting a ripple of laughter among the gathered crowd. What elegance can be derived from reciting a poem? Zhang San, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation at the laughter of the crowd, raised his voice in retort. However, upon noticing the disapproving gazes directed his way, he realized he had incurred the public's ire and hastily defended his earlier outburst. "It is simply the truth. Who among you knows why the fox depicted in black ink upon the wall is referred to as the Red Fox?" The audience, in unison, shook their heads. Li Si, speaking on behalf of the group, inquired, "Why is that?" "Because the fox, originally painted in black ink, became stained with the blood of the deceased, and by the time it was discovered, it had transformed into a red fox," Zhang San replaced. IED, his voice quivering to enhance the atmosphere. The collective shiver ran through the crowd at such a gruesome explanation. Even those who had entertained a fleeting fantasy of the Red Fox found their illusion shattered. As the focus shifted to Zhang San undergoing inspection, the topic of the Red Fox came to a close. The officials inspecting the populace were all personnel dispatched for the capital, with local officers merely tasked with maintaining order. Among them was a member of the Imperial Guard who had crossed paths with Zhang San on several occasions. and thus he was allowed to pass with relative ease. Just as Zhang San, buoyed by a stroke of luck, prepared to depart with his goods, a male voice erupted in anger, drawing his gaze to a young lady in the adjacent line, awaiting inns. Pection. The young lady appeared to be around 17, with elegantly arched eyebrows framing her eyes that shimmered with a glistening allure. Her petite nose complemented her captivatingly crimson lips. Had she been born into a noble family, and if the reigning emperor were a man, she would undoubtedly have been selected as a favored consort within the palace. Initially engaged in a delightful conversation with Zhang San, Li Si was drawn to the booming voice and soon realized that the situation involved the enchanting Ziwe, the most beautiful woman in Baocheng. He hurriedly stepped forward to rescue her from the predicament. Pray tell, esteemed military officer, what offense has this lady Ziwe committed? I implore you to overlook her minor transgressions and grant her clemency. Li Si, visibly anxious, positioned himself protectively between the two, as if guarding a treasured heirloom. This woman is exceedingly suspicious. She ventures outside the city after dark. A young lady claiming to reside beyond the town either intends to relay information to the Red Fox or engage in some nefarious activity. Lady Ziwe indeed resides outside the city, accompanied by her elderly father and younger brother in his teens. Li Si responded, adhering to the truth. Although he spoke honestly, a cold sweat broke out for Ziwe, for the lascivious intent evident in the guard's eyes indicated that the cause of the trouble lay far beyond any connect. Tying to the Red Fox. What do you know, you knave fool? She is likely the lover of the Red Fox, deliberately bringing along her father and brother as a ruse to conceal her true intentions. The belligerent guard, upon hearing Li Si's explanation, not only refused to relent, but also reprimanded him harshly. The overly righteous tone nearly led Li Si to doubt the ill intentions he had previously perceived, unaware that the guard named Wang Wu had a notorious reputation in the capital. Aveng previously harassed several respectable women due to his martial status. Seizing a moment of distraction from Li Si, Wang Wu reached out in an attempt to drag Ziwe closer, but she deftly evaded his grasp, slipping away from his clutches. The evading Ziwe revealed a faint, cold smile to the furious man, her eyes glimmering with an incisive light that made Wang Wu's heart skip a beat in trepidation. What is happening? A commanding voice interjected amidst the standoff. Emerging with the inquiry was a robust man, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, adorned in the uniform of the Imperial Guard. He was Yongqin, the commander overseas. This apprehension. Upon recognizing the formidable superior before him, Wang Wu seized the initiative to report. This young lady resides in the desolate outskirts of the city, and she appears to possess peculiar traits. Thus, I intended to detain her for a thorough investigation, but unexpectedly faced fierce resistance. Yongqin shifted his gaze towards Ziwe and, upon beholding her breathtaking beauty, found himself momentarily entranced, lingering in a daze. It was only when he sensed the curious glances from those around him that he cleared his throat awkwardly, adopting a feigned calmness as he inquired, "Might I ask, young lady, if my subordinate's claims bear any truth?" Ziwe met Yongqin's gaze and nodded slightly. Just as Wang Wu breathed a sigh of relief, she slowly spoke, "I am but an inexperienced girl when this military officer indicated high sigh. Intent to detain me. I panicked and sought to resist. Had I been more worldly, I would not have reacted in fear upon hearing the officer's demand to remove my clothing for inspection." As she concluded, her eyes drifted toward the perspiring Wang Wu, rendering him the target of many accusatory glances. Wang Wu initially intended to reprimand the crowd with a scornful demeanor. However, upon encountering Yongqin's terrifying gaze, he was seized by fear and collapsed onto the ground. The arrogance he had moments ago vanished without a trace. "Scoundrel," Yongqin muttered under his breath, refraining from an outright denunciation to preserve the dignity of the other Imperial Guard members present in the capital. Noticing Ziwe still standing aside, awaiting her turn for examination, he spoke as gently as possible. "My lady, you may leave now. Please do not dwell on this matter." It was only when Ziwe bowed and expressed her gratitude that he noticed the glimmer of intelligence in her eyes, leading him to realize that her earlier remarks were laden with int. And she had not only feigned ignorance to unveil the truth, but had also inadvertently tarnished the reputation of the Imperial Guards present. It became evident that she was certainly not the naive girl she professed to be. "Is that young lady from the Treasure City?" Yongqin inquired curiously of the local constable after Ziwe departed. "She was not born here," Li Si replied succinctly. However, recalling Wang Wu's accusations regarding Ziwe's alleged collusion with the Red Fox, and noticing the confusion rising on the inquirer's face, he hastily added, "But Miss Ziwe and her family have resided here for nearly 2 years, and have always been quite amiable. She has no connection to the Red Fox." "Red Fox? Why do you suddenly mention the Red Fox?" Li Si offered an awkward smile, realizing the implications of his words. "You are here to apprehend the Red Fox, and you asked about Miss Ziwe, so I presumed. You might consider her an accomplice of the Red Fox. As far as I know, the Red Fox has no companions. His movements span across the nation, and although Miss Ziwe is an outsider, She has resided here for 2 years. It seems implausible that she could be entangled with the Everome. Red Fox. However, Yongqin gazed in the direction where Ziyue had vanished, his mind sifting through the depths of his memories. I feel as though I have seen her somewhere before. A beauty like Miss Ziyue. One glance is enough to leave an indelible impression. I believe you must have mistaken her for someone else, a young man remarked, drooling. Could it be someone with a similar appearance? Yongqin murmured to himself. Such stunning charm is unlikely to be found in another, Li Si candidly expressed. At the city gate, Ziyue engaged in calm conversation with Yongqin, but as soon as she turned into an unobserved corner, she sprinted desperately, fearing that any delay could plunge her into an irretrievable abyss. This Ziyue was, in fact, the daughter of the Ji family who had escaped 2 years prior to Ziyue. Yongqin recognized her because he had been one of the imperial guards dispatched to the Ji family 2 years ago, having witnessed the enchanting Madame Ji amidst a pool of blood. Fortunately, he was preoccupied with capturing the elusive red fox, which spared him from recalling the Ji family's affairs. Although Ziyue was oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, even the mere sight of those imperial guards was enough to leave her shaken. Were it not for the loyal steward Zhao and the innocent young prince, she would have felt compelled to reveal her true identity out of sheer anxiety. Returning to the humble thatched cottage with half the usual time, Ziyue heard the steward's labored cough before even stepping inside. The thought that the steward's frail condition was a consequence of his selfless act 2 years ago, when he shielded her from a blade, brought a mist to her eyes. After drying her tears, she pushed open the door and entered, forcing a smile as she addressed the steward, who was half reclined on the bed, with a tone of feigned cheerfulness. Today has been rather fortunate. The apothecary mistakenly supplied me with excess herbs, selling them at a bargain price. The steward appeared significantly older than 2 years prior, his complexion waxen and frame emaciated. As Ziyue prepared to concoct the newly acquired herbs, he weakly interjected, "Miss, please do not squander your money on my decrepit life. Since you've earned a few coins, it would be wiser to purchase nourishing food to restore your strength." Noticing Ziyu's intent to retort, his gaze shifted to the youth nearby, who was engrossed in the book of songs. "Miss, do not argue against this. His Highness is at a crucial age of growth and requires ample sustenance." The young man, used as a pretext, set aside his book and cast a glance at Ziyue. Upon receiving her subtle nod, he earnestly admonished the steward. "Ziyue relies on her embroidery to earn a meager living, yet she has never compromised my meals. If we are to discuss the pleasures of fine cuisine, it pales in comparison to the importance of your health. Indeed, old Zhao has lived a long life, yet he is outdone in maturity by a mere child of several years." Ziyue spoke as she affectionately embraced Yipeng, her words a blend of joy and sorrow. It pained her to see that at the tender age of 13, he had been forced by circumstances to mature far beyond his peers. Yipeng allowed Ziyue to hold him for a while, until he could hardly breathe, at which point he mustered the strength to push her away. "Sister Ziyue, if you call me a child again, I shall refrain from speaking to you for 10 days, or even half a month. That I understand." "I understand," Ziyue replied dismissively, opening another paper bag that contained 3 golden brown roasted chicken legs. Though Yipeng was aware of the realities of life, he could not suppress the child within him. When confronted with such delectable food, he clapped his hands in delight, saliva pulling at the corners of his mouth. Ziyue chuckled as she picked up the largest chicken leg and handed it to him. "If only I'd had the chance to inquire with the master about our hiding place back then. Otherwise we might be." The steward observed the prince, who once regarded roasted chicken legs as mere peasant fare, now relishing the meal with a sense of nostalgia. "Well, there is nothing amiss with the present." Ziyue seized the opportunity to educate him after he took a hearty bite. "If your highness and I were still living in the opulence of our former days, what would we do when we grew weary of delicacies? Life would lack the joys that bring us happiness. To delight in a simple roasted chicken leg now is, indeed, another gift from heavens." Yipeng understood that Ziyu's words were directed at her, nodding in agreement with her mouth full of food, only able to emit muffled sounds, perhaps embodying the sentiment OFC. "Enchantment brings happiness. I cannot believe that at my age, I still have yet to witness the world through the eyes of 2 children. It is truly a source of profound shame." Once the steward finished speaking, Ziyu presented a plate of shredded chicken. "Old Zhao, do not feel ashamed. Indulging in the delicacies is of utmost importance." As she spoke, she exchanged a knowing wink with Yipeng. "Indeed, let's not dwell on such thoughts. It is far more pressing to enjoy our meal," Yipeng replied, deftly steering the conversation away. Initially, when they fled the capital, they should have ventured much farther away. However, due to the steward's deteriorating health, they were compelled to rent a humble cottage on the outskirts of the city. As days turned into 600 or 700, the steward's condition showed little sign of improvement. Though the 3 shared no blood ties, their interactions were imbued with a comfort and ease that surpassed that of family, and thus, no one ever questioned the possibility of kins. Despite their differing appearances. After dinner, the steward retired to his bed to rest, while Ziyu tested Yipeng on her studies from the day. What was meant to be a routine exercise unexpectedly took a turn when Peng had barely recited 2 lines from Wen Wang's 10 before a sudden forceful push flung the unlatched wood. Door open, startling the slumbering steward awake. Leaning against the doorframe was a figure of a man, towering a head taller than a moderately built Ziyue. Clad in a black fitted attire, his head and face were shrouded in a matching cloth, revealing only his piercing, resolute eyes. In his right hand, he wielded a gleaming longsword, while his left hand pressed firmly against his side, suggesting an injury. Ziyue recalled the recent scrutiny at the city gate and meticulously scrutinized this unwelcome guest, her intuition whispering that a calamity far worse than merely encountering a nefarious individual loomed ahead. That we lack the means to assist you, Ziyue declared, breaking the tense silence that enveloped the four of them, simultaneously drawing Yipeng behind her. I have no desire to intrude, the man replied in a deliberately hoarse voice. Before Ziyue could take any preventive action, he staggered into the room and unceremoniously plopped WN onto the cushion beside the low table. But as you can see, my condition leaves me little room for retreat. Who are you? The steward inquired. The man, preoccupied with examining his wound, feigned ignorance regarding the question. Armed with a broom, Ziyue approached him cautiously and, with an air of certainty, conjectured, "You are the source of the disturbance at the city gate today, the notorious Red Fox. Ho's exploits have spread across the territory of the Ezhou dynasty." Upon hearing Ziyue's words, the two who were oblivious to the arrival of the imperial troops gasped in astonishment. Their fear was not of what the Red Fox might do to them, but for the peril of being implicated with this wanted fugitive, which could lead to their discovery by the very troops they were evading. The man clad in black lifted his gaze at the words of Ziyue, catching sight of the terror etched on the faces of the elderly and the young. "Even if I am the Red Fox, there's no need for you to be so frightened. If I were indeed that person, you should rather rejoice, for his targets would not be ordinary folk." Ziyue had previously invested considerable effort in gathering information about the Red Fox, discovering that he specifically targeted the wealthy who betrayed the Yi family. At one point, Yipeng contemplated seeking his aid in his capacity as a prince, but was dissuaded from this naive notion by the chief steward and Ziyue's further warnings. Now, with the Red Fox standing before Yipeng, especially as he gazed into those deep, pool-like eyes, the flicker of hope within him extinguished into nothingness. He instinctively sensed that this man was not one to champion justice on behalf of the Yi family. His choice of victims seemed to stem more from mere curiosity than a sense of right. "Eiousness, are you perhaps not ordinary folk?" The man, receiving no response to his earlier remark, regarded the three before him with a serious expression, half jesting, half probing. "Of course, we are ordinary folk," Yipeng replied, attempting to mask his unease. The man scanned the modest room and was surprised to find an abundance of books amidst the sparse furnishings. He raised an eyebrow at Ziyue. "It appears you are indeed not like the average person. The collection of texts here rivals that of scholars preparing for examinations." Pausing, he cast a sidelong glance at Yipeng. "Is this young brother preparing for the imperial examination?" The casual inquiry brought a shadow of undue maturity and sorrow to Yipeng's countenance. Even if he wished to cast aside his identity as a scion of the Yi family and lead a life as an ordinary scholar, the initial hurdle of meticulously detailing his lineage before the examinations would render such aspirations unattainable. Furthermore, lacking a household registration, they were deprived of arable land, rendering the dream of living a simple, impoverished existence akin to that of Tao Yuanming, cultivating beans at the foot of the southern mountain, nothing more than a distant fantasy. "Upon closer inspection, the three of you bear no resemblance to one another," the man remarked, noting the sorrow that could not be concealed on Yipeng's face as he probed further. "Cunning Mr. Red Fox, I believe you possess neither the time nor inclination to meddle in the affairs of others," Ziyue interjected, her tone imbued with the authority befitting a young lady of noble birth. Casting a glance towards the door, she cautioned, "The military officials in the city are eagerly awaiting your capture to claim their reward. I suspect they will soon arrive here. While it may present an opportunity for you to be apprehended and receive a bounty, out of respect for our mutual distance, we shall pretend we have never encountered you. I implore you to depart swiftly. You are indeed quite suspicious," Red Fox stated, shifting his gaze from Ziyue to Yipeng, then to the steward, and finally returning to Ziyue before uttering his thoughts. "Regardless of how suspicious you may find us, none can rival your conspicuousness. Should you persist in lingering, I assure you I will resort to using this broom to expel you," Ziyue threatened, brandishing her makeshift weapon as she spoke. Yet, in her heart, she recognized that should he choose to resist, a mere broom would be utterly futile against sharp blades that I do not wish to burden you. Yet I find myself utterly immobilized. Just moments ago, I was struck by the leading captain of the Imperial Guard, and, simultaneously, my thigh was grazed. The sudden confession from the Red Fox left Ziyue, who had been intent on ushering him away, momentarily speechless. One could say he was a soul adrift had it not been for the concern over the pursued Yipeng. He might have offered assistance. "Are you truly unable to take a single step?" The steward raised an eyebrow skeptically at the injured man. From my perspective, your injuries do not seem severe enough to prevent you from traversing several more paces. Since our quarters are rather confined, hiding you is not a feasible option. I implore you to step aside, otherwise, when the Imperial Guard arrives, none of us shall fare well. Your father's intent is clear. You wish to expel me. Your reluctance to associate with me only serves to highlight the dubious nature of your trio's identities. Regardless of our identities, ordinary citizens would naturally shy away from any entanglement with a designated criminal, the steward retorted harshly. As the steward valiantly defended the red fox like a hen protecting her chicks, Yipeng subtly approached Ziyue and tugged at her sleeve twice. Once he garnered her attention, he expressed his concern. What are we to do with the red fox now? Given his injuries and his demeanor, it appears we cannot drive him away, and the Imperial Guard that will soon pursue. With a resigned sigh, Ziyue transferred her weapon to Yipeng before moving to help the steward rise. Please, get up. I intend to conceal the red fox beneath the bed. The space beneath the bed was originally devoid of any mechanisms, however, upon learning that the steward was unable to proceed, Ziyue, wishing to avoid lingering too long and attracting pursuers, contemplated finding a place to conceal Yipeng. Unexpectedly, Yipeng found no use for this small secret chamber, and instead, it became a refuge for the troublesome individual who had ensnared them in crisis. Although the steward did not concur with Ziyue's decision, he refrained from voicing his dissent in the presence of outsiders and acquiesced to her lead. Yipeng instinctively positioned himself before the red fox, bending slightly as if to assist him. The red fox placed a hand on Yipeng's shoulder, following him to the entrance of the secret chamber, where Ziyue supported him as he stepped inside. Just as the bedboard above was about to close, he suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, "Now, I'm truly akin to a turtle in a jar if life becomes arduous. I have indeed stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity." Yipeng cast a sidelong glance at Ziyue, and the steward also observed his master, seemingly convinced that she harbored such intentions. Ziyue shot a fierce glare at the red fox and addressed the two with hopeful hearts. Do you know what term describes what he just said? It is called taking advantage while pretending to be virtuous. With the utterance of the final word, she forcefully slammed the bedboard down, accompanied by a muffled grunt from within, suggestive of a blow to the head. The red fox's suggestion is not without merit. The steward murmured sincerely as he reclined back onto the bed. Upon seeing the wounds on his body, I too considered it. However, once he is presented to the Imperial Guard, there will undoubtedly be a barrage of inquiries if we manage to secure even money. It would be fortuitous, but should they uncover something in the process, would we not be sacrificing both our assets and our forces? It seems this cunning fox has found a bargain. The steward lamented with lingering dissatisfaction. After soothing the steward, Ziyue suddenly noticed the bloodstains on the chair, door frame, and floor, surmising that there must be clues outside leading the forbidden army to the doorstep. Without hesitation, she began to rummage through the items in the room. Yipeng, understanding her intent, assisted by tossing aside belongings. Upon spotting the bloodied quilt, a frown creased his forehead as he pointed to the stains and asked, "What sh? All we do? We could concoct an excuse for blood elsewhere, but these marks here will surely draw their attention." Ziyue inwardly groaned, and suddenly her gaze fell upon the kitchen knife. She dashed over, seizing the blade and slicing a deep, long wound across her left forearm. "Miss!" The steward, witnessing the injury inflicted upon Ziyue, momentarily lost his composure and cried out, oblivious to the fact that the red fox below could hear their conversation. "On what purpose does this serve? You need not harm yourself for the sake of someone utterly unrelated, that I do not act for the sake of an irrelevant red fox. This wound is a consequence of our own actions," Ziyue replied, gritting her teeth against the pain. With little time to prepare, the voices and footsteps of 4 or 5 individuals could be heard approaching from outside. Yipeng wiped the blood from the knife and returned it to the countertop. Yongqin strode in, flanked by 2 subordinates, with an air of boldness. Upon entering, Yongqin's eyes fell upon the disarray of furniture, prompting him to instruct his men to be on guard. It was only then that he recognized the 2 enchanting women he had encountered at the city gate 2 hours prior. Has something occurred? Is there an intruder? Yongqin inched closer to Ziyue, who sat at the edge of the bed, mindful not to startle her with his abruptness, and he lowered his voice. "Be as gently as possible." Ziyue nodded slightly, deliberately bowing her head to focus on the wound on her arm, wary that her overly cooperative demeanor might reveal her intentions to the seasoned adversary. "Where is that individual now?" One of Yongqin's subordinates inquired urgently, having also sustained an injury from the red fox. "He fled earlier." He burst in demanding medical supplies, and upon finding none, he stormed out in frustration. Yongqin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Ziyue's expression, attempting to discern the truth from her demeanor. As a victim of an intrusion, the young girl exhibited an unsettling calmness, causing him to harbor doubts. Suddenly noticing the small boy standing in the corner, Yongqin swiftly approached him, crouching down to place his hands on the boy's shoulders, and patiently asked, "Did someone br? Eken to your home just now?" Yipeng, his face ashen, nodded slightly. The steward on the bed exchanged glances with Ziyue. He had intended to alleviate Yaipeng's distress, but Ziyu's subtle gesture halted him. Did you see his face? Yongqin, with his back to the two, remained oblivious to their silent communication. No, Yipeng shook his head, responding in a voice laced with terror. Staring into Yongqin's penetrating gaze, he stammered, he was always masked, wielding a long sword, and I didn't dare to approach. Yongqin gently patted Yaipeng's shoulder and uttered a few words of comfort, placing his trust in Ziyu's account. Though a young girl of 17 or 18 may obfuscate matters, a child of merely a decade cannot fabricate deceit. As Yongqin conversed, he sensed Yipeng trembling, naturally attributing it to the presence of the red fox. In truth, Yaipeng's shivering had nothing to do with the red fox. It was solely a reaction to Yongqin's military attire. Since his birth until his concealment within the Ji family, Yipeng had been confined by his great-grandmother within the depths of the palace for a decade. Throughout this time, he was perpetually accompanied by several guards of the imperial army. When he eventually fled the palace with his father, the very soldiers tasked with apprehending him became his greatest nightmare. Unyielding in spirit, Yipeng would rather be labeled a coward than have any association with such individuals. Was your hand injured by that person? Yongqin inquired with concern as he approached Ziyue once more. Ziyue nodded. He initially sought our assistance in finding refuge, but I explained that our home is rather small, offering no space for him to hide. In a fit of rage, he lashed out with his sword. Is that person a red fox you were pursuing? Yongqin had intended to remain silent, yet upon meeting Ziyue's pleading gaze, he found himself nodding involuntarily. After giving instructions to his subordinates regarding their pursuit, Yongqin placed 2 silver ingots upon the table. This is my token of goodwill. Take it to restore your strength and alleviate your fright. The military lord should keep it for himself, said Ziyue with a calm demeanor. Yongqin deliberately cast a glance at the steward, then pointed towards Yipeng, who stood against the wall. Do not be overly ambitious, your father and brother require a proper meal. His gaze lingered on her with a hint of reluctance before he continued. Moreover, it seems you could benefit from gaining a bit more flesh on your bones. Yongqin's final words were imbued with profound emotion, surpassing mere professional concern. Once the pursuing officers departed, Yipeng moved closer to Ziyue, her eyes fixated on the silver coins spread across the table. How should we handle this money? Ziyue stared at the silver for a considerable time, troubled by its fate. To leave it unused felt like a personal affront, yet, utilizing it, knowing it was a gift from the forbid, an army, left her feeling humiliated. Perhaps it should be set aside for your future bride, Ziyue suggested casually, noticing Yaipeng's gaze upon her. After delivering the jest, she recalled the individual hidden beneath the bed. If not for the unlatched door of the secret chamber, she might have wished to confine the troublesome red fox there for eternity. Reluctantly releasing the red fox, the first thing he did was examine Ziyue's wounds. Although his face was concealed by a black cloth, his actions revealed a sense of guilt within him. In the future, I shall certainly make amends to you, the red fox declared with unwavering resolve. Ziyue raised an eyebrow, skepticism outweighing trust, and the subtle curve of her lips conveyed her true sentiments. I fear it may be mere words without proof. Since I have yet to behold your visage, it would be futile for us to cry out in the streets for the red fox should you choose to depart it. Abruptly, Yipeng initially would not have spoken so harshly. It was only after confronting his nightmares that he felt compelled to utter a few unkind remarks to dispel the unease. Why? Then that my name is Wen Fengyang, the red fox said, ruffling Yipeng's hair, which provoked an indignant glare from the one treated as a child. And what is your name, little one? Yipeng cast a sidelong glance at Ziyue. Ziffen, the fan of ordinary. Upon observing your countenance, I find it anything but ordinary, Wen Fengyang remarked, scrutinizing Yipeng with such intensity that it sent shivers down the spine of the scrutiny. Zed, moreover, there is something familiar about your appearance. I feel as though I have encountered you before. It is often said that I resemble the son or grandson of someone. It is even more absurd that an elderly gentleman once claimed I bore a striking resemblance to his deceased daughter. Yipeng replied swiftly, fabricating a tale. Wen Fengyang chuckled softly, seemingly casually inquiring, "You are named Ziffen, yet possess an extraordinary appearance. I wonder what the name of the beautiful lady might be." Ziyue, Yipeng answered without guile. Too late for Ziyue to intervene. "Miss Ziyue, a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Wen Fengyang said with a smile on his voice. He then turned to the steward and stated plainly, "This gentleman must be the steward of your household. It is admirable that such loyal servants still exist in this world." "How do you know this?" Yipeng exclaimed in surprise. "I have indeed come to know it now." Yipeng discovered that he had been deceived and glared at the person who had ensnared him in conversation. "No wonder you are called the red fox. You are as cunning as a fox." Ziyue, unwilling to remain entangled with such a person, maintained a frigid expression that could freeze the air. "Since I have already shielded you from your pursuers, you may now take your leave. We have endured hardships together," Wen Fengyang remarked, his tone imbued with an ease not previously evident. It appeared he had genuinely begun to regard them as allies. "We have not seen your true face. I suspect Wen Fengyang is merely an alias. Henceforth, Let us coexist without interference, Ziyue asserted, having noticed the shift in his demeanor. Or, if you are grateful for what transpired tonight, I implore you not to appear before us again. You've uttered quite a lengthy discourse, which only suggests you harbor some undisclosed secret. When Fengyang replied, his demeanor unruffled, seemingly indifferent to her words. Whatever undisclosed secrets you may suspect, they are of no concern to you, reiterated, emphasizing her disconnection from the Red Fox. When Fengyang studied Yu's resolute visage, and she met his gaze unwaveringly. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, "Your wariness towards me is palpable. I surmise that further inquiries would be futile. Perhaps I shall seek clarity from you in a couple of days." Yue did not respond, but her gaze conveyed that he would receive the same answer even after 2 days. Red. Sir Wenda. Yipeng's voice rang out. Although the Imperial Guards have departed, there is no assurance that they will not return to inspect our situation. Thus, I believe this is not the most opportune moment for idle conversation. That Yipeng, drawing from his past experiences, cautioned the 3 individuals older than himself who had overlooked the conduct of the Imperial Guards. Feiner speaks with great wisdom indeed. It is time for you to take your leave, the steward interjected in agreement. When Fengyang hesitated, casting a glance at Ziyue. Noticing the defensive expression on her face, he realized that further discourse would only prolong the stalemate. Reluctantly, he nodded. Let us conclude our discussion for this evening. I shall not pursue your matters for the time being, but once the situation is resolved, I will certainly advocate for your vindicati. On. Without probing further into their secrets, when Fengyang succinctly summarized his conjectures, "Do not hastily conjecture about our family's affairs based on your own assumptions," Yipeng retorted with dissatisfaction. "Am I mistaken then? You harbor no grievances, much like ordinary folk, content to lead a mundane and tranquil existence?" When Fengyang countered provocatively, "Of course we, Ziffen, hold your tongue," Ziyue interjected loudly, interrupting Yipeng just as he was about to speak. At that moment, she perceived a glimmer of regret in Wen Fenjiang's eyes. After regaining his composure, Yipeng recognized he had fallen prey to the other's provocations. With wide eyes, he glared at the cunning Wen Fengyang, while the astute Qi who, having gleaned some information, winked at the indignant youth as if to express gratitude for his tact. "In understanding, rest assured, dear younger brother, although your sister is reluctant to speak further, my previous conjectures are likely to be quite accurate. I shall honor my prior promise and seek justice for you." "Justice?" Ziyue cast a glance at Yipeng, a trace of derision flickering in her eyes. "Indeed, we have grievances to address, and the one we must accuse is none other than the current emperor." "You ungrateful wretch." The angry male's harsh words were accompanied by the sharp crack of a slap. The violent and bloody sounds reverberated through the once warm and inviting hall of the Ji family, creating a jarring contrast. The 15 or 16-year-old Ji family heiress curled up outside the side door of the hall, initially waiting for the steward to find the missing Yipeng so they could seek refuge together with her parents. To her surprise, she witnessed a host of unwelcome guests in her home, as Madame Ji was verbally and physically assaulted by the short, stout man leading the group. Ji Ziyue sprang to her feet, scanning the surroundings for something she could wield as a weapon, desperate to rush into the hall to protect her mother from the vile man's torment. However, before she could locate an object to defend herself, her gaze locked with that of Ji Leoi, who had been disregarded by the short man. The sight of his daughter startled him momentarily, and he recognized her reckless intent to rush into the hall. With a stern glare, he sought to dissuade her from this foolish course of action that was yet to unfold. Understanding her father's silent warning, Ziyue nonetheless found herself unable to stand idly by while her parents were subjected to the cruelty of a scoundrel. She continued to search for a weapon with which she could inflict harm. Use your brain and think. What do you think you can do? Do not overestimate your abilities and attempt to stop a juggernaut with your feeble strength. Ji Leoi, realizing his daughter had disregarded his guidance, shouted urgently at Qian Yuanwei. Hearing the sudden outburst from Ji Leoi, Qian Yuanwei shifted his attention from the beautiful Madame Ji, squinting as he fixed his glare upon the furious man. Bolstered by the numbers he had brought with him, he spoke with bravado. "At this moment, why are you still shouting and wailing? It is time to open your eyes and see clearly. In the current situation, it is you who stands as the grasshopper trying to block the chariot, not I." Ji Ziyue tilted her head to listen to the vile voice of the man who had struck her mother, furtively studying the rotund figure turned away from her. Having never encountered this wicked neighbor, she could not fathom his identity. Fortunately, Master Qian had never seen a resemblance to the Ji family's heiress and her mother. Otherwise, the first suitor to approach the Ji family might have been this man, old enough to be her father. As Ji Ziyue strained to discern the identity of the individual occupying the Ji family's hall, she was abruptly pulled back to reality by the crude and obscene insults that filled the air. Gazing towards the hall, her eyes met her mother's anxious gaze. "I advise you to leave promptly," Madame Ji said, realizing her husband's sudden outburst had a deeper intention. Mimicking the method her husband had employed earlier, she urged, "Leave? I have only just managed to enter the G family gates. You should be treating me with hospitality." Mr. Qian, lacking the insight to grasp the underlying nuances of her words, misinterpreted Madame G's gentle admonition as a sign of her yielding, conceited by his perceived advantage. And with his mind clouded by lewd thoughts, Mr. Qian boldly approached the object of his dreams, reaching out to caress her fair skin, only to be met with her swift rejection and a piercing glare in return. "The Imperial Guards will arrive shortly. How will you explain your intrusion into the residence of a third-rank minister with your household servants?" The matron emphasized the mention of the Imperial Guards, hoping to urge her daughter to seek refuge. However, a seemingly casual inquiry elicited a response from Mr. Qian, who first erupted into boisterous laughter before confidently articulating his scheme. "My dear, there is no need for you to fret on my behalf. You should be grateful that the G family harbors ties to the E clan. Otherwise, I would truly struggle to devise a covert method to bring a minister's wife back as my concubine. Now, all that remains is to eliminate anyone capable of speaking before the Imperial Guards arrive, and naturally, no one will be aware of my visit to the G residence." "Eliminate? With your..." Before Mr. G could finish his protest, Mr. Qian swiftly seized the large blade from one of his household servants and, without warning, plunged it into the abdomen of the third-rank minister. In the ensuing moment of stillness, the air thickened with a pungent scent of blood, compounded by the look of resentment in Mr. G's eyes as he neared death. The matron disregarded Mr. Qian's subordinates and rushed to her husband's side, enveloping the slumped figure in a tight embrace. There were no piercing screams or wails, only the silent exchange of understanding between two souls deeply connected, witnessing their profound intimacy. Mr. Qian delivered a brutal kick to the matron, forcibly severing the final moment of contact between the G couple. Madame G gazed sorrowfully at her husband's lifeless form and cast a reluctant glance towards the hiding place of her daughter. Suddenly, she tore the jade hairpin from her coiffure and plunged it violently into her throat. While Mr. Qian reveled in the exhilaration of eliminating his rival and anticipated the pleasures of beauty, Madame G, burdened with too much reluctance, ended her own life. The turn of events unfolded with alarming swiftness. Ji Ziyue gasped, her mouth agape in an attempt to scream. But the sound was stifled by her own clenched fist. She yearned to avert her gaze, yet the two crimson-stained bodies loomed before her, rendering her incapable of looking away, even losing the ability to close her eyes. A torrent of thoughts surged within Ji Ziyue, compelling her to rush forth and confront the vile perpetrators who had brought her parents to this fate, yet her legs betrayed her, anchoring her in place as she could only watch helplessly while the frightened villain directed his subordinates to clean up the aftermath. The steward called softly to Ji Ziyue, pulling her back from the pool of blood. "We must leave, before that man and the Imperial Guards discover us." Almost dragged away by the steward, she cast one last lingering look, finally catching sight of the grotesque face turned towards her. "No, I want you to descend into hell," Ziyue shrieked, bolting upright. The events of 2 years past replaying vividly in her mind, sending chills coursing through her body as she gasped for breath. "Did you have another nightmare?" Yiping, lying beside Ziyue, turned over and, upon seeing her contorted face glistening with sweat, rubbed his eyes and asked with concern. "I apologize for waking you," Ziyue said, pressing a hand to her chest, her voice weary until her heartbeat steadied. Yiping sat up and glanced out the window. The sun has risen. It is time to rise as well. After stepping out of bed, he turned to the dazed Ziyue, sitting on the bed, and said, "I will go fetch water. You may sleep a little longer." Ziyue shook her head and followed him out of bed. "I will go with you." Yiping cast a glance at the person he admired most in this world and nodded in agreement with her decision. After the sacrifice of the Jisher family for his sake, he was left with a profound sense of indebtedness. 2 years prior, when he escaped the watchful eyes of his grandmother and the Forbidden Army, the first outsiders he encountered were the Jisher family, the stern yet gentle Jisher patriarch, the kind-hearted yet resolute matriarch, and Ziyue, who cared for him as if he were her own brother. At that time, he yearned to be a child of the Jisher family. However, within a mere 10 days, calamity struck. His beautiful dream was tragically fleeting. Throughout their escape, the steward briefly recounted the dire circumstances, and Yiping learned of the tragic demise of the loving Jisher couple, leaving Ziyue to grapple with the unbearable loss of her parents. Awakening from a blissful dream, he was confronted with a lifelong nightmare. Having endured days filled with vigilant oversight, Yiping understood from birth that the good things in life come at a cost. Yet he never anticipated that the price for a mere 10 days of familial joy would be so exorbitantly steep. The unfortunate event bears no relation to you. It was a vile scoundrel who took advantage of the chaos that led to my parents' demise. I had hoped that the first to arrive for the memorial would be the Imperial Guard. Perhaps my parents would still be alive today. Ziyue expressed this sentiment to the remorseful Yiping no fewer than 10 times. The one who should have offered comfort had instead become the one in need of consolation. After hearing Ziyue's words, Yipeng could only nod in resignation. If he were to offer Ziyue words of comfort, he would be at a loss for what to say. How could he utter beautiful yet hollow reassurances when he himself felt a piercing sorrow? Ziyue's typically cheerful demeanor only deepened Yipeng's sadness. He understood that it was a facade, a pretense to spare them both from worry. If the tragedy had truly faded from her memory, she would not relive the same harrowing scenes in her dreams night after night. Why not take a stroll nearby? Yipeng suggested, observing the person lost in thought by the water bucket. Fetching water is a task I have mastered over the past 2 years. Your presence, Sister Ziyue, would only hinder me. Ziyue wandered aimlessly through the forest, futilely attempting to dispel the haunting images engraved in her mind. Yet the greedy and malevolent laughter of the miscreant continued to echo in her ears. This morning's dream was clearer than any of the previous night's nightmares. Perhaps her encounter with the Imperial Guard 5 days prior had unearthed the emotions she had long suppressed. Run. It seemed that before Lady Ji took her own life, Ziyue had seen her mother silently utter that word. The last instruction bestowed upon her before death was a phrase so unbearably intolerable. Before the age of 15, Ziyue believed she could lead a tranquil and blissful life, embroidering and cooking alongside her mother, engaging in scholarly discussions with her father. She did everything in her power to postpone her marriage. When she finally wed a neighbor, she frequently returned to her maternal home. After giving birth, she envisioned sharing the joys of a multi-generational family with her husband and children. Yet, in an instant, the dreams of over a decade shattered. Now, her sole desire is to see the vile perpetrator who rampages through the Ji family hall receive the justice they rightly deserve. Previously, having encountered terms like blood feud, irreconcilable enmity, and vows of mutual destruction only in literature, she dismissed them as mere embellishments of learned men, convinced she would never experience such profound negative emotions. However, in the blink of an eye, she endured the agony of losing her father and mother, witnessed the destruction of her harmonious family by greedy and lascivious individuals, and mourned the loss of numerous lives within the Ji household. Hatred formed with alarming ease, yet its dissolution proved an insurmountable challenge. Even divine intervention from the Buddha would likely fail to alleviate her anguish. What a dreadful expression has appeared on your face. Such a pity for your innate beauty. A male voice resonated behind Ziyue. Startled, she instinctively sprang to her feet, then furrowed her brow, discerning the feigned tone of the speaker. A troublesome individual, Ziyue murmured inwardly. And only after ensuring her shock had dissipated did she slowly turn to confront the unavoidable nuisance. The tall and majestic figure, reminiscent of memories from just a few days prior, now stands at ease, donned in a pale blue scholar's attire, replacing the previous black attire. Aside from the exquisite silk fabric and meticulous craftsmanship, a jade pendant, a fashionable ornament among the literati, dangles from the waist. Were it not for the matching scarf adorning his face, Ziyue might have truly mistaken his form and demeanor. Mistaken? A thought flickered through her mind. Ziyue feigned to scrutinize him for a moment before asking with an expression of innocent seriousness, "Have we met before? May I inquire about your identity?" "It is rather heartbreaking that you have forgotten me in such a brief span of days," came the voice from beneath the blue scarf, laced with playful jest and an air of nonchalance, as if he had seen through a ruse. "I have never encountered you," Ziyue insisted. "You surely cannot have forgotten the notorious figure known as the Red Fox?" queried the man, identifying himself as Wen Fengyang, raising an eyebrow. "I have no recollection of any red fox or black fox, let alone any notion of forgetting," she retorted, avoiding his penetrating gaze while maintaining her previous stance. Then, feigning ignorance, she inquired, "Could it be that you are the nationally renowned Red Fox?" Should he accept her pretense, perhaps the sole connection between them could be severed. Furthermore, the unfortunate fate of being compelled to interact with the Imperial Guard due to the Red Fox's notoriety had already left her trembling with fear, as a fugitive. She had no desire to confront the self-important members of the palace guards once more for yet another charge of harboring a criminal. Wen Fengyang, oblivious to the significant factor that necessitated a severance from Ziyue, took 2 deliberate steps closer during their conversation, closing the distance to a mere reach. "Although you made your intentions abundantly clear that night, my reappearance may seem rather brazen. However, should we part ways like this, We will undoubtedly regret the hesitance we exhibited today. Ziyue shook her head vigorously. I will never lament the missed opportunity to meet the Red Fox. If her identity were to be exposed by unrelated royal decrees, then she would indeed regret her impulsive actions. Moreover, given the towering figure that leaned ever closer, she could not possibly associate Wen Fengyang with words like passive or timid. This is a promising beginning, he suddenly remarked, interjecting an unrelated comment with a smile. What constitutes a promising beginning? Despite knowing she was stepping into a trap, Ziyue could not resist inquiring of the one waiting to reap the rewards. With a twinkle in his eye, Wen Fengyang replied, initially you questioned whether I was the Red Fox. Yet you then asserted that you would not regret not meeting the Red Fox. Ironically, I have yet to declare my own identity as such. Your fervent denial of having met me, followed by your inadvertent slip, serves as a fortuitous prelude to the relationship that is about to unfold between us. To call yourself brazen is an understatement. Shameless would better reflect your tenacity, she retorted. I am grateful for the compliment, he replied. I am not praising you. Ziyue growled with irritation. She had lost all patience with such relentless insistence. Wen Fengyang raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I am no longer jesting, so do not sulk. Be mindful of your health, for it may shorten your lifespan. Do not trouble yourself. If you simply vanish from my sight this instant, I assure you I can live to be 100. Wen Fengyang placed a hand on Ziyue's shoulder and suddenly remarked sincerely, you are far too serious. You ought to lighten up. Although this is only our second encounter and we cannot claim to understand your entire character, I sense that your perspective on matters is excessively pessimistic, which leads you to be overly cautious in your actions and decisions. Ziyue cast a disdainful glance at her critic, bemused by such a piercing description. No one who knew her before the age of 16 would ever describe her in terms used by Wen Fengyang. Had the elders of the Ji family still been alive to hear such a commentary, they would surely have doubled over in laughter. Conversely, if the Ji couple were still living, she would not have been characterized in such a manner. Word in the city is that you have departed, Ziyue said, turning slightly to shake off the hand that had been resting on her shoulder, reluctantly acknowledging her entanglement with the person before her. The Red Fox has indeed left. While Wen Fengyang continues to revel in the simplicity and delights of this charming place, indulging in exquisite cuisine, the treasure city is merely a small place, unworthy of the gaze of those who traverse the vast lands. Now that the matter of the Red Fox has been resolved, I kindly ask you to depart, allowing us to return to our original tranquility. Do you intend to live your life in such a manner? Of course not. I must uncover the vile perpetrators responsible for my parents' demise, and the matter concerning Pinger as well, Ziyue nearly cried out. But upon realizing that the inquirer was the most untrustworthy individual in the world, she swiftly swallowed the words that had almost escaped her lips. Why should one not live such a life? The common folk do so. Indeed, the ordinary populace leads such lives. But you are not one meant to live in this manner. I do not comprehend the meaning of your words. As soon as Ziyue uttered her response, she hastily diverted her gaze, fearing he might discern the truth hidden within her eyes. You understand. Just as I mentioned that fateful night, you harbor grievances. I have other matters to attend to for the time being, yet within 6 months, I shall vindicate you. Wen Fengyang pulled Ziyue back to face him, compelling her to meet his gaze as he made his solemn vow. 6 months. The rare mention of a deadline almost led Ziyue to believe him. After 2 years of evasion, she had grown accustomed to thinking that the current empress possessed an eternity of life. However, this fleeting hope could not endure long, as she soon recalled that Wen Fengyang was merely an outsider, oblivious to the realities at hand, rendering his fervent assurances less impactful and causing her rare joy to dissipate. Do you doubt my capabilities? Wen Fengyang inquired, noticing Ziyue's prolonged silence. You are capable of manipulating the Imperial Guards. How could I possibly doubt your abilities? Why is it that when you hear someone is willing to seek justice for you, you exhibit no sign of joy? Before Ziyue could respond, Wen Fengyang gestured for silence and added, do not attempt to feign innocence, for my intuition has always proven to be remarkably accurate. I certainly have grievances. But can you contend with a monarch? Ziyue sighed, aware that unless she revealed a fragment of the truth, it would not be easy to dismiss the tenacious Wen Fengyang. How can I articulate my grievances when I do not even know who I seek vengeance against? What transpired to you? Ziyue met Wen Fengyang's penetrating gaze and, after a moment's consideration, recounted in the calmest tone possible, stripping away names, identities, and backgrounds. 2 years ago, our home was invaded by thieves. The ringleaders seemed to be captivated by my mother's beauty, mercilessly murdering my father, while my mother subsequently took her own life. The intruders then slaughtered dozens within our household. And my younger brother and I managed to escape under the protection of the steward. Where did this incident occur? When Fengyang inquired with a furrowed brow. Such a massacre should have sent shockwaves throughout the nation. In the capital, Ziyue was compelled to answer honestly, initially intending to casually mention a place. The individual before him had traversed the length and breadth of the nation. If he were to genuinely inquire about the local customs and culture, Ziyue, who had departed from her birthplace of Nanyang at the tender age of 4 or 5, could only speak of the capital and Baoqing, inevitably exposing her limited knowledge. 2 years ago, in the very shadow of the emperor in the capital, when Fengyang earnestly searched his memory but could not recall having heard of this notorious case. There is no need to trouble yourself, Ziyue interjected, fearing that he might delve deeper and inadvertently unearth the case of the Ji family. The reason when Fengyang could not recall the Ji family massacre from 2 years prior was primarily due to the capital's officials having concluded the case with the family's collective suicide. Within the Ji residence, aside from the couple who perished by their own hand, the rest of the household, young and old alike, succumbed to a lethal dose of arsenic. Even if the case had briefly flickered in his mind, the information he had received swiftly extinguished any lingering thoughts. Upon first hearing of the Ji family's tragic end, Ziyue had naturally been incredulous. However, from her position, she could not voice her grievances at the court. 2 years had swiftly passed, leaving the matter unresolved. And thus the perpetrator who had driven her parents to despair remained at large. Suddenly, when Fengyang realized that daylight had broken, and even in the remote wilderness, travelers and hunters would inevitably pass by. Recalling his thoughts, he earnestly pledged to Ziyue, "Grant me 6 months. By then, even if I cannot locate your adversary, I shall surely return here to seek you out. How will your arrival change anything?" Ziyue smiled bitterly. The events unfolding around her were far from a mere quest to uncover the murderer. Those who sought to assist her would soon confront an empress who had already extinguished the lives of countless dissenters. When Fengyang gazed at Ziyue, disliking the sorrow etched upon her countenance, mistakenly believing she doubted his solemn vow, after a moment's contemplation, he resolved, "Ziffin once mentioned that he had never seen my visage," allowing him to feign ignorance. "You two have stated that when Fengyang is but a pseudonym, and we are two rivers that do not cross. Now, allow me to reveal this face to you. Should I fail to appear in 6 months, you may freely report to the authorities for a bounty." Before he could finish his words, he swiftly removed the blue scarf concealing his face. Anticipating his next move upon hearing when Fengyang referenced the grievances expressed by Yiping, Ziyue had preemptively closed her eyes. Why? When Fengyang inquired, perplexed. This was precisely the question Ziyue pondered herself. Perhaps unconsciously, she recognized that once she beheld the countenance of the red fox, an everlasting bond would form between them. "Since you require me to wait for 6 months, grant me that same span of time." Ziyue inadvertently vocalized her unacknowledged feelings. When Fengyang nodded in understanding, noticing that Ziyue still kept her eyes shut, he replied, "I shall grant you a 6-month reprieve. By that time, you must not delay or deny any longer." Ziyue gently nodded her head. It was unwise to make promises with a fugitive pursued by the court, yet in that moment of sealing their future, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Simultaneously, she sensed an almost imperceptible tenderness lurking beneath when Fengyang's imposing demeanor. As Ziyue's defensive expression softened slightly, when Fengyang found himself irresistibly drawn to her innocent countenance, and impulsively bestowed a light kiss upon her fair, flushed cheek. Ziyue gasped, startled by his sudden advance, her eyes widening in surprise. However, before she could fully comprehend the situation, her head was firmly pressed against his solid chest. For the first time, being so intimately close to a male, Ziyue felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment, yet her heart was suffused with a profound sense of comfort, as if amidst the vast expanse of the world, she had finally discovered a sanctuary that belonged to her. "Do you have nothing to say to me?" Ziyue prompted. "I apologize for startling you." When Fengyang replied from above her head, "Are you not going to express regret for your impertinence?" "I do not believe that one should apologize for actions taken towards a lady of one's affections," when Fengyang asserted with conviction. Having already claimed Ziyue as his, he felt that a stolen kiss fell well within the bounds of propriety. Ziyue was uncertain how to navigate the nuances of their relationship. Initially, the agreement they made for half a year was intended solely to sever the ties between them, yet it had unexpectedly evolved into a lifelong commitment, leaving her bewildered by the burgeoning ambiguity of their feelings. Alternatively, she was reluctant to shatter the half-year-long dream herself. When they met again, Ziyue understood that even if he failed to uncover her identity, she would willingly reveal the truth. That moment would signify a confrontation with destiny. Why have you fallen silent? Do you find my words too absurd? Indeed, they are somewhat perplexing. This is our second encounter, and yet you assert that I am the lady of your heart? Do you not find that a trifle premature? Such matters are not dictated by the passage of time. Zue shook her head, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Perhaps it was not the duration that mattered, but rather the concealed truths that could vanish into thin air. When Fengyang adorned Zue with a golden chain, from which hung a fine jade pendant. This is evidence. If you find my empty words unconvincing, a tangible object might bring you solace. I do not desire your possessions. As she spoke, Zue began to remove the golden chain. When Fengyang grasped her hands firmly, do not take it off. It is a token of our engagement. A token of engagement? You do not know my appearance and doubt my name. Yet this pendant is a treasured heirloom of my family. Perhaps you might deduce my identity from it. Before Zue could retort further, when Fengyang, hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, hastily released his beloved and hurried towards the source of the noise. Beyond the dense forest, Zue could not discern the identity of the person who had appeared. All she managed to hear was the utterance of Wengongzi, a name that seemed to be the alias he bore in Baocheng, as mentioned by the Red Fox. Lowering her gaze to the token of affection that had been forcibly adorned upon her, she noticed a golden chain from which hung a vivid green jade pendant. Unlike the conventional circular, square, or hexagonal shapes of the era, this pendant was fashioned into a peculiar half-taiji form, embellished with intricate carvings. After much contemplation, Zue concluded that the outer design resembled a dragon without a discernible head or tail, while the central motif consisted merely of erratic lines, offering no clues related to Fengyang's identity. Zue. Yiping's fifth call finally roused Zue from her trance. Having been fixated on the embroidery needle for what felt like an eternity. Why have you appeared so distracted these past 3 days? Are you feeling unwell? Zue glanced at the unthreaded needle in her hand and offered an embarrassed smile to Yiping. The young lady's spirit has surely been captivated by someone else. Hence it cannot remain in its rightful place, the steward muttered, his voice loud enough for all present to hear. Surely, there is no realm of souls in this world. How could one's spirit be taken away? Yiping innocently expressed her thoughts, oblivious to the underlying implications of the steward's words. Indeed, there is no such realm. Old Zhao is merely jesting, Zue replied, her cheeks flushed. Perhaps there is no underworld to claim souls. However, the earthly fox spirits are indeed capable of ensnaring the souls of women. If one is not cautious, one might find oneself trapped in a sea of suffering. The steward remarked with a cryptic implication. It was his heartfelt wish to see the young lady find a suitable match, yet the suitor was merely a rustic peasant, which was preferable to the cunning fox under the court's watchful eye. I understand, Zue replied tersely, unwilling to delve into her own feelings. Zue had not confided in them about the Red Fox, yet it was not difficult for the steward, with his decades of life experience, to discern the signs of her infatuation. Having resided in the Treasure City for nearly 2 years, it was only now that her heart began to awaken. If not due to the imposing soldiers from afar, then certainly it must be attributed to that dominant fox. Their fear of the soldiers was palpable, leading to the conclusion that the latter was indeed the root of her troubles. What riddle is father trying to convey? Yiping furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the steward's troubled expression before turning his gaze back to Zue. What is even more perplexing is that you can respond to father's enigmatic words. Am I truly so dull, or are you simply too clever? Seeing Yiping vexed over matters beyond his comprehension, Zue could not help but stifle a laugh. It's one thing for you to not receive an explanation from me, but now you seem to find amusement in my troubles. That feels rather unjust, Yiping retorted, his irritation evident. I'm sorry, it's my fault, Zue apologized generously, her smile unwavering. Noticing Yiping's steady gaze upon her, she responded, don't overthink it. When you grow a bit older, you'll naturally comprehend my conversations with your father. Why must I wait until I'm older? If there's something I don't understand, can't you teach me now? Well, Zue cast a glance at the steward, but her pleading eyes met with an unyielding response. This matter cannot be succinctly explained. In any case, you're still too young. Even if I spoke at length, you might not grasp it. So let's discuss it when you're older. Just as Yiping was about to retort, the door was rudely flung open. The resounding crash startled the three of them, and they turned to see a man, exuding an ominous aura and clad in military garb. Zue tilted her head, recalling that this was Wang Wu, the one who had troubled her at the city gate. What guidance do you seek, military sir? Zue inquired cautiously, maintaining a distance of 5 paces. You, Girl, relying on your beauty. Think you can curry favor with Captain Yong? Stop dreaming. I'm here to enlighten you today, to tell you who you can toy with and who you cannot, and I belong to the latter. The steward cast a puzzled glance at Ziyue, who shook her head lightly, clearly bewildered by the brutish words of the man before her. As Ziyue discerned the malevolent intent emanating from her adversary's eyes, she contemplated retreating to the stove to grasp a kitchen knife for self-defense. However, the seemingly cumbersome lecherous soldier swiftly advanced, seizing her right wrist, poised to wield the knife. You insolent girl, what expression is that? Wang Wu exclaimed, locking eyes with Ziyue, who revealed a trace of disdain. With her unoccupied right hand, he delivered a forceful slap. The expression I detest most is your self-righteous demeanor. The overwhelming force nearly rendered the recipient of the slap unconscious, yet just before succumbing to despair, she realized that losing her wits would mean acknowledging defeat at his hands. Ziyue bit her lower lip, a fierce determination compelling her to glare defiantly at her assailant. Still staring? From the very beginning, I have loathed your gaze. Keep looking at me, and I shall gouge out your eyes, ensuring you never behold a man again. Wang Wu's anger intensified under her unyielding stare, and he bellowed in rage, Release my sister. Yiping shouted assertively from behind Wang Wu. Unfazed, Wang Wu glanced over his shoulder, casting a condescending glare at Yipsing, who brandished a rusted hoe. Unable to contain his laughter, he mocked, What gives you the right to demand I release your sister? Is it this piece of scrap metal you wield? No sooner had he uttered those derisive words than he thrust his right foot towards Yiping's chest. The frail figure was propelled backward, crashing against the wall, and upon landing, succumbed to unconsciousness. With a startled cry, Ziyue struggled to free herself from her captor's grip. The chief steward, summoning his last ounce of strength, rose and lunged towards the man consumed by primal rage. However, the immense disparity in their abilities quickly overwhelmed him, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Presumptuous fool, Wang Wu scoffed disdainfully, redirecting his attention to his target. His already volatile temper flared further due to the interference of the previous two individuals. Grasping Ziyue's hair with his right hand, he yanked her closer, while his left hand, after releasing her wrist, tightened around her soft, pale neck. Just as his lips neared her thick, sausage-like ones, Ziyue, with her empty hands, pounded against Wang Wu's chest and face, momentarily staving off the nauseating contact, but earning yet another slap in return. Leveraging his male physique and strength, the aggressive Wang Wu held every advantage. As he beheld the disheveled hair and torn clothing of the beautiful woman before him, a morbid satisfaction welled up within him. Just as he contemplated tearing off Ziyue's skirt to satiate his carnal desires, a familiar voice of fury echoed from behind. The captain of the Imperial Guard, Yao Qin, stood resolutely at the ruined doorway, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on his subordinate, who was slowly turning to face him. Two of his men flanked him, their expressions twisted in disgust at Wang Wu's actions. Captain, Wang Wu released Ziyue and turned to confront the approaching figure with a rising sense of dread. Captain, do you still recognize me as your captain? Yongqin inquired sharply, his gaze piercing enough to penetrate flesh. What did I say a few days ago? Did you think you could indulge your beastly desires without a trace before leaving Baoqing? I was wrong, Wang Wu mumbled, his eyes cast downwards, devoid of any remorse. Yao Qin shifted his focus to the figure slumped helplessly behind his subordinate. Ziyue happened to glance up at her timely savior, revealing faint imprints on her cheek, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, and a glimmer of fear in her eyes that evoked deep sympathy. As a member of the Imperial Guard directly under the palace, you should embody honor and dignity. Yet you have repeatedly sullied this identity. Yongqin's expression hardened as he turned his gaze back to Wang Wu. You claim to recognize your mistakes? Had I not intervened, would you still know your wrongs? Without granting Wang Wu another chance to feign innocence, two subordinates who had accompanied Yongqin stepped forward, following their captain's silent command, and apprehended the perpetrator on either side. Yongqin knelt beside Ziyue, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket and offering it to her. After a moment of hesitation, when she did not extend her hand, he disregarded the boundaries of gender and gently wiped the blood from her face. Ziyue's mind lingered in the terror of her recent ordeal, allowing the unfamiliar man to tend to her for some time. Only when she caught sight of the fallen figure nearby did she finally snap back to reality. As Yongqin followed the suddenly awakened gaze of Ziyue, he discovered two figures collapsed on the ground, and a wave of astonishment washed over him. As the captain of the Imperial Guards, he found it alarming that he had been so preoccupied with concerns for Ziyue that he had completely overlooked the state of affairs within the room. Though he ought to feel ashamed for his negligence, he simultaneously realized that he had developed an infatuation for a young lady he had only met twice. Thus, amidst his self-reproach, a hint of joy was inescapable. This was the first time in his 24 years of life that he experienced such an unusual sentiment. Ziyue, however, did not share Yongqin's elation. While he was lost in thought, she crawled on her knees to the side of the steward, supporting herself with her hands. Unable to detect any signs of breath, she suppressed the urge to call out, fearing that losing control might reveal her identity before the Imperial Guards. This young brother still has a pulse. Yongqin finally regained the composure befitting his rank, checking Yiping's breath, while Ziyue remained frozen beside the steward's lifeless body. Ziyue exhaled a sigh of relief, silently thanking the heavens. I sincerely apologize for bringing such a subordinate into this situation. I do not dare to expect the forgiveness of Miss Ziyue, but I hope you will grant me an opportunity for atonement. As Ziyue approached Yongqin, more accurately, Yiping, she gently caressed Yiping's cheek, her gaze fixed intently on his pallid face, yet she addressed Yongqin. We do not require your atonement. All we ask is that you refrain from allowing your subordinates to cause further trouble. No, please do not say that, Yongqin exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure. Realizing his overly animated reaction, he cleared his throat and spoke in a more measured tone. What I meant to convey is, due to orders from above, I must return to the capital to report on the matter of the Red Fox. I kindly ask Miss Ziyue to wait for me a few days. Once I have completed my official duties, I wish to come here. Currently, you and your brother rely on each other. And if you do not mind that I am a man of few words, I hope Miss Ziyue can. Captain. The rest of his sentence was interrupted by the voice of a subordinate from outside. Shortly thereafter, another man in military attire appeared. Captain. His Majesty has dispatched an envoy to convey a message. Everyone is waiting for you to meet the envoy. Yongqin cast a glance at Ziyue and then at his visibly anxious subordinate. After a moment of contemplation, he rose to his feet. When he reached the door, he turned back to Ziyue, who was embracing Yiping, and said resolutely, Please wait for me. It was not until the Imperial Guards had distanced themselves to a point where the sounds from within the room became inaudible that Yiping slowly opened his eyes. What shall we do now? He inquired, prompting a puzzled raise of Ziyue's brows. He explained, It seems that the captain was proposing to you. Ziyue curled the corners of her mouth in a faint smile, countering with a question, How long have you been awake? Long enough to hear his entire proposal, Yiping replied. By the time Yongqin had appeared, Yiping had already regained his senses and, wishing to avoid eye contact with the greatest nightmare of his life, resolved to continue feigning unconsciousness. Here cannot remain any longer. After a moment of contemplation, Ziyue made her decision. Let us pack our belongings and depart. Perhaps it would be more prudent to head further south. Yiping nodded in agreement, disregarding the pain coursing through her body as she dutifully assisted in gathering their modest possessions. As Yongqin had remarked, only the two of them were left to rely on each other. A young woman and a teenage boy embarking on a journey to an unfamiliar place was indeed inconvenient. Yet they had no choice but to leave this site rife with turmoil. Ziyue, it appears you have dropped something. During their final inspection of the dwelling they had inhabited for nearly 2 years, Yiping caught sight of a jade pendant lying on the floor. Ziyue had already noticed the broken chain lying there, and a struggle between the desire to keep it and the urge to leave had been waging within her. Prompted by Yiping's reminder, she picked up the pendant. Do you no longer wish to keep this jade pendant? It once captivated your very soul, Yiping mused, recalling a recent memory. Now, since we can no longer remain in this place, this pendant seems to hold little value, Ziyue resolved. Tossing the jade onto the low table with determination, Yiping perceptively sensed Ziyue's inner conflict and approached to retrieve the distracting stone. As he forcibly placed it back into Ziyue's hand, he jested, Should we require funds along our journey, we might as well pawn it. Making use of it is far better than leaving it here to be claimed by the greedy. In the spring of the 55th year of Huian, within the opulent chamber of the Empress's palace, 4 men of varying ages and physiques, alongside a middle-aged woman, stood in a line at the foot of the splendid bed where the Empress lay, their 10 eyes fixated upon the lifeless body, now slightly rigid, a once formidable and legendary figure, reduced in this moment to a mere wrinkled crone. She has finally passed away, declared a middle-aged man clad in princely attire. Breaking the silence, he exhaled deeply before continuing with a tone brimming with exhilaration. After nearly half a year of poisoning with no visible effect, I began to think someone had reconsidered and substituted the poison for a tonic. The sole woman present, upon catching the unkind gaze of the prince directed at her, scolded her half-brother sharply. What do you suspect me of? Think logically. Her Majesty was exceedingly cautious with her food. It was not merely a daily sprinkle of poison that could elude her suspicions. You men, who have not directly taken action, might evade danger, but if I were discovered, it would mean certain death for me. Now is not the time for internal strife, interjected another man, adorned in the garb of a first-rank minister. Positioning himself between the squabbling siblings, casting a glance at the figure on the bed, he stated, since the empress has departed, and we lack a suitable candidate for the throne, we must carefully deliberate on the next emperor we intend to support. Surely it should be my full brother. The woman replied without hesitation. He may be a good brother, but he lacks the qualities to be an emperor, ensuring that our grand plans remain unscathed. However, his son is not an ordinary individual, cautioned another high-ranking minister, who had yet to speak, to the overly optimistic lady. Elong? The woman raised an eyebrow and, with a self-satisfied smile, replied, I concede he possesses a sharp intellect, but I fear that by the time he becomes aware of our scheme, the world will have already changed beyond recognition. It seems the choice of puppet has been determined, interjected a handsome man in his 30s after a brief pause. Now, it is time for the prince and the two ministers to exert their efforts. Tomorrow in the Grand Hall, we must strive to facilitate the second prince's ascension to the temporary dragon throne. Chapter 3. The first year of Jinxing, March of the same year, when the female protagonist passed away, early summer, the capital city. Yu Wenjun, a first-rank minister, was conferred the esteemed title of Duke of Huanan when the new emperor ascended to the throne at the beginning of the year, thus becoming a figure sought after and envied both within the court and beyond. Although the Yuan family shares a familial bond with the current emperor when Yu Wenjun attained his official position through the palace examination, it was during the time the female protagonist declared herself emperor, relying solely on his own endeavors. The reason he was conferred the title of Duke by Emperor Yi was also due to his practical assistance to the descendants of the Yi family during the female protagonist's reign. Undeterred by the potential to offend the imperial countenance, leveraging the power of a third-rank minister, lacking the finesse of those who flourish in the court through flattery, yet not quite resembling the unwavering loyalty of a steadfast minister who relies solely on earnestness and rigid adherence to principles, Yu Wenjun manages to maintain his esteemed position amidst two contrasting sovereigns. He possesses not only a foundation of integrity but also a touch of diplomatic tact towards those in power. After 2 years in hiding with Yi Peng, Ziyue finally awaited the moment when the Yi clan regained authority. Upon returning to the capital, the first news she heard was of her father's sworn brother's promotion. While this was splendid news for her, it also complicated her attempts to seek an audience. On her first attempt at the gates of the Huanan prefecture, she was rebuffed without even the chance for an announcement, sent away by the guards wielding formidable blades. Perhaps Sister Ziyue should employ a beauty ploy. Supplemented with a few tears, it might just earn her passage. Yi Peng, who was reluctantly detained at an inn, half-joked after hearing of this misadventure. Her frustration stemming from being treated as a child, unable to accompany Ziyue, she gazed down at her simple gray linen dress. I'll dress up this afternoon. Perhaps I truly could gain entry into the manor. Ziyue earnestly contemplated the suggestion. Yi Peng rolled her eyes. I was jesting. Don't take it to heart. Ziyue, puzzled by the dissent, asked, Isn't this a good idea? Why do you dismiss it as a jest? If you were to proceed with such a scheme, even if you were granted entry into the manor, it would certainly not be to meet Yu Wenjun in the Great Hall, Yi Peng replied quietly. The young prince, still in his adolescence, may not discern the overly naive thoughts of his revered sister Ziyue. However, after spending 4 years in the world, Yi Peng has developed a certain understanding of human nature. While he cannot claim to have acquired the cunning traits of a seasoned schemer, he is quite adept at uncovering the darker facets of the human heart. In stark contrast, the young lady of the family, who has always prided herself on being the protector of the young prince, appears far too innocent. During her second visit to the Huanan residence, Ziyue decided to enact the charming ploy she had previously jested about. Typically compliant with her elder sister's whims, Yi Peng unusually chose to follow suit, positioning himself nearby, ready to rescue Ziyue from the impending peril, lest the absurdity of the performance escalate. Just as events unfolded as Yi Peng had anticipated, he found himself unable to intervene in time to thwart the sinister intentions of the guards. A middle-aged man, clad in opulent attire and presumably of high rank, emerged, chastising the two guards in a stern tone before dismissing Ziyue, who had been standing aside. What shall we do now? Ziyue sighed as they circled to the side entrance of the royal palace. I should have known this would be futile, Yiping muttered inwardly. Observing Ziyue's overly conspicuous attire, he removed his cloak to drape it over her shoulders, also pulling the hood to obscure her strikingly beautiful visage that would surely incite the desires of men. Perhaps we should follow my initial suggestion and allow me to approach the guards as Prince Yi, Yiping proposed after Ziyue had been sufficiently covered. I claim to be the daughter of Lord Yuan, and no one believed me. Your proclaimed identity would likely only serve as a jest to them. Whether as a joke or not, Yipeng remarked with self-deprecation. In his heart, he regarded this burdensome princely status as a cruel jest played by fate. For this could be deemed treason, and perhaps it would indeed prompt Lord Huanan to personally intervene. Wouldn't that serve my purpose? I fear that before Lord Yuan can address the matter, you may first endure physical torment, Ziyue replied, gazing up at Yipeng, who stood 2 inches taller than her, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Yiping turned his face away, unwilling to meet her gaze filled with concern and affection. Over the past 4 years, his feelings for Ziyue had gradually evolved from brotherly love to a yearning of romantic nature. Yet within this simple affection, there was an overwhelming mix of reverence and admiration, leading him to believe that with restraint, he could soon forget this infatuation. He had never contemplated the possibility of becoming lovers. For Yipeng was acutely aware that deep within her heart, there existed another man, evidenced by the pouch hanging at Ziyue's waist, which bore the strongest proof. Furthermore, compared to fervent romantic love, the bond of kinship seemed to be the most enduring emotion and the most fitting form of connection between them. The Lord Huanan returns to the residence. A robust voice rang out, interrupting Yipeng's solitary embarrassment. When he shifted his gaze back to Ziyue, he found her already dashing towards the entrance, evidently intent on intercepting Yuan Zhen's palanquin. Foolish sister, before you meet Lord Huan, you might be mistaken for an assassin and slain, Yipeng urgently called out as he sprinted after her. The abruptness of Ziyue's actions left the surrounding guards momentarily bewildered, allowing her to pass through their ranks. However, Yipeng was soon intercepted by 2 burly soldiers, their long blades pressed threateningly against his neck, rendering him helpless as he watched the petite figure deftly navigate the glimmering array of swords and knives. With only 10 paces remaining to the sedan chair, Ziyue was swiftly struck down by a vigilant guard wielding the hilt of his sword. Her fragile form was no match for the brutality of a warrior. Yet as she collapsed to the ground, she caught sight of the bearers preparing to carry the sedan over the threshold of the Duke's residence. Ignoring the crowd around her, she cried out desperately, Uncle Zhen, could you please listen to me? Do you remember the sorrowful event from 4 years ago? The guard, who had initially shown restraint by merely using the hilt to subdue Ziyue, stepped forward to forcibly pull her up, intending to drive her away. However, upon glimpsing her beautiful face beneath the hood, he hesitated momentarily. This delay afforded those within the sedan a moment to ponder the significance of Ziyue's words. By the time the guard recalled his duty, the bearers had received the command to lower the sedan, and a nearby soldier, acting upon his master's instructions, guided the attention drawing Ziyue to the entrance of the sedan. As Ziyue apprehensively approached the palanquin, she seized the moment when the silk curtain was lifted just enough to speak. I possess no means to prove my identity, and after 4 years, you may not recognize me. However, if it is possible, I would prefer to discuss matters in a more private location. It is of utmost importance. I am uncertain if the events you referred to from 4 years ago align with those in my heart, and I do not know if I still retain memories from that time. If it is convenient, I would appreciate it if you would allow this old man to behold your visage, replied Yuan Zhen. No sooner had Yuan Zhen uttered these words than Ziyue resolutely lowered her hood. Gasps of astonishment arose from the onlookers surrounding her, while those within the palanquin inhaled sharply for various reasons. You are Ziyue, are you not? A trembling voice emerged as a robust middle-aged man in his 50s stepped forth from behind the curtain, tears welling in his eyes. Thank you for remembering my appearance, Ziyue replied, standing rigidly, somewhat overwhelmed by the favorable turn of events. Yuan Zhen grasped Ziyue's hand, which hung at her side, his voice brimming with joy. The Imperial Guard once said, I never imagined I would see you again. He had intended to inquire about the tragic truth of the family's collective suicide 4 years prior, but the multitude of ears around them prompted him to change his words swiftly. Ziyue nodded in understanding. The situation is rather convoluted. If you do not object, I would like to discuss it privately. Foolish child, do not call me old master. Address me as you did before. Uncle, Ziyue called out, her voice tinged with barely contained excitement. My dear child, You have truly endured much over the years, Yu Wenjin said, gently patting her head. Come inside. Not only do we need to discuss the events of 4 years ago, but I also wish to hear about your recent experiences. There is also someone I would like to introduce to you. Uncle, Ziyue said, glancing towards where Yiping stood just before Yu Wenjin stepped over the threshold. Following her gaze, Yu Wenjin was taken aback upon recognizing Yiping's handsome, yet familiar visage. It seems Uncle has already grasped the essence of what I am about to convey, Ziyue remarked. Noting Yu Wenjin's astonishment, it turns out the rumors from 4 years ago held some grain of truth. As Yiping was brought before Yu Wenjin, he murmured softly to himself. Though 4 individuals occupied the study, only Ziyue's voice recounted the harrowing events that transpired at the Shi family 4 years prior. The other 3 listened intently, absorbing the gruesome reality. Yiping, despite being a participant in those events, had not witnessed the scene in the hall. For years later, after hearing the detailed account, he began to comprehend the malevolent roots that had long plagued Ziyue with tormenting nightmares. Why did you not seek us out? Initially, it was the matter of the hidden prince, and later, the evasion of the Imperial Guard as pursuit. Though your father and I are sworn brothers, the bond between our families is even more profound than blood, Yu Wenjin sighed, a note of reproach in his tone, as Madame Yu, with a gentle embrace, consoled Ziyue. Because everyone is aware of the relationship between my uncle and my father, it makes it all the more daunting to seek refuge. I believe that when the series of events unfolded at the Ji family, the Yuan residents must have undergone a thorough search as well. Indeed, there were Imperial troops who came to our home during that time, but one cannot simply. Gao's voice faltered once more. You foolish child, Lord Yuan sighed. I truly find myself at a loss as to whether to commend you for your admirable virtue of considering others, or to reproach you for your foolishness in bearing such burdens alone. Do you truly believe your Uncle Yuan is the sort to shy away from trouble? Witnessing his closest brother in distress, how could he possibly remain indifferent? Under Yuan Zheng's admonishment, Ziyu felt a profound sense of emotion. In the 4 years since losing her parents, this was the first time she felt a warmth akin to parental affection. I understand what Uncle Yuan and Auntie wish to convey. However, let us set aside my foolishness for now. Regarding Peng Er's matter, I am uncertain how to proceed. Yu Wenjing directed his gaze towards Yi Peng, and upon encountering the depths of those eyes, which were far too profound for a 15-year-old, he spoke candidly. Although the Yi clan has reclaimed power and many scattered members of the Yi bloodline have returned to the capital, the status of His Highness Ping is far too unique. It is unlikely that he can simply and directly appear in the palace like the other Yi clan members. Gao stared at her husband in confusion. I do not comprehend your meaning. If His Highness Peng cannot appear directly in the palace, how will the Ji family's grievances be redressed? And what of that unknown villain? Madam, please remain calm. I do not intend to confine His Highness for a lifetime. Are you temporarily concealing me out of fear of the remnants of my great-grandmother's power, or out of dread of the current emperor's ruthless measures to preserve his throne? Yiping arched an eyebrow, responding to Yu Wenjin's piercing gaze, which seemed to test his mettle. Yu Wenjin, appreciating the clarity of thought exhibited by the prince, nodded in acknowledgement. The 2 scenarios you mention are indeed plausible. However, the primary concern lies in the possibility that other ambitious individuals might seek to exploit the current emperor's unstable reign, using the legitimate descendants of the Yi family as a pretext to manipulate His Highness as a puppet, thereby undermining the delicate peace we have only just achieved. Yiping smiled wryly. This royal identity brings no advantages whatsoever. From birth, I have been imprisoned within the confines of the inner palace due to my surname Yi, and I have lived in constant trepidation because of it, only to face the grim specter of death. Now, I may even become a tool for those with ulterior motives. Punger, Ziyue interrupted Yi Peng's lament. Yi Peng raised an eyebrow at Ziyue and replied innocently, I am not mistaken, am I? In a teasing tone, Ziyue admonished. You are overthinking it. If you continue to dwell on such matters, you might as well blame the heavens above, fearing that one day they will come crashing down upon you. After being chided by Ziyue's playful remarks, Yi Peng restrained his dissatisfaction. Though a sense of unwillingness lingered in his heart, he obediently chose to conceal it. Your Highness, there is no need to be overly pessimistic. Once Yang returns, let him inquire about the current situation in the palace with His Royal Highness Long. Perhaps I am merely a foolish old man worrying unnecessarily. Yu Wenjin consoled after observing their communication, which possessed a subtlety surpassing that of blood-related siblings. Do you still remember our Yang? Gao Shi remarked with a hint of intention, glancing at Ziyue. Upon hearing her husband mention their son, she suddenly entertained thoughts akin to those of an old matchmaker. He is Aunt's only son, Ziyue replied honestly, unaware of the intention swirling in Yuan's mind. Although we have heard tales of Brother Yang since our families became acquainted, it is strange that I have never had the opportunity to meet him. Ziyue's subsequent words elicited a shared smile between the Yuan couple. The cultural climate of the Ezhou dynasty was far more liberal than that of previous dynasties. Women were not as constrained from public appearances. Nevertheless, the Ji couple took great care to protect Ziyue, fearing that their beautiful daughter, who had been a stunning beauty since childhood, might attract undesirable attention. I shall find an opportunity to introduce you. Gao Shi managed to restrain herself, wisely diverting the conversation to avoid overwhelming the prospective daughter-in-law, who had yet to receive a formal proposal. Let us not speak of Yang for now. It is more pressing to arrange your accommodations with His Highness. Yi Peng cast a knowing glance at Gao Shi, understanding the intentions of the beautiful noblewoman. While he certainly hoped Ziyue would find a suitable match, he lacked the optimism of Yuan. 2 years ago, he may not have comprehended the emotions Ziyue harbored in her heart, but now he fully grasped the enigmatic conversation that transpired before the steward met his untimely demise at the hands of Wang Wu, a man whom she had never encountered, yet was wanted by the court. By any measure, he was not a figure worthy of bearing the burdens of a lifetime. Nevertheless, for the past 2 years, Ziyue had harbored his image in her heart. Particularly over the preceding year, she had nearly every night clutched her jade pendant, weeping herself to sleep. After all, I am already 20 years old. Marrying now seems rather late. Yiping gazed at Ziyue, who was affectionately entangled with Madame Yuan, and recalled her frequent remarks of late. Given the current circumstances, this lady, so fervently yearning to become a mother-in-law, certainly did not deem her age inappropriate for becoming her son's bride. Since the Gao family intended for Ziyue to be their daughter-in-law, they did not consider the east wing, typically used as a guest room, when arranging the bedroom. Instead, they chose the locking affection pavilion, situated in the western courtyard, designed as the son's new residence. The astute servants in the household quickly discerned their mistress's intentions. Once the location of the new guest became known, Ziyue's treatment resembled that of a young mistress of the house. Although Yiping's identity remained undisclosed, she too benefited from excellent service. Unaware of the underlying dynamics, Ziyue found herself overwhelmed by the excessive attentiveness of the maids and servants. Although she had once been the daughter of a third-rank official and was accustomed to their assistance, the sudden return to such opulence after years of self-sufficiency had rendered her unaccustomed. Having resided in the Huanfu for over 10 days, in an effort to evade the overly attentive service of the maids and the fervent scrutiny of the household, Ziyue developed a penchant for playing hide-and-seek with the others. Her most frequent hiding place was the King's Huxuan in the northern courtyard, where young Master Yuan resided. The choice of this particular refuge was fortuitously informed by intelligence gleaned from her personal maid, Mei Qing, just days prior. On the second day of Ziyue's arrival, Mei Qing, acting on the mistress's orders, escorted her on a tour of the estate. As they passed the entrance of King's Huxuan, she casually introduced its occupant, young Master Yuan, and could not refrain from elaborating. Currently, this place is unoccupied. Apart from the person who comes to clean in the morning, it is seldom graced by human presence, making it the most desolate spot in the estate. After delivering this initial statement, Mei Qing scrutinized Ziyue's response, finding no trace of curiosity on her tranquil countenance, prompting her to abandon any attempts at teasing and to continue with her narrative. The young master rarely stays home. His travels have taken him across the breadth of the nation. However, after spending a month or two away, he inevitably returns to reside for a span of 10 days or so. Yet, this time, he has been away for over 2 months. If I were a man, I too would wish to traverse the land and admire the diverse landscapes, Ziyue sincerely remarked, though her words elicited no interest from Mei Qing. Observing her oblivious mistress, Mei Qing, summoning her courage, boldly stated, "It is said that the young master's frequent departures are in search of a certain lady." In truth, the maid sold to the Yuan family from a young age was not one to indulge in idle gossip, let alone speak of the young master's romantic escapades in the presence of the future mistress. However, after spending several hours in the company of Ziyue, it became apparent that she was a person of gentle disposition and great tolerance, unwilling to allow such an innocent mistress to discover the truth of her husband's affections only after their marriage. Unfortunately, Ziyue was oblivious to Madame Yuan's intention to arrange a match for her, and thus could not appreciate Mei Qing's well-meaning efforts. Ironically, through Mei Qing's introductions, Ziyue, wishing to evade the gaze of others, found herself a splendid sanctuary. After the midday meal, Ziyue sought to avoid the scrutiny of the crowd and ventured alone into the courtyard of Qingzhou Pavilion, adorned with blooming peonies. Leaning against a sturdy tree trunk, she closed her eyes to relish the gentle caress of the breeze. The tranquil atmosphere lulled her into a state of drowsiness. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed before the distant murmur of voices roused her from her deep slumber. Initially, she assumed it was a servant come to tidy up and planned to slip away quietly, only to overhear Master Yuan's voice laced with reprimand. Although she could not discern the words clearly, after a brief silence, Madame Yuan's admonishing tone resonated in her ears. Do not glare at your father. You are well aware of your own actions. You have just returned home and haven't even taken the time to pay your respects to your parents before you prepare to leave again. I have uncovered a useful lead. This time it must be correct, and I do not wish to delay any further, came the voice of an unfamiliar man, eavesdropping in her original position. Ziyue speculated that it was the illustrious young Master Yuan, a figure she had only heard of in name over the years. After all this time of being unacquainted, she finally had the opportunity to hear his voice. 2 guests have arrived at home, and they wish to consult with His Highness Long, so your itinerary. As Yuan Jun's words reached the point where he could see Ziyue, he noticed one of the guests seated on the grass nearby. He spared the lecture intended for his son and replaced it with a beaming smile, greeting the blushing Ziyue. I just saw Mei Qing, breathless and searching for you. How is it that you sit here, so leisurely on the grass, enjoying the cool breeze? Startled, Ziyue rose abruptly, and upon meeting Yuan Jun's kindly gaze, she felt embarrassed for intruding into a private courtyard and lowered her head in unease. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you, and I regret entering young Master S courtyard without permission. Sensing her discomfort and remorse, the gentleman, the owner of Qingzhou Pavilion, had not yet made eye contact with her. But with a relaxed tone, he remarked, there is no need for permission. After all, I spend 90% of my year away from home. This Qingzhou Pavilion remains empty anyway, so if you... Yuan Yang's words trailed off as he caught sight of the enchanting woman before him, rendered momentarily spellbound. His gaze fixated on her flushed visage. You. Unbeknownst to the once loquacious young Master Yuan, he suddenly found himself rendered a stutterer. Ziyue cast a curious glance in his direction, only to be momentarily dazzled by a countenance that stirred palpitations in the hearts of the opposite sex and incited jealousy among his peers. With sword-like brows and deep-set eyes, a high and noble nose graced his delicate lips, which bore a faint smile. Beyond the glimmering light in his eyes, he bore an unmistakable resemblance to Yuan Jun. Yet his features were a perfect inheritance of the exquisite beauty of the Gao lineage. It was not merely his robust, warrior-like physique or his breathtaking appearance that might mislead one into perceiving him as a scholarly figure of soft-spoken elegance. This is one of the guests I have yet to introduce you to, Gao remarked, swiftly approaching Ziyue during the momentary distraction of his son. Yuan Yang blinked as he admired the charming guest in their midst, but his prolonged gaze drew a warning look from Yuan Shen. Fearing the imminent threat of his father's fist should he continue to stare, he cleared his throat and regained the composure he had before encountering Ziyue, inquiring. This young lady seems somewhat familiar. I wonder how she is connected to our family? Indeed, she bears a striking resemblance to your beloved Aunt Ji. Gao responded with a smile. Which Aunt Ji? Yuan Yang shook his head, genuinely perplexed by the cryptic exchange among the 3 individuals before him. If you would only dedicate a little more time to your parents, you might have unraveled the entire matter before laying eyes on Ziyue. Yuan Jin seized the opportunity to admonish his son. What is the matter? Yuan Yang squinted, realizing with dismay that there were certain matters of which he was unaware. Feeling somewhat excluded from his family, Ziyue is the only daughter of your father's sworn brother. Gao Shi, holding Ziyue's hand, led her to stand before Yuan and his son. Sworn brother? Are you referring to Uncle Ji? Yuan Yang's expression turned to one of astonishment. His initial admiration for Ziyue's beauty was completely eclipsed by the revelation of her identity. I had thought, or rather, everyone seemed to think, the Ji family was mistakenly believed to be my woman. Perhaps it was merely my personal maid, Ziyue speculated. Although she could not discern the true circumstances of the situation at that time, she was nonetheless grateful for the misunderstanding by the Imperial Guard. Otherwise, she would have had little hope of evading the court's pursuit while harboring the prince of the Yi family under the guise of being a wanted fugitive. I believe I have a clearer understanding of the assistance you require. Yuan Yang composed himself, shedding his earlier astonishment and returning to his usual calm demeanor. Ziyue offered a somewhat awkward smile, feeling compelled to forewarn him. It may not be as simple as you think, young Master Yuan, for besides me, the last remnant of the Ji family, there is another matter for which I must seek your help. It pertains to His Highness Yi Ping, does it not? Yuan Yang shrugged, his expression remaining unruffled. How did you know? Ziyue asked, gazing at the man with a mixture of surprise and understanding. Indeed, how do you know? Gao Shi glared at her son. Have you two never mentioned anything about His Highness Ping to me? Yuan Yang innocently glanced back at his parents. You've only just returned home for less than half an hour, and you haven't even been informed about Ziyue's matters. Do you think they would tell you about His Highness Ping first? Yu Wenjin replied with irritation, disapproving of his son's overly casual demeanor. Yuan Yang winked at Ziyue, who was intently observing him, his eyes sparkling with mischief. He then took her hand and softly promised, I will certainly assist you to the end. The grievances of the Ji family will surely be vindicated, and as for matters concerning Prince Peng, I will handle them with care. Ziyue looked up at him. His tone resolute, and a memory flickered in her mind. Someone once made a similar promise to her. Yet, that faceless individual was now beyond her reach. In the 2 years since leaving Baoqing, she had often felt an irresistible urge to return to that small cottage, particularly during the days surrounding the 6-month mark. When thoughts of that figure lingered in her mind, both in wakefulness and in dreams. However, the intentions expressed by Yongqin dispelled those thoughts. Even if she were to visit the same place, if the person waiting was not Yuan Yang, it would likely lead to the most unfortunate outcome. It is rather strange that our fathers are sworn brothers, yet we have never met, Yuan Yang exclaimed. Disregarding the presence of his elders as he enthusiastically engaged in conversation with Ziyue, Ziyue discovered that her hand was still clasped within a pair of large hands. Embarrassed, she cast a furtive glance at the Yuan couple, attempting to retract her hand discreetly without drawing their attention. However, Yuan Yang held her firmly, making it impossible to withdraw her hands quietly, and even when the peculiar gaze of the Gao family fell upon her, she could not achieve her aim. Young Master Yuan. My hand. Ziyue awkwardly reminded him, daring not to meet his gaze directly, her eyes fixating instead on the hand he held captive. Do not call me young master. If you do not mind, you may refer to me as Brother Yang, he replied. Brother Yang, my hand. Feigning ignorance. Yuan Yang leaned in closer to Ziyue, his overly flirtatious gesture causing Yuan Zhen to frown. Unable to restrain herself, she intervened and swatted her son's inappropriate hand away. Considering your current behavior, it would have been appropriate for you to have met Ziyue years earlier. With her hands finally freed, Ziyue hastily withdrew them behind her, only to find Yuan Yang still gazing at her with an unsettling intensity that made her feel uncomfortable. Timidly, she gradually shifted behind Gao Shi. Gao Shi could easily discern the unmasked fervent emotions reflected in her son's eyes, although the thought of marriage echoed repeatedly in her mind. She maintained a composed demeanor, exchanging glances with her husband and then surveying both her son and Ziyue, her intentions unmistakable. While Yuan Zhen was indeed pleased to see the daughter of the Ji family potentially becoming their daughter-in-law, he was not as naive as Gao Shi, reflecting on the fact that just moments before, their son had been steadfast in seeking a lover. He could not overlook how swiftly he had altered his intentions upon encountering the beautiful Ziyue, prompting him to hold reservations regarding their engagement. While other men embrace multiple wives, Yuan Zhen remained steadfastly loyal to his one true spouse, apart from the burdens of state affairs that preoccupy his mind. His unwavering affection for Gao Shi is a primary reason for his devotion. He does not expect his son to share the same sentiments. Understanding the challenges a man faces and focusing on a single woman. However, Yuan Yang's swift change of heart renders his father unable to wholeheartedly bless the union of this seemingly perfect couple. As for the bond between our families, a particular memory comes to mind. Gao Shi finally spoke, unable to contain her thoughts. At one point, we even engaged in a betrothal by proxy. Betrothal by proxy? Yuan Zhen raised an eyebrow, utterly perplexed as he gazed at his wife. Betrothal by proxy? Both Yuan Yang and his father echoed in unison, furrowing their brows as they turned to their mother, soon breaking into smiles as they looked toward his fiancée, whom they humorously considered as betrothed. Indeed, Ziyu is considered the bride yet to enter our household, Gao Shi said with a radiant smile. Ziyu, playfully designated as the bride of the Yuan family, burst into laughter. You jest. Our families have only known each other for a mere 15 or 16 years. Both of us are only children. And I have just turned 20 this year. At that time, there was hardly a belly to signify such a betrothal. Yuan Zhen understood the implication, letting out a soft sound of exasperation directed at his wife, his eyes flashing a warning. He then turned to Ziyu, who remained blissfully unaware of Gao Shi's true intentions. Pay no heed to your aunt's nonsensical ramblings. She has a peculiar habit of dreaming in broad daylight. Since my son has resolved to assist you and His Highness Peng, It is prudent that we seek out His Highness together and devise a plan before our guarantor changes their mind. The sooner we resolve this matter, the better. Ziyue nodded in agreement. Before she could extend an invitation to Yuan and his mother, she was firmly pulled away from Qingzhou Pavilion by Yuanshan. Look at your father's reaction, Gao Shi remarked with discontent once she was certain her husband could not overhear. I understand that he has always held a fondness for Ziyue, treating her as his own daughter. However, now he is to marry the very person he regards as a daughter, yet that is his biological son. Indeed, it seems my father is guarding against me as if I were a thief, Yuan Yang replied with a subtle smile, calmly echoing his mother's sentiments as he assisted her in walking. This is all your fault, Gao Shi retorted, directing her ire towards her son. Had you not spent the past year and a half pining for that woman, your father would not have not forgotten her to this day. Yuan Yang thought to himself. Noticing his mother's intense gaze upon him, fearing another round of reproach, he quickly added, my feelings for Sister Ziyue are genuine, and I intend to remain at home for a considerable period. For how long? Gao Shi inquired, her expression rife with skepticism. Addressing the matters concerning Prince Ping and the Ji family, pursuing the woman of one's dreams, marrying, and convincing his new bride to embark on a journey across the vast seas, how much time might such endeavors require? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would certainly take no less than 6 months to a year, Yuan Yang declared, raising his right hand in a solemn gesture of oath. Gao Shi responded with delight. The moment I laid eyes on Ziyue, I knew she was destined to become a daughter-in-law of the Yuan family. How did you come to meet Ziyue? Yuan Yang inquired with curiosity. It was Ziyue who bravely breached numerous guards to intercept your father's palanquin. I heard that she was even knocked to the ground by a guard wielding a scabbard. Fortunately, that guard had the discernment to see she was merely a frail woman and refrained from striking her further. What became of that guard afterward? Yuan Yang asked urgently. Did he not face punishment from my father for injuring someone? Gao Shi cast a puzzled glance at her son. What grounds would there be for punishment? He was merely fulfilling his duty to ensure the safety of his lord. Your expression, along with your words. Gao Shi trailed off, a knowing smile forming on her lips. What are you two whispering about back there? Hurry up, came Yuan Jing's impatient call from ahead. We're coming, Yuan Yang replied, suppressing a smirk on behalf of his mother. He then leaned closer to Gao Shi and whispered, since you understand my intentions, please do me the favor of speaking kindly of Sister Ziyue in the future. In the imperial city, within the Eastern Palace study, in recent years, you have scoured the world in search of news about him, and I had begun to fear that Peng Er had met with misfortune. Who would have thought that one would tread through iron shoes only to find nothing? He is, after all, the youngest legitimate heir of the Yi family. After listening to his cousin's account, Yi Long could hardly conceal his excitement. The sole observer in the room, witnessing his unguarded expression, could not help but chuckle, likely recalling the imposing demeanor his cousin often displayed in public. Stop laughing. How is his health? He must have endured considerable hardship these past few years. The culinary delights of the palace are, of course, beyond his reach. However, being ensnared in a lavish cage is far less appealing than the world outside. After savoring a sip of the exquisite wine brewed within the palace, Yuan Yang responded with a phrase rich in meaning. Indeed, the world beyond is vastly preferable. Look at my current position. Even if I wish to see my nephew, a host of self-serving individuals obstruct my path, forcing me to relent. Upon mentioning this, he recalled the reason his cousin had discreetly requested a private conversation and continued, for now, it is best to follow Lord Huan's arrangement and let Peng Er reside temporarily in the Yuan household, presenting him to the curious as a distant relative. My father's concerns align closely with reality, yet I wonder what aspects prevent the public acknowledgement of His Highness Peng's identity. It pertains to the speculation regarding ambitious individuals who seek to manipulate the emperor to control the lords. Yuan Yang raised his brows with a hint of interest, a touch of enthusiasm brightening his previously languid expression. Which group of individuals are we discussing? If their existence is known, why has no action been taken thus far? On one hand, we have yet to obtain a definitive list. On the other, it appears that among those scheming for the throne, there is a princess and a prince. Yi Long sighed softly. You are well aware of my father's character. He could never bring himself to harm his own flesh and blood. The truth cannot be concealed forever. Miss Ji once stirred a minor commotion to gain an audience with my father, and now her situation has been exaggerated outside. I believe it is only a matter of time before discerning minds unravel her identity, along with the connection to Prince Peng. I understand your concerns, and I do not intend to let this rebellion plot linger for too long. However, speaking of rumors, Perhaps if you were to marry the daughter of the Ji family, it would quell external speculations. Elong jested halfway before abruptly falling silent, his expression turning serious as he apologized. I misspoke. I momentarily forgot about your beloved maiden from Baoqing. My mother seems quite fond of Miss Ji, eagerly wishing to play matchmaker for us, Yuanong remarked, his thoughts drifting to Ziyue, relishing in the delicate shyness she exuded. The maiden known as Ziyue from Baoqing, burdened with the weight of a remarkable secret, had no choice but to face the world with a formidable demeanor. Now, with the support of the Yuan family, the daughter of the priestly clan can finally shed her armored faade, allowing her gentle nature to shine through. This revelation grants Yuanyang a glimpse into her delicate yet resilient true self, rekindling his infatuation with the same individual once more. It seems your esteemed mother may be disappointed, remarked Elong, oblivious to the deeper implications of his cousin's words, still echoing his earlier apology. Yuanyang shook his head. Let us wager with His Highness, not only will she be far from disappointed, but the very matters she longs for will unfold with unexpected ease. Have you changed your heart? Elong inquired, astonished. It was not that he insisted Yuanyang remain devoted to a particular lady, but witnessing the effort his cousin had expended to seek out the whereabouts of that maiden, he found it hard to believe that one so self-determined would agree to a marriage decided by his mother. The full name of the maiden is Ji Ziyue, Yuanyang stated, unwilling to disclose his fiancée's given name to other men. However, Elong was a significant figure, and such trivialities could not be held against him. Ziyue? Is that not the name of your maiden from Baoqing? Elong asked, momentarily taken aback, his expression somewhat bewildered. Thus, I implore His Highness to act swiftly. To conceal the identity of Princess Peng will inevitably delay my own marital affairs, Yuanyang replied, somewhat irked. Marriage. Upon hearing Yuanyang speak this phrase, which seemed so incongruous with him, Elong could not help but spit out the tea he had just sipped. I realize it sounds peculiar coming from my lips, but your Highness's demeanor is quite lacking in decorum. Let's set aside my demeanor for now. There is a pressing matter at hand, Elong exclaimed urgently. While I am well aware of your affections for Ziyue, what of her own desires? Has she consented to your unilateral decisions? More importantly, is she aware that you are the target of a royal manhunt? Without your Highness's permission, I would naturally not disclose such matters, even if they pertain to my lifelong happiness. Had you omitted that last statement, it would have been rather charming flattery. Nevertheless, I genuinely congratulate you on finding the woman of your dreams. In response to his cousin's heartfelt congratulations, Yuanyang could only manage a self-deprecating smile. The notion of searching implied his own inadequacy. The beloved he had regained was not a result of his own efforts, but rather a fortunate happenstance. Seeing Ziyue at Qingzhou Pavilion and understanding the general course of events, my first thought was simply one of humiliation. Humiliation? Elong observed the furrowed brow of his cousin with keen interest. Were it not for his cousin's evident distress, he might have believed that the man before him was merely lamenting without cause. When Ziyue spoke of her grievances back then, I surprisingly did not think of the matter concerning the Ji family. At that time, the only incident in the capital was the tragedy of the Ji family. Even more distressing was that, despite having encountered Prince Peng, I felt a sense of familiarity yet failed to realize that the youth before me was the very person I had been searching for over the past 2 years. Yiping had long been imprisoned within the depths of the imperial palace, and as a prince of the Yi family, it was exceedingly difficult for anyone to meet him, let alone an outsider. The reason Yuanyang felt a sense of recognition was undoubtedly due to the striking resemblance between the young prince and the youthful Elong. Speaking of Penger, in a little while, I wish to visit him at the Huanan residence, Elong expressed. Despite already having 3 children of his own, he felt an undeniable bond with his nephew since the moment Yipeng was born, not merely to see him, but also to catch a glimpse of the lady who occupies your thoughts day and night. Yuanyang grumbled softly, disliking the teasing smile on Elong's face. When will I be able to reveal my identity to her? Regardless of whether Ziyue chooses the Red Fox or Yuanyang, it leaves me quite unsettled. Such greed. Elong clicked his tongue. I do not intend to torment you. It is merely that the current situation remains rather precarious, and this is not an opportune moment to make any declarations. Yuanyang shot a glance at his cousin, skepticism glimmering in his eyes. It seemed that amidst his cousin's well-articulated reasoning, the word deliberately stood out prominently. Ziyue is not one to gossip. Since your Highness has allowed Zhong Zhanshu to partake in the Red Fox's plans, there is no one who cannot be informed. Throughout the generations, the Zhong family has served in the court, being esteemed as the founding heroes of the Zhou dynasty. The Yuan family shares a long-standing friendship with this historical lineage. which compelled Yuan Yangfang to forge a close bond with his contemporary, Zhong Zhansu, akin to childhood companions. This friendship, it seems, is indissoluble. Indeed. It appears you hold quite the reservations about your old friend, Yilong remarked with a hearty laugh. Aside from his silver-tongued flattery, he possesses few other faults. My greatest concern lies in his honeyed words, Yuan Yang thought, aware that most individuals are inclined to relish flattery. He contemplated concealing Ziyu in a place where others could not find her, fearing that a moment's negligence might transform a two-decade friendship into a rivalry for affection. Chapter 4. Are you still accustomed to your residence? A low, soothing voice resonated through the garden of the Locking Emotions Pavilion, adorned with an array of summer blooms. A mere exchange of pleasantries, yet it inexplicably sent a shiver through those who heard it. Ziyu turned to gaze upon the distinguished figure of Yuan Yang, who approached her with a smile that was both reserved and courteous, one she had grown accustomed to. It had been 10 days since the well-traveled Yuan Gongzi returned like a weary bird to its nest. Aside from his initial excitement upon meeting Ziyu at the Qingzhou Pavilion, their subsequent interactions were characterized by refined decorum. Perhaps due to this gentle demeanor, Ziyu, who was not adept at engaging with the opposite sex, found herself at ease with this exceptionally remarkable man. Unlike the men who typically surrounded her, Yuan Yang did not shy away from subtly expressing his intentions of closeness. Everyone has been exceedingly kind to me. Even more so than when I was the young lady of the Ji family, Ziyu responded with a smile of equal warmth. This captivating expression of Ziyu's further enhanced her already enchanting countenance, adding an irresistible allure. Yuan Yang was utterly captivated by her radiant visage, momentarily frozen in place. Though the comparison of a woman outshining flowers is apt, Ziyu's beauty transcends such simple descriptions. That's not merely a polite platitude, I hope, Yuan Yang inquired casually. Regaining his composure. As he spoke, he made sure to maintain the gentle demeanor he had consistently displayed over the past 10 days, lest he inadvertently reveal his inner thoughts and frighten away the person he had finally managed to meet. If I were to pinpoint anything I find unsettling, it would be the excessive attentiveness of the servants, Ziyu replied, her flawless dark eyes fixed on him with unwavering trust, oblivious to his arduous efforts at concealment. Their attentiveness, of course, stems from treating you as the future young mistress of the Yuan family. Most people lament receiving insufficient pampering, yet you find it excessive. It seems you are unaware of your own good fortune, Yuan Yang chuckled softly, drawing closer to her and joining his beloved on the long bench. Ziyu glanced uneasily at Yuan Yang, who was sitting far too close for comfort, noting the ample space around them that could easily accommodate 10 more people, and sensed his deliberate attempt to create intimacy. On ordinary days, she, who adhered strictly to propriety, would have undoubtedly risen to express her stance and moved to another seat. However, upon encountering Yuan Yang's seemingly innocent visage, she found herself chastising her own thoughts, as if her overly calculative demeanor had misjudged his unpretentious actions. What is my dear sister Ziyue pondering so deeply? Yuan Yang inquired, softening his tone. Nothing much, Ziyue replied with an awkward smile. The thoughts that had troubled her were matters she could never allow others to discover. Yuan Yang offered a faint smile, seemingly perceptive of her discomfort, and kindly refrained from pressing further. As Ziyue gazed at the young man's smile beside her, memories of another man, who lingered in her heart, resurfaced. When Fengyang had exhibited an unmistakable firmness, an unyielding nature that left no room for dissent, even upon their first encounter. In contrast, Yuan Yang remained the epitome of gentility and grace. Yet, Ziyue had sensed the latent intensity concealed within when Fengyang's assertiveness, a formidable aura that both intrigued and unsettled her. After much effort to carve out time to share with Ziyue, Yuan Yang was reluctant to let their moment of solitude pass in silence. He broke the stillness by asking, "While I have heard a general account from my father regarding your experiences with Yi Peng over the past 4 years, I am curious as to why you both abruptly left Baocheng." This inquiry had lingered in his mind since the moment he first laid eyes upon Ziyue. However, in an effort to avoid appearing overly reckless and potentially alarming her, he had reluctantly held his tongue for several days. Now, he had reached the limits of his patience. "It's due to a rather unfortunate incident, not something I would readily discuss," Ziyue replied, clearly reluctant to delve into that troubling period. The proximity of Youqin's courtship and the promise made with Wen Fengyang weighed heavily on her thoughts each time she thought of Youqin. It stirred emotions within her that she struggled to quell, memories of a man she had only met twice, and speculations about what her fate with Wen Fengyang might have been had the passionate captain not intervened. "Has a man been bothering you?" Yuan Yang pressed on, oblivious to the fact that Zu's thoughts were consumed by him. His tone was laced with urgency and apprehension, while he yearned to uncover the true reasons behind Zu's departure. He was equally fearful that she might be fleeing from the entanglements of the Red Fox. "Why are you so interested in my affairs, Brother Yang?" Zu feigned a smile, shifting a few inches toward the corner. "It's out of concern for you, considering the duration of your stay in Baocheng. It seems to align precisely with the time 2 years ago when the court dispatched the Imperial Guards to apprehend the Red Fox," Yuan Yang asserted, intensifying his efforts to draw her into recounting past events. Upon hearing the term Red Fox, Zu felt a tightening in her chest, maintaining an air of feigned composure. She inquired, "Are you worried that the Red Fox poses a threat to us?" As she raised an eyebrow in question, her right hand instinctively grasped the yellow pouch hanging at her waist. "Or are you concerned that the guards might uncover Peng'er's identity?" Yuan Yang cast a glance at the delicate neck exposed by Zu's low-cut neckline, the graceful curve, and alluring collarbone devoid of any adornment. Evidently, Zu paid no heed to the tokens of affection. In the absence of a clear response from her, he had already ventured to draw a painful conclusion. After mustering his composure, Yuan Yang maintained his unchanging smile while observing the anxious Zu. With a tone tinged with self-mockery, he jested. "Shall I attempt to guess the circumstances of yesteryear? Might it be that the Red Fox, while being pursued, sought refuge in your abode, only to be captivated by your beauty? And once the Imperial troops withdrew, he shamelessly returned to pester you, forcing you to relocate?" Zu gasped, her heart racing at his jesting surmise. A pang of sorrow gripped Yuan Yang's heart. "Your expression suggests I have hit the mark," he noted, save for the last remark. He had been spot on. "Brother Yang, you possess an uncanny insight." Zu, apprehensive that he might continue to speculate wildly, was compelled to reveal a fragment of the truth. "Regrettably, you have misidentified the subject. Peng'er and I were compelled to relocate to another town, entirely unrelated to the Red Fox. It was due to the captain of the Imperial troops, who, it seemed to align with your conjectures. To avoid unnecessary complications, we had no choice but to leave the place we had grown accustomed to." "Are you implying that the captain of the Imperial troops harassed you?" "The harassment is not that severe." Zu rubbed her hands together, observing the fleeting look of horror on Yuan Yang's face, uncertain of how to continue. Yuan Yang gently patted her hand to offer reassurance. Realizing that his expression was the primary cause of her unease, he quickly adopted a more composed demeanor. "Do not be alarmed. I shall not devour you. Since you are unsure of where to begin, perhaps you could recount the events as they transpired. It would be best to clarify the matter regarding when Fengyang as well." Faced with Yuan Yang's insistence, Zu reluctantly recounted the incident involving Wang Wu's aggression, the timely rescue by Yongqin, and subsequently hinted at his proposal. She spoke of the circumstances surrounding the death of the steward who had protected her, her eyes involuntarily welling with tears. At the sight of the ailing steward, Yuan Yang had realized that his time was limited. Yet he had not anticipated that the extinguishing of his life would not be due to illness, but rather at the hands of a beastly man. Yuan Yang offered a handkerchief, but she did not take it. Instead, he gently wiped away her tears. Were it not for the recollection of Yuan Yang being a refined gentleman, what he truly desired in that moment was to embrace Yue tightly, akin to when Fengyang's fervor, vowing never to release the one he cherished. Zu lifted her gaze, offering a shy smile to the one who gazed at her intently, justifying her unexpected display of emotion. "I was never one to cry so easily. I do not know why, but now, as I speak, tears just flow. It matters not. If you wish to weep, let the tears flow freely. Should a mere handkerchief prove insufficient, I offer you my sleeves and the expanse of my front as well." Zu was soon coaxed into laughter, the melancholic emotions of the previous moment dissipating entirely. "If only you were truly my elder brother. These 4 years spent in seclusion would not feel so interminable." A casual remark slipped from her lips, yet she found herself unexpectedly reliant on Yuan Yang, earnestly desiring the presence of such a protector by her side. "Fortunately, I am not your elder brother. I have my heart set on becoming your husband." Yuan Yang's thoughts diverged entirely from Zu's. He noted that she did not reject the refined and courteous demeanor he had displayed over the past 10 days, and indeed, she seemed to harbor a degree of trust towards him. Seizing the opportunity presented by this Yuan Yang, he pressed on with fervor. "Though I am not your elder brother, you are now my esteemed guest. Should any grievances arise in the future, I vow to champion your cause. Yet, the first order of business was to deal with that fellow named Wang Wu. You, Uncle Yuan and Auntie, you have all treated me with such kindness. I am genuinely astonished by your generosity. You are simply being too courteous." We consider you as family, and to remain overly concerned with formalities would be rather distant. Yuan Yang seized the moment to express, I admire the gentleness of my dear sister Ziyue. However, it is only fitting that she possesses a bit of temper from time to time. Ziyue responded with surprise. There are usually only admonitions to amend one's bad temper. How is it that Yuando unexpectedly wishes for me to act like a shrew? It is because I fear your overly kind nature may lead you to suffer losses at the hands of others. Yuan Yang considered himself a greedy man. He relished the sight of Ziyue's gentle demeanor. Yet he also recalled the girl from Baoqing who donned a resolute mask while contending with the red fox. I can be quite sharp-tongued as well. Though you have yet to witness it, Ziyue retorted defiantly. She failed to perceive the deeper sentiment in Yuan Yang's words. On one hand, her heart remained tethered to Wen Fengyang. Even if she recognized the affections expressed by other men, she instinctively refrained from probing further. On the other hand, she could blame Mei Qing's meddling, which perpetually reminded her that her elder brother Yang harbored feelings for another, thus erecting an invisible barrier between them. Perhaps one day I shall witness the other side of Sister Ziyue, Yuan Yang remarked with ulterior motives. The visage of a shrew is utterly hideous. I would rather spare brother Yang from such a sight, Ziyue replied. When Yuan Yang transformed into the red fox, he had once told Ziyue that his intuition was remarkably accurate, regardless of how genuine his claims of intuition might have been. His concerns regarding the Prince Yilong's worries about Zhong Zhanqiu were entirely justified. As the eldest son of the Zhong family, who had long-standing ties with the Yu family, he was a frequent guest at the Yu residence. Coincidentally, there were rampant rumors circulating through the capital about a beautiful woman intercepting the sedan share of a government official. In fulfilling both his father's directive and his own curiosity, he resolved to verify the matter directly by paying a visit. It is uncertain whether Zhong Zhanqiu is simply fortunate or if Yuan Yang is beset by misfortune this year. As those who come to inquire about news at the Huanan residence bypass the tedious formalities of greeting the elders and instead find themselves in the front courtyard, where they encounter an undeniable beauty. Upon the return of the owner of Qi Zhuxian, Ziyue found her hiding spots diminished. To evade the persistent attentions of the servants, she was compelled to wander about the house with Yipeng, to avoid prying eyes seeking to uncover her affairs. Ziyue and Yipeng typically occupied themselves in the central courtyard or the rear garden. However, this time, having heeded the advice of the Gao family, they sought refuge in the stone pavilion by the lotus pond to enjoy the coolness and scenery, only to be unexpectedly discovered by Zhong Zhanqiu. Those eyes darting about mischievously are a clear indication of ill intent, Yipeng remarked to Ziyue afterward, infused with excessive personal bias. In terms of appearance and stature, Zhong Zhanqiu would not appear overshadowed beside the imposing Yuan Yang, and the eyes Yipeng criticized, with their glimmering brilliance, might merely suggest a certain cleverness. Do not be alarmed. I am not a villain, Zhong Zhanqiu hastily interjected as the beauty, upon noticing the stranger's entrance into the pavilion, instinctively rose to depart. I am Zhong Zhanqiu, a close friend of Yuan Yang. Those who proclaim themselves as not being bad are often the most dubious, Yipeng mused. Her voice raised enough for all present to hear. The security at the Anfu mansion is so stringent. How could they possibly allow any dangerous individuals to enter? Zhong Zhanqiu attempted to persuade while effortlessly seating himself on the vacant stone bench beside the two, his gaze fixed intently on the distinguished figures of the city. With merely a delicate visage, she could easily render numerous men at her feet. Not to mention the exquisite appearance presented before him, adorned in a pale blue short robe embellished with floral patterns. Her flowing gown draped in a sheer silk skirt woven with threads of gold and silver, and a soft pink shawl gracefully complementing the colorful floral adornment on her brow, she was stunning to the point of being almost illicit, given the vigilance of the mansion. Young Master Zhong is indeed not considered a dangerous individual, Ziyue replied, wishing to disregard the advances of the unfamiliar man, yet reluctant to leave in a manner that might appear weak. After finally mustering the courage to speak, she realized he had completely ignored her words. Yipeng, sharing the male perspective, deduced the reason for Zhong Zhanqiu's distraction. He held a historical text before him. Though young Master Zhong may not be a dangerous individual, he certainly poses a troublesome presence. Zhong Zhanqiu chuckled awkwardly at his moment of indiscretion. After pushing aside the obstruction before him, he inquired with a smile, how do we address the young master and the young lady? You must be the guests renowned in the rumors surrounding the Yuan family. Oh, so it is for us that young Master Zhong has come. What do the city's whispers say about us? Ziyue retorted with a question of her own. She was aware that the scene she had enacted at the gates of Anfu Mansion would surely invite gossip, yet the Yuan family had shielded her well, remaining tight-lipped about the nature of the rumors. Zhong Jishu cleared his throat awkwardly. Everyone is speculating with vivid imagination, although the conjectures about your identity vary in nature, whether favorable or unfavorable. To voice any of them in front of you is rather abrupt and inconsiderate. The most commonplace and harmless narrative depicts Ziyue as the illegitimate daughter of Yuan Jun, with Yiping naturally being her full-blooded brother. Another theory suggests she is a girl entangled with Yuan Yang, who, having been abandoned, seeks refuge. However, the most incredulous notion posits that Ziyue is Yuan's concealed concubine. Regardless of which version Zhong Jishu previously favored, upon encountering the subject herself, the absurd rumors swiftly crumbled. Ziyue exuded an aura of such freshness and purity that she could only be cherished as a legitimate wife by the men of the Yuan household. The idea of her being an illegitimate daughter was utterly implausible. What father would allow such a remarkable daughter to expose herself to the public eye? It appears the rumors have spread quite poorly. It must be difficult for Uncle Yuan, Ziyue remarked with a bitter smile. Having gleaned part of the truth from Zhong Jishu's expression, the Yuan family is undoubtedly suffering, but your reputation has also been tarnished. Zhong Jishu cautioned. Ziyue shrugged nonchalantly. After all, I am a nameless individual. Let them say what they wish. Regardless of fame or notoriety, as a young lady, one ought to be mindful of her reputations. Zhong Jishu urged earnestly. Yet the mouth belongs to another, and once words are to be spoken, nothing can hinder them. Ziyue smiled. Astonished by the unexpected defense from someone she had just met, Zhong Jianshu gazed at the tranquil figure at the center of the rumors, perplexed as to whether she was oblivious to the potency of the gossip or simply too ethereal to be affected. I dislike the way you look at her. Yiping interjected, shielding Ziyue from Zhong Jianshu's penetrating gaze. If you continue to regard Sister Ziyue in such a manner, I assure you, you shall not exit the Yuan household. So, the lady's name is Ziyue. What a beautiful name. Zhong Jianshu mused, and after a brief moment, he suddenly leapt to his feet, exclaiming, You mean Ziyue? The purple Ziyue, as in the color and moon? That name haunted his dreams. It had become a recurring nightmare for him. 2 years prior, upon returning from a mission, Yuan Yang had whispered that name in his ear, after enduring it for half a year. He had hoped the echoes of Ziyue would fade. Yet, the absence of his beloved only led his old friend to mention her name even more frequently, especially during drunken ramblings. Do you know me? Ziyue asked, gazing at the man whose handsome face was now contorted in confusion. How could I not? I truly wish I remained unaware, for then I could have claimed you as my bride. Zhong Jianshu lamented with a heavy sigh. It was rare for him to encounter a beauty capable of stirring his heart, yet she was already spoken for. He could disregard other suitors with reckless abandon. But the man who had captured Ziyue's affections was beyond his reach. How do you know about Sister Ziyue? Yipeng positioned himself in front of the one mourning his fleeting romance, effectively obstructing his fervent gaze directed at Ziyue. Of course I know, because Zhong Jianshu also knows the truth behind the Zhejiang family tragedy. Before Yuan Yang could arrive, his voice preemptively filled the space, cutting off Zhong Jianshu's unspoken words with an overwhelming volume. The interrupted individual turned towards Yuan Yang, his face a canvas of confusion. Fortunately, his intellect did not falter. Under the fierce gaze of Yuan Yang, coupled with the reminder of the surname Ji, he grasped the connection to the Zhejiang family, where he had sworn brotherhood with the esteemed Yuan Yang. On the day Yuan Yang encountered Yi Long, Zhong Jianshu, thanks to the prince's benevolence, had acquired a brief understanding of the Zhejiang heiress and Yipeng. However, Yuan Yang, seemingly apprehensive, had recounted the tale in such vague terms that Zhong Jianshu, having only absorbed half of the narrative, failed to link the two guests from the Yu family with the Zhejiang heiress. So you are aware of our family's matters. I misjudged you earlier. I should not have considered you a troublesome figure seeking information. Ziyue offered Zhong Jianshu a relaxed smile. You are not mistaken. While Zhong Jianshu is privy to certain inside information, he indeed qualifies as a troublesome individual. Yuan Yang settled into a seat beside Ziyue, giving his friend a supportive nudge. He then turned his gaze to Ziyue, solemnly advising, in future encounters with this troublesome friend of mine, it would be prudent to keep your distance. Ziyue blinked, then smiled warmly. Brother Yang, are you jesting with me? Why speak of a good friend in such a manner? He is indeed jesting with you, replied Zhong Jianshu, pushing aside Yuan Yang, eager to respond. Although one should not jest with a friend's spouse, it would be unreasonable to refrain from sharing a few words. Are you truly joking? Yipeng asked earnestly, gazing intently at Yuan Yang. I sincerely hope this proposal is genuine. For your troublesome friend just cast a rather dubious glance at Sister Ziyue. Since we are currently residing in your esteemed abode, it is your duty as the host to ensure her protection. Yu Wenyang shot a glare at Zhong Zhanxiu. Their brief exchange conveyed a clear warning to his longtime friend. Your Highness, this is exceedingly unfair. In what way do I fall short of Yu Wenyang? Why is it that you entrust Ziyue to his care, yet forbid me from crossing the threshold? Such flattery is excessive, Yiping remarked succinctly, prompting a hearty laugh from Yu Wenyang. This was a shared understanding between him and Yilong regarding Zhong Zhanxiu's shortcomings. And it was unexpected for a boy who had been in his company for less than half an hour to articulate it so pointedly. Ziyue listened intently to the genuine laughter emanating from Yu Wenyang. Having spent a few days in his company, she had noted his consistently polite demeanor, often marked by a subtle smile that seemed somewhat forced. Yet now, this unpretentious laughter revealed a different facet hidden beneath his gentle facade. I apologize if my exuberant laughter startled you, Yu Wenyang said, noticing Ziyue's unwavering gaze upon him, and he tempered his mirth. No, I relish the sound of your unabashed laughter, Ziyue replied, unable to contain herself. Only after the words escaped her lips did she realize their audacity, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet the 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon her. Yu Wenyang gently placed his large hand over the delicate, slender hands of Ziyue resting on the table, leaning slightly towards her as he spoke softly. I am delighted that you enjoy my laughter. You appear so delicate and fragile. I was afraid that my unrefined voice might shatter you on the spot. What a nauseating thing to say, Zhong Zhanxiu scoffed, never having witnessed his friend exhibit such tenderness, which sent shivers down his spine. Yiping cast a disdainful glance at the one who had voiced the complaint, later realizing that his presence was quite intrusive beside the enchanting couple, thus sacrificing himself to drag him out of the pavilion. Your Highness, this is truly most unfair. Zhong Zhanxiu followed Yiping out of the pavilion, and once they had distanced themselves from Yu Wenyang and the others, he jested more than sincerely about his grievances. Yiping's gaze lingered on Ziyue, yet he addressed Zhong Zhanxiu, saying, Open your eyes and see for yourself. In comparison to Yu Wenyang, it is indeed Brother Yuan and Sister Ziyue who are better matched. I do not believe that I am mismatched with Miss Ziyue. Among the 4 young masters of the capital, my rank is still above Yu Wenyang, Zhong Zhanxiu asserted. The 4 young masters of the capital? Yipeng raised an eyebrow. What on earth is that? I've read quite a bit, but I've only heard of the 7 scholars of Jianan. Zhong Zhanxiu shook his head and sighed. Truly a case of ignorance. Initially, he intended to elaborate further, but upon catching sight of Yipeng's disapproving gaze, he opted to address the main topic. The 4 of us have even been the subjects of a poem composed by a well-meaning individual. Without waiting for a question from his companion, or perhaps fearing that Yiping had no desire to inquire, he took the initiative to recite. The Yi Prince stands proud among the masses. The Zhong heir renowned for his charm, distant kinship renders coldness, while the carefree spirit wanders in the realm of Yuan. Yiping wore a skeptical expression. You're not fabricating a poem to deceive me simply because I'm temporarily unable to leave the Yuan residence, are you? Though I may have a flair for embellishment, I would never stoop to deceit. The Yi Prince referenced in the poem pertains to your uncle, the current crown prince, Yi Long. Uncle Long. How has he been? After living outside for these past few years, he is perhaps the only one from the palace I truly miss. Having been crowned as crown prince and becoming the target of many noble women's affections, His Highness Long is undoubtedly among the most fortunate individuals I know, though one must now also consider Yu Wenyang in that regard. Mentioning the name of an old friend reminded Zhong Zhanxiu of the multitude of reasons he had to engage with the young prince. Having shared all this, Your Highness must concede that I could hardly be outdone by Yu Wenyang. It is evident that you are quite concerned about Miss Ziyue's future. But before you hastily bestow her upon a man with whom she has barely exchanged a few words, it would be prudent to observe other worthy suitors in the vicinity. Even though you and Sister Ziyue appear quite compatible, there is one aspect in which you cannot rival Yu Wenyang. Yiping deliberately paused, observing that Zhong Zhanxiu had extended his neck in anticipation before he declared, it is fundamentally a matter of Sister Ziyue's mindset. She feels far more at ease beside Yu Wenyang than she does in the company of other men. It seems she can almost forget about that incident with the red fox. The rapport between Miss Ziyue and Yu Wenyang is akin to a fledgling recognizing the first creature it encounters as its mother. In terms of the ritual of Ziyue, Yu Wenyang merely benefits from his father's influence. Were it not for the bonds formed by the previous generation, he might very well have come to our clan seeking aid today. And the person with whom he shares a connection would not be the fortuitously favored young master Yu Wenyang. Zhong Zhanxiu's words carried an underlying meaning. Ziyue and the Red Fox had known each other for 2 years, which naturally gave him an advantage in terms of time. However, at this moment, both Yu Wenyang and Zhong Zhanqiu were, for Miss Ziyue, merely strangers she had only recently encountered. If she were to pursue earnestly, considering his eloquence, he might not necessarily be outdone by Yu Wenyang, who relied on the connections of the previous generation. Yi Peng, unaware of the intricate implications within Zhong Zhanqiu's words, assumed he was filled with jealousy and cautioned, "A man consumed by envy is the most repugnant. It is a pity that young Master Zhong is naturally handsome. Do refrain from straying onto a misguided path. I am not jealous. Ordinary individuals seldom acknowledge their own mistakes. You ought to be grateful that I pointed it out for you, preventing you from straying down the wrong path in the future. Why then, do you wear such an unrepentant expression?" The earlier remarks were made with genuine concern, yet this current statement carried a playful undertone. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness," Zhong Zhanqiu replied, unable to articulate his defense, his tone laced with irritation. No need for formality. Yi Peng accepted the gratitude without hesitation. Redirecting their gaze back to the pavilion, Yi Peng raised an eyebrow at the fuming Zhong Zhanqiu. "Look, they truly complement each other." Following Yi Peng's gaze, Zhong Zhanqiu observed that Ziyue displayed a softness towards Yu Wenyang that she had never shown him. Though begrudging, he couldn't help but consider from an objective standpoint, even if Ziyue harbors no interest in the Red Fox, it matters little. Her affections for young Master Yuan are evidently sincere. The two heartbroken gentlemen stood at a distance, contemplating the most opportune moment to return to the pavilion, when a high-pitched feminine voice pierced the air like a siren's call. "Damn, it's Miss Qian," Zhong Zhanqiu exclaimed in surprise. Disregarding the stunned young prince beside him, he, despite his recent heartbreak, gallantly rushed into the pavilion, intending to offer Yu Wenyang a warning. However, he barely managed to utter the name Qian Ruru before the lady herself made her grand entrance. Qian Ruru may lack the exquisite beauty of Ziyue, yet her voluptuous figure adorned with the latest fashionable attire, exquisite makeup, and decorative embellishments undoubtedly places her among the most illustrious beauties of the capital. The torment that Yu Wenyang endured at the hands of Qian Ruru can be traced back 4 years. At that time, the wealthy Qian Yuanwei, residing in the southern part of the city, acquired a grand residence in the north and, in celebration of his housewarming, distributed business cards to pay visits to the local aristocracy. Initially, the officials in the court were rather dismissive of the merchant. But fate intervened when a red fox was set to grace the Qian residence, compelling one of the nobles to lower his status and attend the banquet to gather intelligence. Whereupon Qian Ruru, the eldest daughter of the Qian family, took a keen interest in him. Having experienced Qian Ruru's relentless pursuit on multiple occasions, Yu Wenyang, before he could utter a word, instinctively sprang into action, pulling the bewildered Ziyue behind him. Zhong Zhanqiu, ever the epitome of propriety, did not hesitate to stand by Yu Wenyang's side, creating a human barrier against the venomous glare that Qian Ruru cast upon Ziyue. Concealed behind these two imposing figures, Ziyue could surmise the predicament she was about to face and could not suppress a chuckle at the exaggerated antics of the men before her. Meanwhile, Yi Peng, intent on seizing the opportunity for entertainment, had already approached her side. "I am not some man-eating she-devil. Look at how you two gentlemen are treating her like a treasured heirloom. If this gets out, it will surely have those gossips in stitches," Qian Ruru declared. Having found herself a seat, her tongue sharp and unrelenting, Miss Qian possesses an innate beauty that captivates the eye, and from any angle. She does not resemble a fearsome figure. Our presence merely obstructs your view, as we are concerned that guests in the Yuan residence might feel inadequate upon beholding your exquisite countenance. Zhong Zhanqiu, with an unperturbed visage, spun this tale, while Yu Wenyang discerned the veiled mockery aimed at Qian Ruru. Indeed, a master of eloquent flattery, he mused, protected by her two gallant guardians. Ziyue found herself in a place of safety, yet boredom crept in. Upon hearing Zhong Zhanqiu's remarks, she silently conveyed her thoughts to Yi Peng through lip movements. Yi Peng shrugged, seemingly indicating, "I was aware of this all along. Rumor has it that the maiden from the Yuan family is a breathtaking beauty, and I, a mere commoner, cannot possibly compare." "Young Master Zhong, spare us your insincere compliments," Qian Ruru retorted. Though she was undeniably infatuated with Yu Wenyang and possessed a keen intellect, "I shall not be disheartened by the presence of beauty. I implore you to shift aside, that I may become acquainted with my esteemed sister." Naturally, Yu Wenyang was unwilling to permit his cherished companion to be tarnished by the envy of others. While he contemplated a means of extricating her, Ziyue had already darted past two gentlemen and seated herself opposite Qian Ruru. Miss Qian, may I inquire about your given name? Ziyue asked, adorned with an appropriate smile. What a vision of loveliness, rendering men unable to divert their gaze. Qian Ruru, brimming with confidence just moments prior, found her assurance waning upon witnessing Ziyue's beauty. After a brief pause, she resolved not to be overshadowed, defiantly responding, Ruru. As in to achieve one's desires, may I ask for your name? The purple moon, a moon of violet hue. The composed Ziyue responded calmly, then pulled Yiping to the seat beside her. This is my younger brother, merely named Fan. Qian Ruru deliberately shifted her gaze between Yiping and Ziyue, and after a moment, spoke with a hint of malice. It seems the rumors circulating outside are indeed unworthy of credence. It has been said that you two are the illegitimate children of Lord Yuan, but having seen you both with my own eyes, I find no resemblance whatsoever to Lord Yuan. There are also whispers that Miss Ziyue might be a hidden mistress of his. She paused, not daring to utter the term concubine, as Yuan Yang's piercing gaze bore down upon her. I believe the rumors have been greatly exaggerated. Miss Qian's visit to the Huanan Manor, like that of young Master Zong, is to inquire about matters concerning my brother and me, I presume. It appears that my brother and I have suddenly become the center of attention, which is rather surprising. However, rumors cease with the wise. Miss Qian, upon our first meeting, strikes me as an intelligent individual, and I doubt you would lend credence to the unfounded gossip of the streets. Ziyue offered a faint smile to Hiruru, dismissing the other's malicious provocation while deftly turning the tables. Yiping observed the uncertain demeanor of Qian Ruru, who was at a loss for how to proceed, and the astonished expressions of the two men witnessing Ziyue's calmness, secretly amused. The jealousy of beautiful women often leads to harsh words, a timeless truth that remains constant wherever one may go. Even the gentlest of women, amidst hundreds of malicious confrontations, inevitably learn to devise their own strategies for adaptation. Having spent 4 years by Ziyue's side, Yipeng had witnessed enough to firmly believe in her capabilities. Speaking of which, it is truly the neighbors or families of long-standing acquaintance that feel far more intimate than distant relatives. After a brief silence, Ziyue suddenly spoke again. Yuan Yang noticed the spark of cleverness in Ziyue's eyes and inquired, why do you say that all of a sudden? Although I am a distant relative of the Yuan family, the guards at Huanan residence have never laid eyes upon this remarkably outstanding relative of theirs. Despite my earnest attempts to persuade them, I was still denied entry. It was only after much effort that I managed to see Uncle Jiwen. But I was met with a barrage of embellished tales from the outside. In contrast, esteemed guests such as Miss Qian and young Master Zong can casually greet the gatekeepers and enjoy unfettered access to the residence. Ziyue's lengthy discourse was intended to quell the rumors circulating outside, since the guards of Huanan could not prevent curious onlookers from probing into the residence. And she and Yiping could not perpetually avoid visitors. They had no choice but to employ the ruse of claiming a cousinly relationship with the Yuan family. However, the first listener, Qian Ruru, who regarded Yuan Yang as forbidden fruit, could only be expected to sing praises for Ziyue, given their profound understanding of Qian Ruru's character. Yuan Yang and Zong Zhanshu merely hoped that the rumors would not escalate further. Why do you refuse to allow me to protect you? Yuan Yang asked, bewildered, after the uninvited guest had departed. Internally, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at not being able to assume the role of the heroic savior. If today I were to be harmed by a man of far greater physical strength than my own, I would certainly not overestimate my abilities and provoke him. However, the individual I just faced was merely a woman who resorts to words as her weapon. A woman's conflict should be dealt with by women themselves. While that may be true, you have always regarded me as a virtuous and gentle person. I have mentioned that I, too, possess the gift of eloquence. Yet you refuse to believe it. Are you now taken aback by my more boisterous demeanor? Ziyu inquired, her expression devoid of any concern, whether good or bad. It was merely her unchangeable nature, and thus there was no need to conceal it or fear disdain from others. Miss Ziyu is indeed blessed, whether in her gentle and kind demeanor or her assertive and boisterous side. Both are qualities that men would revere as divine. Zong Zhanshu interjected. His overly flattering remark earned him eye rolls from the other two men present, especially from Yuan Yang, who felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, it was a sentiment he believed should have originated from him. To hear it from another man only rendered it crass and revolting. I initially took some pride in my boisterousness, but hearing young Master Zong's words, I now feel I ought to reconsider my disposition. Ziyu's sudden jest elicited laughter from the other two, and within the hearty chuckles, Zhong Zhanshu found acceptance from both Ziyu and Yipeng. Upon her return home, burdened by the indignation of her recent defeat against the Yuan family, Qianruru first unleashed her wrath upon the family servant guarding the entrance. Subsequently, she reproached the elderly steward of the He family, whose countenance was adorned with a feigned smile. After berating one after another, she finally found her father, who was sequestered in his study. The rumors outside have become so outrageous that I initially thought the guest from the Yuan family was akin to a timid young bride, unable to express her grievances. Little did I expect her to articulate herself so eloquently, leaving me utterly embarrassed before Yuan Yang. As she entered the study, Qianruru immediately began to vent her frustrations. Inside, seated a corpulent man, who, despite being in his 50s, had a head full of snow-white hair. While his daughter lamented, he was engrossed in a painting of a maidservant. "Are you once again admiring that portrait of the beauty?" Qianruru inquired, casting a disdainful glance at the image she had seen for nearly a decade. Speaking of the woman depicted, that enigmatic figure from the Yuan family, Ziyu. There's a striking resemblance to her, perhaps 7 or 8 parts alike. Initially inattentive to his daughter's remarks, Qian Yuanwei suddenly lifted his gaze from the painting, his eyes gleaming with an unusual brilliance, and a few drops of saliva seemingly clung to his overly greasy chin. "Is the girl in the Yuan family's rumor named Ziyu?" Qian Yuanwei finally spoke. "You say she bears a resemblance to the woman in this portrait?" He continued to regard the image in his hands. "Such a stunning beauty is a rarity. Either you are exaggerating, or your vision has deceived you." Qianruru, disinterested in conversing further with her father, casually remarked, "Let us just assume I was mistaken. After all, Yuan Yang is quite attentive in his protection of her. Even if she is indeed a great beauty, you would hardly have the chance to see her." Had Qianruru insisted on the resemblance between Ziyue and the woman in the painting, her father would not have shown much interest. However, upon hearing his daughter's indifferent attitude, curiosity was piqued within him. His mind raced with thoughts of stealthily glimpsing the beauty. Before he could confer with his daughter seated beside him to devise a strategy, a servant hurriedly arrived with news that a prince and a royal had visited the Qian residence. "Why are so many royal relatives visiting our home lately?" Qianruru inquired with curiosity just before her father ushered her out of the study. "You, being a young lady, need not concern yourself with such matters. Just focus on your attire and cosmetics. However, remember to keep the identities of our visitors confidential," her father admonished. "Such a mysterious warning, father. You aren't involved in any nefarious activities, are you?" Qianruru jested, pausing at the threshold to glance back at her father. "Do not speak carelessly. If our endeavors succeed, they can hardly be deemed ill. Moreover, the ensuing wealth and glory will be enjoyed by 3 generations, Qian Yuanwei replied, his tone betraying a hint of anxiety contrary to his daughter's composure. "Our family's wealth is already sufficient for 3 generations. If it continues to accumulate, shall we not be wealthier than the emperor himself?" "Foolish child, is there anyone in this world who would complain of having too much money?" Qianruru nodded in comprehension, and the dialogue between the father and daughter led her to encounter 2 accomplices plotting with Qian Yuanwei. One was a portly man nearing 50, while the other was a strikingly handsome young gentleman, tall and graceful. Upon seeing Qianruru's enchanting appearance, the younger man momentarily forgot the purpose of his visit to the Qian residence, his eyes boldly roving over the captivating beauty before him. Had he not been nudged by a companion, he might have remained rooted at the threshold of the study. "May I inquire your name, fair maiden?" After clearing his throat, the young man adopted a charming tone. "Do you not recognize me, sir?" Qianruru, regaining her composure, cast him a flirtatious glance. "However, I am well aware of your identity. You are the husband of Princess Lan Rua, are you not? I witnessed your gallant demeanor on horseback during your wedding procession years ago, and the memory has lingered ever since." Her alluring tone, coupled with her mesmerizing gaze, especially the implication embedded in her final remark, successfully ensnared the heart of the already flirtatious prince consort. "Enough of your prattle. You ought to leave." Qian Yuanwei interjected, stepping forward to disrupt the atmosphere that had enveloped the two. After Qianruru had gracefully departed, he apologized to his esteemed guests. "I beg your pardon for my daughter's loquacity." "Ah, so that young lady is indeed your daughter." The prince consort took a moment to grasp the significance of the term daughter. "Indeed," Qian Yuanwei confirmed with a nod. "Though many say we do not bear a resemblance to one another. Fortunately, you don't resemble her." After the additional remarks made by Mr. Qian, both the prince and the royal son-in-law felt a simultaneous surge of astonishment and relief within their hearts. Miss Qian seems to be of considerable age. Why has no one sought a suitable match for her? The prince inquired, harboring ulterior motives. She has devoted her heart to the young master of the Yuan family. It appears that the entire capital is aware of this, thus no one dares to propose, was the reply. The Yuan family truly enjoys great prestige. During the reign of the female sovereign, that old fox, Yuan Zhen, benefited immensely. Now, not only has he gained the new emperor's favor, but his son also shares a significant camaraderie with Ilong. The prince, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke with a tinge of bitterness. However, such glory cannot last for long. If Mr. Qian does not mind that his daughter cannot be the primary wife, I would gladly consider a familial alliance with you. The royal son-in-law's thoughts wandered far, his gaze drifting toward the threshold where Qian Rura once lingered. Yet, his words diverged vastly from his companion's ambitions. We are here to discuss serious matters with the Qian family, not to indulge in frivolous pursuits, Lordy interjected, preventing the conversation from veering into romantic territory. Noticing his brother-in-law's discontent, he sneered, even if I had not intervened, would that 10 years older tigress at your home permit you, a handsome man, to take a woman who resembles your wife even more? On the table outside the bedroom of Ziyue, there lay refreshing summer beverages prepared by the chef specially assigned by Madame Yuan, sour plum soup and goji berry chrysanthemum tea, accompanied by 2 plates of delightful snacks. Regrettably, after the incense had burned for a while, no one had partaken of them. The mistress of the room paced restlessly within, the cacophony of the summer cicadas outside rendering her unable to find tranquility. Having arrived at the Yuan household for over 2 months, there had been no discernible progress. This was one of the sources of her agitation. What troubled Ziyue even more was the realization that Madame Yuan was calculating her intentions. Having long surpassed the tender age of youthful infatuation, a 20-year-old woman ought to be preoccupied with serving her in-laws and caring for her husband and children. Yet Ziyue, who had never had the opportunity to experience love, found herself ensnared in a tangled web of emotions. If her fleeting interactions with the Red Fox 2 years ago were her first taste of romantic feelings, how could she now define her relationship with Yuan Yang, which was marked by a gentle exterior concealing tumultuous undercurrents? Ziyue attempted to suppress her burgeoning feelings for Yuan Yang, tightly grasping the jade pendant given to her by the Red Fox. Yet, the time spent with Wen Fengyang was all too brief, and the scant memories from 2 years past had been overshadowed by the vividness of the latest encounters. My heart has long been pledged to Wen Fengyang, yet now I find myself developing feelings for Brother Yang. Is this what they call being fickle in love? Ziyue pondered, grappling with questions that eluded answers. Perhaps I am merely being overly anxious. Brother Yang surely has someone he favors, leaving no room for my solitary worries. Lost in thought, the man she had been contemplating suddenly appeared within the confines of the locking affection pavilion. Just as she was pondering matters concerning Wen Fengyang, Yuan Yang entered. Silhouetted against the light, Ziyue mistakenly believed that the Red Fox had finally found the one she had long awaited. Why are you behaving so obediently indoors today? Haven't you been playing hide-and-seek with the maid? Without waiting for an invitation, Yuan Yang chose a seat and, in a fluid motion, pulled Ziyue to sit beside him. His deep yet tender voice resonated in Ziyue's ears, causing her heart, initially racing from the thoughts of Wen Fengyang, to gradually calm. However, meeting his gaze incited a different kind of fluttering in her heart. It is sweltering today, and everyone is too lethargic to move. With no one showering me with attention, I find solace in hiding away to keep cool, Ziyue replied, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. She served him a bowl of sour plum soup. This beverage was initially chilled at the bottom of the well, but having lingered here for a while, it may have lost its coolness. To have it served by dear Ziyue herself, I would gladly consume even boiling hot soup. Yuan Yang remarked as he accepted the ceramic bowl and savored the drink with delight. Brother Yang, have you taken to mimicking the flattery of young Master Zong? There is a saying, one who stays near vermilion becomes red, and one who stays near ink becomes black. Having known Zong Zhanshu all my life, I have inevitably been influenced by him, Yuan Yang replied innocently, attributing his own shortcomings to the absent individual. But enough about him. I am here to inform you that His Highness the Crown Prince will be visiting shortly. The current Crown Prince. Does his visit to the Yuan family signify progress in the matters at hand? Yuan Yang shook his head, his face betraying a hint of regret. I must apologize for disappointing you. This visit is not directly related to the matter of the family worship or Prince Ping's return to the palace. I merely wish to see my nephew, and to personally express my gratitude to those who have aided Prince Peng. In the pauses of his speech, he had intended to add, to see the woman who has driven Yu Wenyang to the brink of madness. After all, the rumors outside have finally begun to subside. And with His Highness personally visiting, isn't it bound to stir up another storm? I came in disguise, he replied to Ziyue's inquiry, suddenly chuckling. It is quite astonishing to think that a prince of such stature cannot even enter our Huan mansion through the front door. Ziyue gazed intently at his handsome visage adorned with a faint smile, momentarily lost in thought. When the phrase beyond comprehension reached her ears, she recalled how she had momentarily conflated Yu Wenyang's figure with that of Wen Fengyang, finding it equally bewildering. What are you pondering so intently, Sister Ziyue? Have you become infatuated with my flawless appearance? Yu Wenyang leaned in closer, the triumphant smile at the corners of his mouth causing the one being questioned to blush. In an effort to alleviate her embarrassment, Ziyue reached for the bowl that Yu Wenyang had emptied. You haven't yet tasted the chrysanthemum tea. Allow me to pour you another bowl. Yu Wenyang seized the opportunity to grasp the delicate, snow-white hand extended before him, bringing it to his lips for a gentle kiss. His gaze bore into Ziyue's, filled with a tumult of unease, terror, confusion, and astonishment. It has been nearly 2 months since you've come to know me. Why do you persist in avoiding a confrontation with your true feelings? Why do you hesitate at the most crucial moments? Ziyue attempted to withdraw her right hand, but to no avail. She turned her face away to escape his piercing stare. I do not comprehend your words. Please, release my hand. If Mei Qing were to see us, it would lead to misunderstandings. What misunderstandings? Misunderstandings regarding my feelings for you, or those pertaining to your affections for me. Yu Wenyang tightened his grip on Ziyue's wrist, planting kisses along her slender, youthful fingers. I would actually relish being seen in such a misunderstanding. It would simplify matters considerably. But what of the woman you have been pursuing? I already have someone I admire. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenyang's grip slackened in surprise, and Ziyue seized the moment to reclaim her freedom. Realizing the proximity between them was too intimate, she attempted to shift away, only to find herself drawn into his broad embrace. Ziyue knelt between Yu Wenyang's legs, her face buried in his sturdy chest. The ambiguous position not only risked leading to misunderstandings, but might even hasten their union on that very day. To prevent such a scenario, she desperately sought to create distance between them, yet she was thwarted by his overwhelming strength. What is that man's name? You have never mentioned the existence of such a person. Surely you are merely fabricating this to placate me? Yu Wenyang suppressed the urge to shout and softly inquired near Ziyue's ear. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon her unadorned, pale neck, and the hope that the man might be a mere red fox dissipated into nothingness. I do not wish to disclose his name, she replied. For Wen Fengyang was merely a figment of imagination. That person does not exist, Yu Wenyang insisted. Your beauty, your gentleness, your laughter, even your eloquent charm. What man would willingly endure 2 months without seeing you? Your words are exaggerated. Ziyue continued to resist, feeling her heart race from the intense proximity. The emotions she tried to disregard surged forth like a river bursting its banks, tumultuously flooding her heart. Even if there truly is someone in your heart, it matters not. I shall prove to you that I am far better and more suited for you than he. Yu Wenyang relaxed his grip, and before Ziyue could rise, he cradled her delicate, enchanting face in his hands. Pressing his lips against hers, he fervently conveyed the desires he could no longer suppress. Ignoring her writhing protests, he seized the moment when she opened her mouth to urge him to stop, slipping his tongue into her eager sweetness, entwining with her tempting retreat. For Yu Wenyang, this was not merely a kiss filled with fervor. It was an expression of emotions that had been bottled up for nearly 2 years. Everything that could not be articulated was intended to be conveyed through this intimate gesture to the one woman who truly deserved to know. No. As Yu Wenyang finally withdrew his lips, Ziyue helplessly uttered a single word, gasping for breath. She could not discern whether this word was directed at the man who had stolen a kiss or a warning to herself, who was somewhat relishing in the passion of the moment. When Wen Fengyang had merely brushed his fingers against her cheek, it had left her with countless memories of that fleeting intimacy. Now, experiencing such an overpowering kiss, and finding herself somewhat enraptured, how could she possibly avoid reminiscing about it in the endless years to come? She recalled that amusing verse spoken by Yi Peng about the 4 young masters of the capital, where the final line described Yu Wenyang as carefree and nonchalant. This portrayal had always perplexed Ziyue. After spending these past few weeks together, the man, who was merely a well-mannered gentleman, was depicted as someone so carefree. She had even privately adjusted the words in her mind to reflect a more refined and gentle persona. At this moment, She finally grasped the intense and dominant side concealed beneath his gentle facade. How will you explain your wanderings to the girl who has made you traverse the ends of the earth? Ziyue gazed at the man who stood merely inches away, wishing to pose this question. Yet, recalling the intimacy they had just shared, she hesitated to voice it, as her hand inadvertently brushed against the pouch at her waist. She could not help but ponder, what explanation do I owe to Fengyang? Yuan Yang gently pressed his lips against Ziyue's forehead. What are you lost in thought about? Are you thinking of another man? From this moment on, you are only permitted to think of me. As he leaned in for another kiss, Ziyue hurriedly raised her hands to shield herself, fearing that another embrace would lead her to lose herself in Yuan Yang's arms. Amused by her defensive gesture, Yuan Yang chuckled softly, finding her naivety endearing, and instead targeted her soft, delicate palms, tracing them with his tongue. Ziyue gasped, retracting her hands to hide them behind her, only to receive another kiss in return. His lips, resting upon hers, were gentler than before, evoking an even deeper sense of enchantment within her. Yuan Yang had no shortage of willing admirers surrounding him. Prior to meeting Ziyue, his reputation amidst the throngs of beauty was formidable. With such experiences, he believed that once he kissed someone, they would invariably succumb to the intoxicating allure of his charm until he tasted the tears that fell from Ziyue's cheek. Suddenly pulling away, Yuan Yang was met with the sight of Ziyue blinking back her tears. The realization struck him, awakening him to the consequences of his somewhat audacious actions. Yet he was reluctant to release the one he yearned for. I know I frightened you, but I do not wish to apologize for my actions. The words sounded familiar, reminiscent of something he had once heard long ago. You are the one who has frightened me. The person you are at this moment is not the Yuan Yang I know. What kind of person is Yuan Yang? He is a man of fervent emotions. A living being. Perhaps he indeed possesses a courteous side, yet that is merely a manifestation of his restraint, intended not to frighten you. Why then has he now torn off his disguise? Ziyue inquired timidly, already aware of the answer deep within her heart. Because this is what I have longed for. To kiss you, to let the world know that you belong solely to me, though it may have brought you to tears. The overwhelming emotion surging within me during that kiss cannot be suppressed by reason. Give me time. Ziyue struggled to articulate. The true reason for her tears was not a disdain for Yuan Yang's affection, but rather a resentment towards herself for relishing such intimacy. Time. Recalling the 6-month promise made to her by Fengyang years ago, Yuan Yang's voice dripped with sarcasm and pain. What I least wish to grant you is the luxury of contemplation. Yuan Yang pressed his fingertip to Ziyue's lips. However, I shall still afford you the time you desire, provided you contemplate our matters where I can see you. Does this imply that Yuan Yang will monitor her every move in the future? Ziyue feared to ponder further. Her earlier outburst was merely an attempt to quell the intense emotions of the day, yet it had backfired. Do not entertain thoughts of slipping away quietly. Even if you resolve matters with Prince Peng, do not entertain notions of escape. Yuan Yang, having seen through Ziyue's concerns, preemptively cautioned her. As Ziyue pondered how to respond, Meiqing's voice resonated through the door. The esteemed guests have arrived. Please proceed to the study for a meeting. What impeccable timing, muttered Yuan Yang under his breath, rising and gently assisting Ziyue to her feet. Upon observing her disheveled hair and swollen lips, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. He considered the implications of allowing her to traverse the path from the locking emotions pavilion to the main house in her current state. Undoubtedly, it would lead to a wedding tomorrow. However, his conscience prevailed. Or perhaps it was merely his reluctance to share the more bashful aspect of Ziyue, one he believed it should remain solely his secret, that prompted him to assume the role of a maid, tending to her attire and hair. I can manage on my own, Ziyue insisted, unwilling to be touched by his substantial hands, striving to shake off his considerate overtures. Yuan Yang raised an eyebrow at her. I am not concerned about being late to meet His Highness the Crown Prince, but he and Zhong Zhanshu are quite astute. Should we arrive even slightly late, they may indulge in wild speculations. In truth, even if they were not tardy, the mere sight of Ziyue's lips would reveal the entire story. Her naively innocent thoughts failed to grasp the allure she now exhibited, and without a doubt, the two experienced gentlemen would deduce the truth. Reluctantly, under Yuan Yang's insistence, she ultimately acquiesced to his assistance with her appearance. When the pair finally arrived at the study, the poignant scene of the reunion between uncle and nephew had already unfolded. Peng still bore traces of exhilaration on his face, while Long, exhibiting remarkable self-control, had reverted to a placid expression. When will I be able to openly declare my identity? As Yuan Yang and Ziyue pushed open the study door, Yipeng could not help but voice this inquiry. It seems your highness has become quite accustomed to the life of the Yuan family. Almost as if you share a bond of father and son with Uncle Yuan, even resembling the family's scion more than Yu Wenyang, the legitimate heir. I thought you had no intention of returning to the palace, Zhong Zhanqi remarked, seizing the opportunity to tease the younger prince, who was 10 years his junior. With a hint of mischief. I never claimed I wanted to return to the palace, Yiping replied, casting a sidelong glance at the loquacious one. It's just that I have grown weary of living in hiding. I long to stroll freely in the streets or to announce my name to the world with pride. Having perpetually claimed the name Zifen, I fear I might forget my true identity after so long. Upon hearing this, Ziyue contemplated embracing Yipeng but hesitated. Realizing he was now a 15-year-old young man, any actions akin to treating him as a child would surely provoke protest. Thus, she refrained and settled beside him, seeking to avoid the discomfort of a certain individual. Yu Wenyang was not oblivious to Ziyue's intentions, and, noticing Zhong Zhanqiu's amused expression, chose not to sit next to her. Instead, taking a seat to Yilong's right, inadvertently facing the very person he wished to evade. Once we quell this coup, I assure you, you will be able to enter and exit the palace with complete transparency, Yilong responded, his mind occupied with matters far removed from his cousin's romantic escapades, providing a clear answer to his nephew's query. Another coup? My great-grandmother has only just been laid to rest. Why must we face yet another upheaval? Yipeng exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at the crown prince. Yilong cast a glance at Ziyue, who shared the same look of bewilderment, and explained. We have received intelligence that several ambitious individuals, among them King He, Princess Lan Ruo, and her consort, seek to seize control of the Ezhou dynasty while my father's reign remains unsteady. The appearance of you, my dear Pinger, a direct descendant, would conveniently serve their schemes. If we know who the conspirators are, why not take action? Yiping asked, perplexed. Although we are aware of the principal instigators, my father has always been protective of his kin, fearing the remnants of their factions might linger. Furthermore, this conspiracy involves not only members of the royal family but also several merchants and a faction of the Imperial Guard. To capture them all in one fell swoop, we must ascertain all the details to avoid any escaping fish, Yilong patiently elaborated, seizing the opportunity to impart wisdom to his niece. Ziyue and Yiping furrowed their brows in unison, a wave of distaste rising within them at the thought of the impending bloody storm. The knock of a servant at the study door pulled the two from their reverie, steeped in memories of the bloodshed from 4 years prior. Ziyue rose to open the door, receiving a tray laden with tea and pastries, and dismissed the curious servant peering inside. As Ziyue poured tea for the four, a slight bend caused her pouch to slip from her waist and fall to the floor. When Zhong Zhanqiu eagerly bent to retrieve it, he couldn't resist a furtive glance at its contents. To his astonishment, he spotted a familiar jade pendant nestled within Ziyue's ever-present pouch, nearly bursting into laughter at the discovery. After this matter, everything will unfold as you wish. Why do you still frown? Yilong detected the discontent in his nephew's eyes, and, aware of the series of court struggles he would soon face, feigned ignorance. Hearing this remark, Zhong Zhanqiu, who had intended to sow discord, stifled his urge to laugh. I always believed that once my great-grandmother passed, peace would reign. Little did I know that before returning to the palace, I would have to confront yet another ambitious power play. As a scion of the royal family, such experiences are unavoidable, Yu Wenyang interjected, aware of his cousin's intentions. Perhaps His Highness harbors dissatisfaction, yet even outside the royal confines, the turmoil born of greed is scarcely less prevalent. Human nature, Ziyue whispered softly, her thoughts drifting back to the events that transpired in the Ji family hall. This was the very greed Yu Wenyang spoke of, which had morphed into a bloody spectacle for the sake of lust. After hearing the truth behind the tragedy of the Ji family from Yu Wenyang, I have dispatched people to investigate the true culprit, Yilong interjected, interrupting Ziyue's grim recollections. However, Miss Ji remains unaware of the perpetrator's identity. And with my grandmother having imposed a lockdown in the vicinity of the Ji residence, the neighbors did not witness anyone entering or exiting. At that time, Ziyue searched her memory. In addition to my parents, there were several henchmen brought by that villain. So I surmised that he must have been a person of power or wealth. However, it is also possible that, having committed such a heinous crime resulting in multiple deaths, he has long since fled the capital. Yu Wenyang gently patted Ziyue's hand across the low table, offering a reassuring smile as her gaze met his. From a more optimistic perspective, that individual might believe their misdeeds remain undetected, hence they would never consider fleeing elsewhere. If, as you assert, he is a wealthy and prosperous man, it is even less likely that he would abandon the luxurious life that this bustling city affords. Indeed, Miss Ziyue should patiently await developments. I have faith in the prince's capabilities. Zhong Zhanchu's words provided comfort to Ziyue while simultaneously praising Yilong. Yipeng cast a sidelong glance at his rival. Although their encounters were typically marked by banter, he could not help but admire Zhong Zhanchu's eloquence. If only he could learn more from such a person. Shaking his head, Yipeng dismissed the fleeting thought. Yipeng, despite the wisdom that 3 minds are better than one must remain discerning. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to a lifetime of regret, leaving no room for remorse. Miss Ji need not worry. If discreet investigations yield no results, I have alternative methods at my disposal, Yilong declared, his confidence bolstered by the flattery. For instance, we could host an event to invite those in the capital who are under suspicion, allowing Miss Ji to discreetly identify the perpetrator, ensuring no detail is overlooked. If we still cannot find any leads in the capital, I will dispatch individuals to the grand city of Luoqing in the east for further inquiries. Thank you, Your Highness. Lacking the optimism of the 3 men, Ziyue mustered her spirits, managing to display a faint smile in light of their collective enthusiasm. Earlier, it was mentioned that among the rebels were members of the Imperial Guard. When His Majesty ascended to power, why did he not replace the entire Imperial Guard with his trusted confidants? Yipeng, wishing to refrain from speculating further on the influence of Zhong Zhanchu upon himself, casually posed a question to the 3 cunning elders present. If we were to strip them of their military posts and release them from the palace, a multitude of disgruntled warriors would inevitably gather in secret. Would it not be somewhat counterproductive? It would be far wiser to retain them in their current positions, exercise a modicum of vigilance, and should any signs of unrest arise, we would be better prepared to preemptively address the situation. Just as you have already gleaned of the Imperial Guard's involvement in this aborted coup. Yipeng nodded in acknowledgement. To speak candidly without fear of ridicule, I fear that once my identity is revealed, I shall no longer be able to reside within the palace. The guards there are all uniformed members of the Imperial Guard, and their mere presence makes me exceedingly uncomfortable. Yipeng's sentiments were easily comprehensible to all. However, his aspiration to reside outside the palace seemed unlikely to materialize. Once his identity was disclosed, the number of those seeking to target him would undoubtedly increase. Not only would he be obliged to confront a battalion of guards within the imperial residence, but even outside its walls, he would likely find himself accompanied by an even greater host of protectors. The 5 continued their idle chatter for half an hour, until Yilong, perceiving the palpable tension between Ziyue and Yuan Yang, exchanged a knowing glance with Zhong Zhanchu. He then turned to the distracted Ziyue with a hint of deliberate intent, saying, I believe Miss Ji is rather fatigued. If she wishes to depart and rest, please do not feel constrained by my presence. Ziyue cast a furtive glance at Yuan Yang, then rose to bow to Yilong, gracefully acquiescing to his suggestion to withdraw. Before the crown prince could utter another word, Yuan Yang hastily exclaimed, Take care, Your Highness, before swiftly pursuing the fair maiden. To forget one's friends for the sake of beauty, Zhong Zhanchu scoffed. Do not speak of others. If it were you with a beloved, I dare say you would outdo Yuan Gezi in your fervor. Rather than defending Yuan Yang, Yipeng seemed intent on provoking Zhong Zhanchu. The latter, with an air of nonchalance, shrugged and playfully remarked, It seems the young prince enjoys sparring with me. I wonder what it is about me that has incensed His Highness. It is precisely that irreverent expression of yours, came the retort. That is merely my innate disposition. I fear it is a trait I shall carry for life. Zhong Zhanchu replied with indifference. Noticing Yipeng's serious demeanor, he teasingly added, At merely 15 years of age, why so solemn? There are pleasures yet to be savored in life. Maintaining such a stern countenance could lead to premature aging. Yilong, who had remained silent, raised an eyebrow. Your words seem to carry an undertone of veiled criticism. Why do I feel they are directed at Yipeng yet pointed at me? You are overthinking, Your Highness, Zhong Zhanchu replied with a mischievous grin, clearly jesting at the crown prince's expense. Fearing further inquiries, he changed the subject, asking, Earlier, I caught a glimpse of Miss Ziyue's purse. Can you guess what treasures it might hold? Yipeng disdainfully curled his lip. Look at you, sneaking about like a thief. It appears you were prying into the lady's secrets. Zhong Zhan, acutely aware of his own shortcomings, allowed Yipeng to berate him and said to the crown prince, Initially, we were concerned about Yuan Yang's romantic entanglements. But upon examining the contents of the pouch, we realized our worries were unfounded. Inside lay a perfectly preserved half of a jade pendant, a family heirloom from the Yuan clan intended for his bride. The Yuan family's jade pendant? That must be the token of love given by Qi Hu. Yiping exclaimed, only to realize too late that he had unwittingly uttered the name of Qi Hu, regretting his slip but unable to retract it. What perplexed Yipeng was that the two individuals before him remained utterly unfazed upon hearing the name of the notorious criminal. Although the manhunt for Qi Hu was initiated by the previous emperor and the targets were all adversaries of the Yi family, he was still a figure stained with blood. Is there some hidden truth to this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Yipeng finally discerned the peculiarities within. The two exchanged a glance, and it was Yi Long who cleared his throat to elucidate the entire sequence of events, leaving Yiping at a loss for how to respond. His initial decision to entrust his sister, Ziyu, to Yuan Yang was predicated on the belief that he could help her forget that cunning fox, only to discover that the very person now lavishing attention upon her was the source of the ensuing turmoil. Since I am aware of Qi Hu's identity, the rationale for prohibiting brother Yuan from informing sister Ziyu becomes untenable, Yipeng mused, his mind turning as he identified the contradictions. That was merely an excuse, Zhong Zhanxiu shamelessly admitted, revealing the truth behind his betrayal of an old friend. Upon understanding the sequence of events, my mind is consumed by the singular thought of Sister Ziyu falling into a den of tigers. However, from an objective standpoint, Brother Yuan, despite lacking in merit, has indeed endured considerable hardship. After all that he has done for the Yi family, he should no longer suffer the pangs of unrequited love, Yipeng remarked judiciously. What you may not know, Your Highness, is that before meeting Miss Ziyu, Yuan Yang held a dismissive attitude towards matters of the heart, treating women as mere trifles, which left many a lady in the city heartbroken. For the tears shed by those women, he ought to face some form of retribution. The thought of having to clean up the mess for an old friend and comfort those ladies washed away any sympathy and conscience that Zhong Zhanxiu might have had regarding the matter. And what of Sister Ziyu? She is an innocent party caught in this turmoil. Indeed, our actions may seem somewhat unjust to the blameless Miss Ziyu. Yet, Your Highness, one could perceive this as a trial. Affections that are easily obtained are often fragile and can be destroyed in an instant. In other words, we are inadvertently aiding this destined couple. It is through our careful orchestration that they may find lasting unity. Is that truly the case? Yipeng furrowed his brow, gazing at Zhong Zhanxiu, who was relentlessly expounding his views. Hypnotized by his rhetoric, Yipeng found it difficult to formulate a rebuttal. Yi Long, having already experienced Zhong Zhanxiu's remarkable ability to turn black into white, maintained an impassive expression as he instructed Yiping, you may handle this matter. Should you discover any obstruction arising from the presence of the red fox, seek an opportunity to inform Miss Qi about it. In other words, he possesses the authority to act at his discretion. Yiping cast a glance at the two individuals beside him, grappling internally with his turmoil. He truly ought not to let Sister Ziyu suffer the pangs of longing. However, revealing the truth so easily would only serve to benefit Yuan Yang. Reflecting upon the nights when Sister Ziyu clutched the jade pendant, shedding tears as she drifted into slumber, Yiping found himself utterly at a loss regarding his decision. Initially, he had believed that Yuan Yang would make a fitting husband for Ziyu due to his lack of affiliation with the Red Fox. Yet now, upon learning of his true identity, he was reluctant to witness the ease with which he navigated the path of love. One was the revered and cherished Sister Ziyu, while the other was the detestable Red Fox Wen Fengyang. Regardless of whether he spoke or remained silent, neither outcome would bring him solace. Xuanzi was indeed correct. Human nature is fundamentally wicked, Zhong Zhanxiu observed, having discerned Yipeng's final resolution, and chuckled softly. The decor and furnishings of the Qian residence rivaled those of noble families, with some exquisite handcrafted carvings that paled in comparison to the artistic masterpieces of the royal palace. Yet the overwhelming display of ostentatious adornments merely underscored the owner's vulgarity. Dressed in resplendent attire, Qian Ruru found a certain harmony with her surroundings. As she strolled through the hall, she fortuitously encountered her father, who held a scroll in his hands. After a moment's contemplation, she paused to greet the distracted Qian Yuanwei. Are you heading out again? Qian Yuanwei responded absently. I am going to visit Brother Yuan Yang. Do not keep running over there every day. A few days ago, the prince consort spoke to me about you, expressing his desire to take you as a concubine. Qian Ruru raised her eyebrows in confusion, and then a hint of disdain crossed her face as she replied, surely, father would not agree. Given our family status, why should I demean myself by becoming someone else's concubine? Moreover, his wife is a formidable princess. I refuse to compete for favor with such a person. What do titles matter, whether as a primary wife or a secondary consort? Do not be overly concerned with status. The future of the Yuan family is bound to be dire. Even if you were to become Yuan Yang's legitimate wife, it may not yield any advantages. I fail to grasp the strategy you have with them, father, but have you considered what if it all ends in failure? They are of royal blood and might find a way out, while our family stands as mere merchants without a backing, should trouble arise. No one would come to our aid. Qian Ruru paused deliberately, ensuring she had her father's full attention, before continuing. Is it not said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows? I believe you should not hastily arrange my marriage. If we could become related to the Yuan family, the benefits would surely follow. This is something I have not carefully contemplated. You could leverage my marriage to visit the Yuan residence under the guise of propriety. Perhaps you might even catch a glimpse of Miss Siyua. Noticing her father's wavering resolve, Qian Ruru continued to persuade him. Well, let me think this matter over. Although Qian Yuanwei echoed his daughter's words, he had already begun to stroll out of the hall, his thoughts far away, weighing the pros and cons of both sides. Qian Ruru gazed at her father's receding figure until it vanished from sight, then lowered her head to examine her splendid attire. Thoughts of Yuan Yang and Ziyue flooded her mind, and she let out a soft sigh, a hint of resignation gracing her features. Master and Madam, there is a guest requesting an audience, a servant hurriedly announced in the hall. Which esteemed guest? In contrast to Yuan Zhen's furrowed brow, Gao Shi inquired with evident enthusiasm. During her leisurely hours, Gao Shi often hosted small gatherings, inviting her friends from the boudoir before their marriages. Recently, the number of visitors seeking news about the 2 guests in her home had increased, and being adept at socializing, she found herself thriving in this environment. Particularly gratifying was the fact that those who came to gather information seldom succeeded in their inquiries, yet she managed to unearth new rumors, filling her with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. It is Qian Yuanwei, the servant replied, a hint of disdain evident on his face. Is the visitor that Qian Yuanwei? Gao Shi raised her eyebrows, disbelief etched across her countenance. Before she could ascertain the purpose of Qian Yuanwei's visit, she was already contemplating shooing him away with a broom. Her disdain for Qian Yuanwei did not stem solely from his identity as a merchant. Rather, it was due to the frequent financial entanglements that occurred within his business, allowing those who heard of him to form certain judgments about his character. Shall we receive him or not? The servant, noticing the furrowed brows of the master and mistress, inquired hopefully. His expression clearly reflected that he too had been a victim of Qian's commercial dealings. Please invite him in, sighed Yuan Zheng. Although he was reluctant to face such a prominent figure, he was nonetheless eager to discern the reason for this unexpected visitor's arrival. To the astonishment of the Yuan couple, Mr. Qian's purpose for coming was to propose marriage. It was rather surprising, given that Mr. Qian had no apparent connections to the aristocracy in pursuit of his desire to meet the fair maiden. He had finally acquiesced to his daughter's suggestion and concocted a rather dubious pretext. Typically, it would be the responsibility of the suitor to send a matchmaker to the lady's family to propose. Yet since his true intention did not align with his daughter's lifelong happiness, he was unperturbed by the societal ridicule of the lady's initiative. We cannot accept Mr. Qian's proposal, stated the father of the suitor without hesitation upon understanding the visitor's intent. Such a direct refusal was unprecedented for the usually tactful Yuan Zheng. You are rather hasty in your response, Mr. Yuan, without affording us even a moment to deliberate. Do you look down upon us mere merchants? Mr. Qian, not having yet laid eyes on his intended, sought to delay proceedings as much as possible. The reason for our rejection of your kind offer is that my son has already set his heart on someone else. Even if the emperor himself were to propose, it would still be declined, Yuan Zheng asserted, casting a glance at Gao Shi, presenting the most compelling truth. Yet, he remained perplexed, unsure whether the young woman his son cherished was the one he had spent 1.5 years searching for, or the recent object of his affections, Ziyu. The matters of marriage for one's children are often dictated by their parents' wishes. Given that the young master is exceptionally talented, I believe my daughter is the most suitable match for him in the entire capital, Mr. Qian shamelessly declared. He considered the proverbial 3 burrows of the cunning hare and thought that if this alliance with the Marquis of Huan could indeed be forged, it would be a double boon. Even if it is to heed our parents' commands, I would never permit my son to wed your daughter, Mrs. Gao scoffed, harboring disdainful thoughts. She had encountered Qian Ruru 3 times, and her impressions were far from favorable. The thought of a familial alliance with Mr. Qian was even more distasteful. Moreover, He boasts of his daughter's virtues without ever having laid eyes on our future daughter-in-law's beauty. Typically, the two families had little to no interaction. Setting aside Mr. Qian's presumptuous request for an audience today, the mere sight of him drooling over the exquisite Madame Yuan was enough to make both Mr. and Mrs. Yuan furrow their brows in disapproval. Yang is quite resolute. I doubt he would acquiesce to our arrangements for his marriage. Yuanjin remarked with a strained smile while contending with the relentless suitor. He pondered methods of ushering their guest out. The three engaged in a subtle game of social niceties, with the Yuans striving to expedite the departure of their unwelcome guest. However, Mr. Qian, disregarding the obvious hints to leave, stubbornly refused to budge. Finally, as the time for lunch approached, before the Yuans could issue a firm dismissal, their guest preemptively proclaimed his hunger. I resolutely refused to leave, unwilling to believe that I cannot catch a glimpse of the charming Ziyue at the dining table. Mr. Qian chose a time close to noon for his visit, having initially harbored this very intention. Guided by a servant, Mr. Qian was led to the dining hall, while Gao Shi hurriedly made her way to the locking affection pavilion, hoping to intercept Ziyue and spare herself from an unpalatable meal. However, after only a few steps, still within the confines of the main house, she spotted Ziyue and Yi Peng engaged in lively conversation ahead, with the ardent Yuan Yang trailing behind them. Upon seeing Madame Yuan standing alone in the glaring sunlight, Ziyue raised an eyebrow in surprise. Mother, have you been punished by father to stand here? Yuan Yang quickly approached his mother, linking his arm with hers, a smile gracing his face as he jested with her. You still find it amusing? If I weren't here acting as your spy, you would be preparing to endure a tasteless meal. Gao Shi shot a glare at her ungrateful son. She then recounted the events that had unfolded, mentioning Mr. Qian's lack of propriety, unable to restrain herself from uttering a few more curses. Good heavens! Having just dealt with the Qian family's daughter, now we must contend with that old scoundrel. If you had married earlier, your parents wouldn't need to fend off unwelcome guests on your behalf. Although Gao Shi chided her son, her gaze remained fixed on Ziyue. Elder brother Yang is so remarkably handsome. Even if he were to marry, I fear there would still be women seeking to become his concubine. Ziyue understood the underlying implication of her words, yet dared not meet Gao Shi's eager gaze. Why would I marry multiple wives? To find a beloved companion in this lifetime is already a blessing earned from previous lives. I simply lack the energy to manage several wives. Yuan Yang gazed intently at Ziyu, his eyes brimming with a steadfast promise, oblivious to the others present. Ziyu met his fervent gaze, then caught sight of Gao's delighted expression, a flicker of unease washing over her. To avoid revealing her unguarded gaze to Yuan and his mother, she timidly averted her eyes. In that moment, she inadvertently spotted Qian Yuanwei exiting the restroom beneath the corridor of the main house. The familiar figure and face compelled her to rush forward in a frenzy. The other three were momentarily stunned by her abrupt action, but once they comprehended the unfolding events, they instinctively followed her lead. Upon reaching the spot where Ziyu had halted, they found her locked in a steadfast gaze with Qian Yuanwei. The reason Qian Yuanwei stood as still as a statue was, of course, the normal reaction upon encountering a breathtaking beauty. As he regained his composure, he noticed the striking resemblance between this woman and the late Lady Ji, realizing that she was the ethereal figure who haunted his dreams, rendering him unable to look away. In stark contrast to Qian Yuanwei's passionate thoughts, Ziyu trembled at the sight of her long-dreamed adversary, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Her lower lip, bitten hard by her upper teeth, had begun to bleed. You. After much effort, Ziyu managed to utter a single word through her clenched teeth, yet the surge of emotion left her unable to articulate anything further. What is your command? My beautiful lady? Qian Yuanwei inquired with a forced smile. Blinded by lust, he failed to notice the flames flickering in Ziyue's eyes, believing instead that fortune had smiled upon him, granting him the favor of the enchanting woman. Yuan Yang positioned himself protectively behind Ziyue, drawing her close to his chest, his hand gently resting upon her shoulder. Feeling her tense body leaning against him, he surmised Qian Yuanwei's true identity. How could you so cold-heartedly take the lives of dozens for the sake of winning a woman's affection? Ziyue grasped Yuan Yang's hand tightly, finally voicing the question that had tormented her for over 4 years. If your love for her is so profound that you would kill for her, then how can you bear to strike her with your hand and mercilessly kick her with your foot? Ziyue's words evoked a gasp from the deeply connected Gao family, who recalled the harrowing image of their gentle sister enduring brutal assaults from a wicked scoundrel, their eyes filled with righteous fury as they glared at the pale-faced Qian Yuanwei. Who are you? Why do you? Whom do you think I resemble? Ziyue fixed her unwavering gaze upon him. You resemble Madame Ji. As Qian Yuanwei stammered his response, his legs turned to jelly, a stark contrast to the bravado he had displayed in the Ji family hall. Did you believe your crimes would remain unpunished? That you could evade justice for a lifetime? Yu Wenyang coldly regarded the man, wiping sweat from his brow. There is still a sense of justice in this world. Though you have lived for extra years, today marks the moment you have willingly delivered yourself to it. Once Qian Yuanwei regained his senses, he found himself unwittingly standing at the threshold of death. He retreated several steps until he was encircled by a few robust retainers of the Yuan family, at which point he exclaimed, "You cannot simply kill me like this." Even within a marquis's residence, one cannot impose extrajudicial punishment upon the common folk. Rest assured, we shall ensure you receive a public trial. Yuan Jin replied calmly from the other side. However, given the gravity of your crimes, immediate execution may very well be the lightest penalty you face. The retainers surrounding Qian were indeed a testament to Yuan Jun's astute deployment of his resources. Yu Wenyang had genuinely contemplated resolving the matter on the spot. With his hands already stained with blood, the death of one more guilty party would not weigh heavily on his conscience. Yet, he refrained from taking lethal action, preferring instead to navigate through the process of a public trial. This would allow the Ji family, who bore the label of suicide out of fear of guilt, a chance for vindication, an opportunity for the world to comprehend that the Ji family had not feared retribution from the Empress for harboring the prince. This notion was perplexing. Though both had concealed a prince, if one were to steadfastly deny guilt until death, they would be immortalized in tales of valor. Conversely, if labeled as having taken their own life out of cowardice, it would render those who dared not even hide a prince subject to ridicule for their timidity, entirely disavowing the efforts made to assist the Yi family. While Yu Wenyang had never been particularly concerned with societal opinion, this incident bore significant implications for the reputation of the Ji clan. He was unwilling to let the Ji family bear the burden of an unfounded accusation indefinitely. You may escort me to the government, but it would be in vain. Do not presume that I am merely a merchant without connections. Let me inform you, self-important nobles, that I have the backing of princes and princesses. Master Qian shouted defiantly as he was led away by two of his servants. Wait a moment. What is it? Have you come to realize your standing? Though Master Qian himself was uncertain of the impact that invoking royal names would have, he could not help but feel a surge of pride as he heard Yu Wenyang's interruption, exhaling with satisfaction towards the Yu family. Yu Wenyang approached the two servants escorting Master Qian, not even sparing a glance at the corpulent man, and instructed the bystanders directly. Do not take him to the local magistrate. Instead, deliver him directly to the Ministry of Justice. Inform them that this Master Qian is a key figure in the coup and should be treated as a serious criminal. Chapter 6. May I ask what your relative's name is who works in the sacrificial office? Before Ziyue could finish her inquiry, two robust men, clad as peasants, struck her forcefully in the abdomen. As Yi Peng, sensing danger, turned to call for help, another man dealt a heavy blow to her head. What should we do with this girl? The man who had knocked Ziyue unconscious inquired, observing Mei Qing, who had collapsed to the ground, her legs weakened. The person addressed could hardly be bothered to respond, simply delivering a kick to render Mei Qing unconscious as well. Returning with Yi Ping slung over his shoulder, he spat on the ground and, in a hoarse voice, remarked, I never anticipated killing two birds with one stone. We came to abduct the young lady of the Ji family and inadvertently captured the prince of the Yi family. It is rather regrettable, otherwise. That girl could have been taken back to satisfy our cravings. Satisfy our cravings? After witnessing the beauty of the Jijiang heiress, no other woman, not even as a mere snack, would suffice. I am well aware of that. However, the Jijiang heiress is specifically chosen by the boss, and we cannot interfere. Once the boss tires of her, won't she be bestowed upon us? Such fanciful thinking. What man could ever grow weary of a woman so striking? We should accept our fate and return to fulfill our duties. As the conversation concluded, the two men had already exited the narrow alley beside the Huanan residence. Blending seamlessly into the crowd, they bore large burlap sacks on their shoulders, resembling ordinary townsfolk, thus evading any scrutiny. Ziyue's hands and feet were tightly bound with coarse rope, and beside her, Yipeng was similarly restrained. After exchanging a glance, they began to recollect the events that had transpired earlier. What is happening? After a brief moment of reflection, Yipeng whispered, surveying the modest bamboo hut barely spanning 2 pings. Have we been kidnapped? Are we at the mercy of those noble princesses seeking a coup? Ziyue furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment. If it truly were those individuals, why would they seek me out first and not you? Those two burly men specifically requested to see me. You both are awake. A familiar voice interrupted their conversation, and the figure that emerged from behind the bamboo door caused the captives to gasp in shock. You're actually still alive. Yipeng struggled to move in front of Ziyue, but was abruptly kicked back by the approaching individual. Why shouldn't I be alive? I will not easily lose my life without achieving my goals. The mastermind behind the kidnapping was Wang Wu, who had previously harmed Ziyue. As he spoke, his gaze mirrored the same lewdness from 2 years ago, as if he was preparing to complete what he had failed to accomplish that day. We're on the outskirts of the city. There is no way that scoundrel Yue Yang can come to your rescue. The one who had interrupted his beastly actions back then was Yang Qin. Why did he suddenly mention someone so unrelated? Why do you bring up Yue Yang's name? Ziyue suppressed her fear, attempting to buy time with conversation. Wasn't it you who prompted him to do so? Wang Wu scrutinized Ziyue for a long moment, until her fear became palpable, prompting him to add, "Look at you. I doubt you have the courage." Ziyue and Yipeng were both bewildered by the cryptic exchange, until Wang Wu could no longer contain his resentment and began to vent his frustrations towards the two victims. That scoundrel Yue Yang had better not cross my path, otherwise I shall ensure his demise is without a grave. He may fancy himself a noble scion, but I am a sentinel of the Imperial Guard. We are two disparate classes that ought to coexist without interference. I do not know what madness possessed him that day, but emboldened by his privileged status, he stormed into the barracks and indiscriminately imprisoned me. It would have sufficed to lock me away. Yet he even bribed the jailers to create trouble for me every few days. Once I have dealt with your affairs, I will certainly settle the score with him. Zi began to comprehend the events surrounding Wang Wu. It was evident that Yue Yang, upon learning of the happenings in Baoqing, sought out Wang Wu, who remained within the Imperial Guard, and, relying on his noble prerogative, unjustly incarcerated him. At the time, she believed Yue Yang to be a genteel and courteous young lord, entirely unaware of his prior engagement with Wang Wu. Upon realizing the true nature concealed beneath his refined exterior, she had long since cast aside thoughts of Wang Wu's plight. Since you find yourself imprisoned, how is it that you stand before us so brazenly? Have you escaped? Yipeng inquired with a tone laced with suspicion. Not because he possessed the audacity to confront a menacing rogue, but rather out of fear that any pause in conversation might provoke the man's malevolent inclinations into action. Were it not for the prospect of your future endeavors to garner support, I would certainly kick you again. Wang Wu shot Yipeng a fierce glare. This simple exchange revealed to both men Wang Wu's ulterior motive for their capture. Apparently, the conspirators within the Imperial Guard were indeed Wang Wu and his cohort. You have indeed relied on your connections with the princess and the prince to secure your release from the confines of the prison, remarked Ziyue, her tone imbued with a newfound certainty rather than skepticism. The official who financed this endeavor has been apprehended by the Ministry of Justice, which must have dealt a severe blow to your morale. Wang Wu blinked his small eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "This matter is a closely guarded secret. How do you know?" Even Captain Yo Qin, who has been watching me closely, failed to uncover my involvement in this uprising. It seems capturing you is indeed a wise decision. To call it an uprising is a farce. It is clearly a coup. Hearing such rhetoric is enough to make one retch, Yipeng thought bitterly, though he wisely refrained from voicing his disdain. If you intended to target me, why did you first set your sights on Sister Ziyue? From what I observed earlier, your subordinates were entirely unprepared to apprehend me. Approaching the Anfu Guard is no simple task. Naturally, the relatives of those deceased servants from the Ji family can be leveraged to draw out the tender-hearted Miss Ji. With her as leverage, I surmised that the young prince would inevitably come to us. With both intended targets successfully captured, Wang Wu felt emboldened and elaborated on the entire scheme. Fortune has certainly favored us. The unfolding of events has been remarkably smooth, indeed a surprising turn of fate. The absence of both the young prince and his prospective bride has plunged the Yuan family into utter chaos. Upon being summoned back home by a servant while attending to affairs outside, Yue Yang found himself amidst the sounds of weeping from the Gao family. The commanding voice of Yuan Zhan and the hushed whispers of the servants, all compounded by his own frenzied shouts. Assisted into the hall alongside the tumultuous cries of the young master was Mei Qing, who had been discovered unconscious at the side entrance of the courtyard. After a desperate rescue by those present, she gradually regained consciousness, yet before her mind could fully clear, she was thrust into the presence of the grim-faced Yue Yang, nearly fainting once more from sheer fright. With remarkable reflexes, Yue Yang caught Mei Qing just in time, urgently demanding, "This is not the moment to faint again. What has transpired with Ziyu and Prince Peng?" "Ah, Miss Ziyu," Mei Qing began, but suddenly collapsed to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head before her young master. "It is my fault. I should have been more vigilant, or else the young lady would not have been abducted." Yu Wenyang intervened, preventing her from striking her head against the ground again, and, torn between fury and authority, commanded, "Do not waste words. Speak clearly about the events that occurred, without omitting a single detail. Otherwise, do not speak of life and death. I will make your existence a living torment." Trembling, Mei Qing nodded submissively. Having spent nearly her entire life within the Yuan household, it was indeed her first encounter with such an uncontrollable master. Faced with his abnormal demeanor, she feared that a moment's misstep might prevent her from seeing the light of another day. Another maid observed that Mei Qing had been silent for quite some time, and she forcefully nudged her at the waist. Upon regaining her senses, Mei Qing found herself meeting the gaze of Yu Wenyang, who had been staring for quite a while. She hastily began, "Just before noon, I returned from the market where I encountered two men, dressed as farmers, in their 30s. They approached me and inquired if I was a maid from the Yuan residence, and then they asked about Miss Ji. They claimed to be relatives of the chief steward of the Ji household from years past, and upon learning that the young lady was still alive, they wished to uncover the truth behind the death of their kin 4 years ago. Only 5 days ago, the identity of Ziyu was made public. Yet those individuals also seemed to have resources. Originally, I intended for them to wait at the main entrance while I went to inform the young lady of their presence and ascertain her intentions. However, they followed me to the side entrance used by servants, stating that as humble commoners, it would be inappropriate for them to stand at the gates of a duke's residence." "Please, be concise," Yu Wenyang interrupted, his impatience evident with Mei Qing's excessive detail, having previously requested her to recount the events without omission. Aware of her master's anxiety yet hesitant to contradict him, Mei Qing offered an apology before continuing. "I recounted the matter of those two individuals to the young lady, who initially intended to enlist 2 house servants for her company, as the main residence was being cleaned and there were no available hands. Subsequently, His Highness Peng unexpectedly appeared along the way, volunteering to accompany her to the side entrance. Before the young lady could finish inquiring about them, one of the men was rendered unconscious, while the other struck down His Highness, who was turning back to seek help, and then I too was swiftly incapacitated. After much effort in piecing together the circumstances, Yu Wenyang found himself utterly perplexed. At first, upon realizing that Yi Peng and Ziyue were both missing, he instinctively assumed the target was the prince, believing Ziyue to be an innocent bystander inadvertently caught in the abduction. However, the unfolding narrative suggested a more sinister motive directed towards the daughter of the Ji family. Aside from the massacre of the Ji family, Ziyue could not possibly have made any enemies. Yu Wenyang murmured to himself, struggling to discern a coherent thread. In that incident, she was indeed a victim. If there were any grievances, it would be her revenge against her foes. It makes no sense for her to be abducted without reason, Yu Wenjing analyzed. As the father and son pondered over the perplexing situation, Zhong Zhanshu led a contingent of imperial guards into the hall. Without fully grasping the urgent circumstances surrounding the Yuan family, he addressed those present with an announcement. An hour ago, the emperor announced his abdication, and His Highness Long ascended the throne as the new sovereign. The grand coronation ceremony is set to take place on the first day of next month. Just half an hour prior, in an effort to restore order within the royal family, Princess Lan Ruo and her husband, along with Prince He and 2 esteemed ministers, were placed under house arrest to safeguard the new crown prince Yi Peng from potential threats posed by lingering factions. The newly appointed emperor has ordered the imperial guard to provide protection, should His Highness the crown prince consent. Arrangements are being made for him to reside in the Eastern Palace temporarily. It appears that the remnants of the faction have already turned against the new crown prince. And even Miss Ji has been inadvertently affected, Gao observed, noticing that Zhong Zhanshu seemed poised to speak further. Ignoring his current status as the emperor's envoy, she pressed on to clarify the situation. Lady Yuan is suggesting. Yuan Zhen provided an overview of the events, concluding with his perspective. Although their initial target was not Crown Prince Peng, the matter is inextricably linked to him, since the emperor has already detained those rebellious individuals. Might we ascertain the whereabouts of others involved? Yu Wenyang inquired, stepping forward with a sense of urgency. Zhong Zhanshu sensed the intensity of his old friend's expression, realizing that a negative response would likely provoke a fierce reaction. Cleverly, he took a few steps back, preparing to utter the words I do not know. However, the captain of the Imperial Guard, Yongqin, interjected just in time. I am aware of a location, situated in the southeastern outskirts of the city, though I cannot guarantee its certainty. As Ziyue gazed out at the fiery orange horizon, she had been abducted for approximately an hour and a half. Having exhausted all means of delay, she remained unable to deter the horrifying lust evident in Wang Wu's eyes. Just as Wang Wu could no longer contain himself and prepared to make his move against Ziyue, one of the subordinates hurried in and whispered a few words in his ear. Listening to the latest news, Wang Wu cursed vehemently until the subordinate exited, at which point he redirected his focus back to Ziyue. You had better cherish yourself. If you intend to make me a puppet emperor, do not harm my sister Ziyue. Yiping discerned Wang Wu's resolve and issued a threat. A puppet emperor? Wang Wu halted, suddenly bursting into laughter. What emperor or crown prince? It has all turned to dust. Do you mean? Upon hearing this response, Yipeng felt a surge of dread, realizing that even the last means to thwart Wang Wu's nefarious intentions had been rendered futile. I once believed that those lofty noble families would possess qualities distinct from ordinary citizens, yet it appears they too can face defeat. It is a pity to have served them like beasts of burden for so many years, only to find it all in vain. At this point, Wang Wu's gaze shifted to Ziyue. However, not all efforts have been wasted. I still have you, a stunning beauty, do I not? Having just learned of his failure, Wang Wu was now truly reckless, especially since he had long desired Ziyue, making it impossible for him to let this golden opportunity slip away. Ziyue stared in terror at the man advancing towards her, her mind consumed solely by the thought of how she might find a swift end to her suffering and attain her dignity. Suddenly, she recalled her mother's tragic suicide from years past and the haunting parallel between their fates. She erupted into uncontrollable laughter. You have lost your mind. Wang Wu halted in his tracks. 2 years prior, he had witnessed Ziyue struggle fiercely against the atrocities inflicted upon her, as well as the terror-stricken expressions of other women he had violated. Yet he had never encountered someone who burst into laughter in such a dire moment. Do not merely laugh. Have you been possessed by a fox spirit? The current trend of fox spirit tales had made Wang Wu, a cowardly villain, even more superstitious. His legs trembled slightly as he posed the question. Ziyue, oblivious to the world around her, did not respond. Amidst her wild laughter, her gaze fixated on the large knife hanging at Wang Wu's waist, her mind filled with the desperate desire to seize the weapon and end her life. Unaware of her intentions, Wang Wu felt a shiver run down his spine as he noticed her unwavering gaze upon him. He hadn't even the time to feign bravado before the sounds of a struggle erupted outside, followed by 2 anguished cries. Realizing that their hiding place had been discovered, Wang Wu contemplated using one of the captives as a shield. But before he could choose between them, a towering figure appeared beside him. Surprised by the sudden and silent proximity of his opponent, Wang Wu had no time to draw the dagger at his waist and instead met the oncoming thrust of a longsword, with mere inches to spare. He swiftly leaped back just in time. As he relished his nimble reflexes, the swordsman advanced relentlessly, and in a flash of steel, a wound appeared upon his shoulder. Enduring the pain, Wang Wu attempted to retrieve his knife to fight back, but he was soon surrounded by several Imperial guards who burst into the room. Within moments, he found himself outnumbered, with 5 or 6 longswords poised at his throat. It was only at this moment that Yiping recognized that the very first assailant to engage Wang Wu was Yuan Yang. Utilizing his unsheathed blade, Yuan Yang severed the ropes binding the 2 captives, and as he turned to embrace Ziyu, he was struck by the vacant gaze in her eyes and her expression of lost spirit, prompting him to glance anxiously at Yipeng for an explanation. It is likely that Wang Wu intended to harm Sister Ziyu, which has frightened her into unrecognition, Yipeng remarked. You are Zifan. Yipeng's subsequent words were interrupted by Yongqin, who had approached to assess the situation. Upon seeing Ziyu sitting dazed on the ground, he gasped in astonishment. So you are the prince and the daughter of the sacrificial family. Yipeng stood up and regarded Yongqin intently for a moment. Despite the latter's towering stature, he no longer seemed the terrifying figure of his childhood memories. Observing the looks of shock, bewilderment, and helplessness on the faces of the Imperial guards, the nightmares of his youth began to fade significantly. No wonder Ziyu disappeared without a trace back then. I had thought it was the matter of a marriage proposal that frightened her, but it turns out she simply detested my presence. Yongqin's mutterings fell upon the ears of Yuan Yang, stirring memories of Ziyue's previous declaration of having a beloved, which ignited a palpable jealousy upon his countenance. The only one privy to the truth, Yipeng, witnessed Yuan Yang's misunderstanding and, despite his inclination to clarify the situation, hesitated upon noticing the imposing figure of the captain of the Imperial Guard, who had once been dedicated to apprehending the elusive Red Fox. Thus, he chose silence, allowing Yuan Yang to stew in his unfounded jealousy. "Stop! Don't touch me!" Ziyue's piercing cry shattered the suffocating tension in the air. "What is happening?" Yipeng crouched beside Yuan Yang. The latter, perplexed, examined his own hands before casting a helpless glance at Yipeng. "I merely intended to assist Ziyue in rising. I had no idea it would frighten her so." Before he could finish his explanation, a startled Ziyue suddenly threw herself into Yipeng's embrace, sobbing incoherently. Yipeng, enveloped in her desperate grip, looked at Yuan Yang, his expression a canvas of confusion. "What is going on?" he inquired, gently patting Ziyue's back in a soothing manner. Yuan Yang shook his head, and then, noticing Wang Wu still standing nearby, a thought flickered in his mind. "Perhaps she is intimidated by my stature." "Stature?" Yipeng raised an eyebrow in bewilderment, following Yuan Yang's gaze to Wang Wu. Observing their similarly robust physiques, he pondered for a moment before addressing Yo Qin, who stood nearby. "Could you assist us with a test, Captain?" Upon receiving a nod in response, he helped Ziyue to her feet. Yo Qin stood before Ziyue, following Yipeng's instructions, and extended a hand in a gesture of kindness. This simple action elicited a startled gasp from her, causing her to leap into Yipeng's embrace. Yipeng held Ziyue close, deliberately avoiding the murderous gaze of Yuan Yang, and awkwardly suggested, "Since the matter has been resolved, should we not return to the Anfu residence to devise our next steps?" Yuan Yang observed the trembling Ziyue nestled in Yipeng's arms, his instinctual reach faltering and retracting. Meanwhile, those anxiously awaiting at the Anfu residence included Zhong Zhanqiu, who had come in the capacity of an envoy. Although he was originally meant to return to the palace to report, he had chosen to remain under the pretext of the urgent situation, dispatching only 2 subordinates to inform the emperor of the general circumstances. In terms of martial prowess, he could not rival Yuan Yang, and when it came to strategy, he was no match for the meticulous Yuan Zhen. Therefore, Zhong Zhanqiu sought every possible justification to stay, driven by a desire to witness the unfolding drama firsthand. Thus, upon seeing the 2 missing individuals return safely, he rushed forward, his excitement blinding him to the peculiar sight of Ziyue clinging to Yipeng. Before Yipeng could utter a warning, Zhong Zhanqiu found himself struck in the chest. The force was not particularly great, yet Ziyue's sudden aggression, typically so gentle, left him momentarily stunned. This brief pause resulted in a few more punches landing on his chest. Yipeng hurriedly intervened, pulling Ziyue away from the crowd's watchful eyes, cradling the disturbed girl in his arms to shield her from the sight of any imposing figures. "Lady Ziyue, what on earth has transpired with her? How has she become so aggressive?" Zhong Zhanqiu inquired, voicing the collective confusion of those present while casting a puzzled glance at Yuan Yang. Yipeng observed that Yuan Yang was merely fixated on Ziyue, entirely oblivious to the surrounding matters, let alone responding to his old friend's query. Thus, he took it upon himself to elucidate. "Perhaps Lady Ziyue has been traumatized by Wang Wu's intended violence against her, leading to her intense reactions towards individuals bearing a resemblance to him." Madame Gao exchanged a glance with her husband, stepped forward, and grasped Ziyue's hand. Noticing no resistance from her, she embraced her tightly. "Poor child, fear not. If any evildoers approach, I shall chase them away for you." Whether Ziyue comprehended the comforting words was uncertain, but Madame Gao's gentle whisper and maternal embrace provided her with a semblance of safety amidst her terror. The tension in her body eased significantly as she nestled into Madame Gao's warmth. Disregarding the assembly in the hall, Madame Gao continued to hold Ziyue while issuing commands to the servants to prepare clean garments and bathing water for both Yipeng and Ziyue. Once she had conveyed all necessary instructions, she gently led Ziyue towards the direction of the Locking Emotions Pavilion. It was only after Ziyue's figure had vanished from sight that those in the hall regained their composure. Zhong Zhanqiu recalled that Yipeng might still be unaware of his newfound status and hurriedly began to explain the developments that had unfolded a few hours prior. "Prince?" Yipeng exclaimed incredulously. "Uncle already has his own offspring, and establishing a crown prince is not something that must be done in haste. Why, then, would he choose to appoint a crown prince on the very day of his ascension? Moreover, I had not heard a whisper of this matter prior to now. The situation is indeed somewhat rushed, and thus the reasons are known only to His Majesty," replied Zhong Zhanqiu. Recalling the Emperor's instructions, he added, "His Majesty hopes that you will relocate to the Eastern Palace. You have seen the current state of Sister Ziyue, I cannot abandon her in such a condition. Zhong Zhanshu glanced at the imperial guards he had brought with him, and, seeking Yuan Zheng's consent, continued. If Uncle Yuan would permit these guards to ensure the safety of His Highness within the estate, I believe we could compromise and postpone the move to the Eastern Palace for now. Yuan Zheng naturally nodded in agreement. However, upon witnessing Yongqin's uncontainable joy at the prospect of remaining in Huanan Manor, a foreboding sensation suddenly washed over Yuan Yang. Although his heart was preoccupied with concern for Ziyue's well-being, the sight of Yongqin, who 2 years prior had sought Ziyue's hand in marriage and had likely been the object of her affections, ignited a simmering jealousy within him. A man consumed by jealousy is the most repugnant of all, Zhong Zhanshu remarked, having approached Yuan Yang. Likely having noticed the murderous glint in his eyes directed at Yongqin, he relayed a sentiment previously expressed by Yiping to his dear friend. What have I to be jealous of? Yuan Yang glared at the one who appeared to be fully aware of his feelings. I am unaware of the intricacies surrounding your enmity with the captain of the Imperial Guard. However, your expression is exceedingly conspicuous. It resembles that of a husband gazing at his wife's lover. Yuan Yang elbowed Zhong Zhanshu in the ribs, the force of his strike surpassing any blow from Ziyue before, provoking a fierce glare from Zhong, who could only stifle his anger with a muffled grunt. I shall refrain from trivial chatter. Yet have you considered what we shall do if Ziyue fails to recover? What do you imply? Should she awaken tomorrow still in this state, prior to summoning a physician? I possess a rather unorthodox treatment. In a state of disorientation, she seemed to perceive various voices whispering around her. Initially, the words were gentle, but as time passed, they morphed into tones of urgency and anxiety, culminating in the sound of weeping. She must awaken, she repeatedly urged herself. Yet the world outside felt overwhelmingly terrifying, the existence of men like Wang Wu too grotesque to confront. Nevertheless, her heart was torn, for besides the villainous Wang Wu, 2 other men troubled her thoughts in the outside world. Strangely, at this moment, she found herself merging the figures of Wen Fengyang and Yuan Yang into one. In this dream, she found herself enveloped in a profound sense of relief, as the persistent troubles that had plagued her were finally resolved. No longer would she be ensnared in a dilemma. Amidst the haze, she seemed to overhear anxious conversations nearby, speaking of someone pursuing the escaped Wang Wu. Yet in the scuffle, that individual had sustained injuries. Who had been harmed by that villain? Yuan Yang has been grievously injured. The name echoed in her thoughts, stirring a memory within her. Yuan Yang. Ziyue called out the name etched deep in her recollection, suddenly sitting up in alarm. With a swift blink, her eyes opened wide to behold the opulent decor of the room, the meticulously crafted curtains, and the intricately carved bedposts. Slowly, she remembered that this was the chamber she had inhabited for over 2 months. Turning her gaze to the oil lamp flickering on the low table beside the bed, and then to the faint remnants of daylight outside, she deduced it was already the evening of the following day. Her memories returned to yesterday. While some details had faded, the image of Yuan Yang brandishing his sword at Wang Wu was vividly etched in her mind. She had not followed in her mother's footsteps, nor had Wang Wu sullied her purity. It was Yuan Yang's timely intervention that had preserved her life and honor. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that he bore the brunt of Wang Wu's attack. Brother Yang has been hurt. Ziyue recalled the source of her alarm. Hastily, she leapt from the bed, not pausing to don her shoes, clad only in her undergarments, her hair disheveled. As she rushed outside, in the outer chamber, 2 maidservants were seated. Upon catching sight of Ziyue, they gasped, fearing she was about to erupt once more. Before they could rush forward to offer comfort, the flustered individuals urgently inquired, "What has happened to Brother Yang? How grave are his injuries? Where is he now?" The 2 maidservants exchanged puzzled glances, but upon noticing that although Ziyue appeared frantic, her eyes no longer held the vacant look of despair, Mei Qing swiftly responded. "The young master has been dealt a vicious blow, and the bleeding shows no signs of ceasing. He is currently resting in Chiju Pavilion. However, his condition is rather dire. I fear." Upon hearing of Yuan Yang's location, Ziyue disregarded the remainder of the statement and hurriedly dashed out. The 2 left behind stood in stunned silence for a moment, before Mei Qing regained her composure and addressed the other. "You must inform the master and mistress that Miss Ziyue has awakened. I shall take a shortcut to Qingju Pavilion to prepare the young master." "Prepare for what?" "Since the young lady is awake." Mei Qing, already crossing the threshold, replied without looking back, "Seize the moment. This rare opportunity must be grasped with utmost diligence." In truth, Ziyue had been in a deep slumber for 3 days, and having gone without food or water for nearly 30 hours, her strength had waned considerably. Despite her desperate rush to Qingzhou Pavilion, it took her a significant amount of time to reach her destination. After a long and arduous journey, Ziyue finally arrived at the threshold of King's Huxuan, only to find herself hesitating, fearful of confronting a lifeless form. She had witnessed the death of her parents and had seen the last breath of the steward. She did not wish to add the visage of the man she cherished deeply to her memories of loss. If I do not even see him for the last time, I fear that in the long years to come, I shall blame myself for this moment of cowardice. Ziyue wrestled with her thoughts, each one tumbling over the other, until she finally mustered the courage to step inside. The main hall was devoid of any flickering flames, the dim light casting a heavy pall of death in the air. In the inner chamber, a small candlestick offered a flicker of light, illuminating the room just enough to reveal a figure lying upon the bed, obscured by shadows that rendered it impossible for Ziyue to discern whether he still breathed. It took her 5 times longer than usual to reach the bedside, where she met the profound gaze of Yuan Yang as he opened his eyes. The 2 pairs of eyes locked in a silent exchange, the world around them frozen in the intensity of their connection. Yuan Yang shifted slightly, pulling Ziyue to sit beside him on the edge of the bed. His voice tinged with unease as he softly inquired, "Can you recognize who I am? Are you still afraid of my imposing stature?" "I am not afraid of you. I shall never fear you. If I have ever felt fear or resistance, it was never directed towards you," Ziyue replied, gently caressing the furrowed brow of the one who questioned her, her thumb tracing back and forth in an attempt to soothe the lines of anxiety etched upon his face. "Are you truly unafraid of me?" Reflecting on the past 3 days, each time I approached Ziyue, I could not help but notice the fear lurking in her eyes. These words sounded like celestial music. "I am indeed unafraid." Ziyue edged closer, her actions revealing the sincerity of her heart. Yuan Yang gently covered Ziyue's wandering hand that hovered above his forehead, his fingers interlocking with hers, a simple gesture that conveyed the deep-seated comfort and exhilaration within him. "How is your injury?" "Injury?" Yuan Yang, too enraptured by Ziyue's tenderness, momentarily forgot the scheme that Mei Qing had orchestrated to atone for her sins. "I heard that you were wounded by Wang Wu. Where are you hurt?" Ziyue, anxious to ascertain the extent of his injuries, searched for a wound within her line of sight but saw none, shyly hesitating to lift the blanket that enveloped him. For several days, the physician had advised whispering sweet nothings into Ziyue's ear, but to little effect. Thus, he resorted to the half-true suggestion made by Zhong Zhanqiu at the outset, conjuring up gory tales of Yuan Yang's near demise to elicit a response from the retreating Ziyue. Whether this proposal was a malicious curse or a heartfelt gesture from an old friend remained unclear. However, as the physician's methods proved ineffective, Yuan Yang summoned several maids to recount the real events of that morning beside Ziyue. Their accounts were largely consistent with her own understanding. Wang Wu had met his end during the pursuit, yet the sole distinction was that Yuan Yang had emerged unscathed. "Ah, I've been injured." "Right. The doctor mentioned I have lost too much blood. I fear. As Yuan Yang struggled to find the right words, Ziyue had already pressed a hand over his mouth, her eyes glistening with tears as she fervently shook her head. "Do not utter such ominous words. I believe you will live a long and prosperous life." As her hand moved slightly away, the deeply convinced Ziyue failed to notice that his rosy lips did not resemble those of someone who had lost excessive blood. "Is there anything you wish to accomplish at this moment? I shall do my utmost to assist you. Could you kiss me?" Yuan Yang blurted out without a moment's hesitation. He was aware that taking advantage of Ziyue's vulnerability was not an honorable act, but such an opportunity was rare, and after enduring 3 days of mistreatment as a villain, a modest request should not be deemed excessive. Ziyue, typically restrained by propriety, would never have consented to such intimacy under ordinary circumstances. Yet, faced with someone bedridden and the object of her affections, she found it impossible to refuse. The thought of saying no never even crossed her mind. Leaning down, she brushed her soft lips against his. Unsure of Yuan Yang's skilled kissing technique, she merely focused on his lips, lightly touching his cheeks, the tip of his nose, and his chin. Yuan Yang reveled in the sweet allure, gradually feeling a deeper emotion stir within him. The innocent kiss could no longer satisfy his yearning heart. With a gentle pull, he drew Ziyue closer, positioning himself above her to seize control. Fueled by the ignited passion, he kissed her lips fervently, exploring her neck, her collarbone, and her enticingly smooth skin. "Your wound." Ziyue grasped the last vestige of rationality as she began to succumb. "Do not concern yourself with the wound." But the one treated with fervor wished to halt the actions, yet feared inflicting pain upon Yuan Yang, hesitating to make any sudden movements. "There is no injury." It was merely a fabricated scenario to awaken your senses. As Yuan Yang responded, his lips remained intimately close to Ziyue's fair and delicate skin, savoring the enchanting fragrance that enveloped her. A fabricated scenario? Ziyue's immediate reaction was to thank the heavens for sparing Yuan Yang from becoming yet another person she would have to part with. She then recalled his audacious actions upon her, and her naturally reserved disposition finally took precedence, urging him to rise and leave the perilous and socially inappropriate setting, the bed. Ziyue's resistance pulled Yuan Yang back from the throes of passion, making him aware that, had there been no interruption, their relationship would undoubtedly have progressed further. Though unable to achieve a deeper intimacy with the woman he cherished, he bore no regrets for his revelation. He wished for Ziyue to be driven to the brink of madness by her thoughts of him. Yet he did not desire for them to engage in intimate relations before marriage. His profound love for her compelled him to refrain from gratifying his fleeting desires at the cost of her dignity and the unfair scrutiny of society. Slightly turning his body, just as Ziyue attempted to rise, he embraced her and pulled her back onto the bed. Gazing up at Ziyue, who looked down at him with a hint of anger, he offered her a gentle and relaxed smile. "You feigned injury to deceive me," Ziyue accused defiantly. "Do you truly wish for me to be gravely injured? Perhaps even to the brink of death?" Yuan Yang asked with a hint of insouciance. "Of course not." Ziyue, after much struggle, found herself unable to break free from the strong arms encircling her, and conceded by pressing against his sturdy chest. "However, you should not take advantage of the moment when I am most unable to refuse you and demand a kiss. If it were not for this very opportunity, I fear that even in my old age, I would still be waiting for you to offer your kiss willingly," he remarked, gently pressing her head down and bestowing a light peck upon her lips. "Stop kissing me. If someone were to see, marry me," Yuan Yang stated, enunciating each word with a tone that was neither a command nor a plea, but rather a declaration of an established truth. Ziyue's body stiffened momentarily as she gazed into the depths of the suitor's eyes, overwhelmed by the raw sincerity of his feelings, which compelled her to nod involuntarily. "Really?" Yuan Yang blinked, wondering if he was imagining things. "Do you truly accept?" "I accept," Ziyue replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet her response remained clear. Yuan Yang sat up straight, holding her even tighter in his embrace, a soundless expression of joy resonating within him, as he stifled the urge to shout out his elation for fear of startling his beloved. How long had he awaited this moment? From that fateful night on the outskirts of Baoqing, he understood the destination of his affections in this lifetime. A year and a half later, facing the one he cherished once more, he found himself starting anew. The pent-up anxiety within him was on the verge of driving him to madness. Fortunately, all issues have reached a splendid resolution. Congratulations. Suddenly, several voices of jubilation erupted, startling the two individuals who were lost in their newfound relationship. As they swiftly turned towards the source of the sound, standing at the doorway were 7 or 8 people, each adorned with smiles, particularly the elder Yuan couple, whose grins seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Once the shock subsided, Ziyue realized she was still closely pressed against Yuan Yang's chest. Although they were on the brink of matrimony, the intensity of 7 or 8 gazes upon them was overwhelming. Unexpectedly, she spun around and darted to the corner of the bed, hastily pulling up the quilt to envelop her entire being, her face aflame with embarrassment. Witnessing the typically composed Ziyue resort to such a display, a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. The bride is quite bashful. Mei Qing, taking pride in her role, was the first to voice her amusement amidst the laughter. "My daughter-in-law is indeed very shy. She perfectly compliments my thick-skinned son." Gao's excitement was evident to all present. Yuan Yang, feeling a pang of sympathy for the teased Ziyue, fearing that too much jesting might frighten away his future wife, hurriedly drew the curtain, which offered little concealment, and said to the crowd, "Would you kindly take your leave? If you wish to celebrate, let it be on our wedding day. Look at this eager lad, already talking about wedding festivities before even bowing to the ancestors." Zhong Zhanshu chimed in, a member of the onlooking group. In this moment, he truly grasped the profound significance of filial piety, a core value in Chinese culture. Tonight, he happened to be struck by a whimsical impulse, a desire to fulfill the filial piety expected of a son, and thus made a trip to the Yuan residence to attend to 2 personal matters for his parents. This serendipitous act allowed him to witness a splendid spectacle, brimming with enchanting charm, tender emotion, and fervent passion. "Could you kindly leave us be?" Yuan Yang implored, realizing that his words had failed to elicit the desired effect and instead had invited even greater ridicule. "It is a rare delight to see you ensnared in such an awkward predicament." if we do not take the opportunity to revel in it. We may never encounter such a moment again in your lifetime. The malicious nature of Zhong Zhanqiu was laid bare. Then you should ensure that no maiden ever captures your heart. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to make you pay dearly. Yuan Yang threatened vehemently after his previous pleas fell flat. The most exquisite beauty in the world has already been beguiled by you. So where might I find another enchanting damsel to ensnare my soul? Moreover, I have the reputation of one of the 4 young masters of the capital to uphold. I shall not court trouble, he retorted. Upon hearing the titles conferred upon them by those from the capital, Yuan Yang scoffed dismissively. Zhong Zhanqiu clicked his tongue in disapproval, casting a sidelong glance at their old friend concealed behind the curtain, shaking his head in lamentation. Given the current predicament, it seems that before long, the name Yuan Yang will be expunged from the list of the 4 young masters of the capital. Who cares for such frivolous titles of romantic notoriety? Yiping interjected, unable to restrain himself from seeking a quarrel upon hearing Zhong Zhanqiu's remarks. Perhaps the new crown prince shall supplant Yuan Yang's position, Zhong Zhanqiu remarked with a cheerful grin, presenting a stark contrast to Yiping's furrowed brow. When that time comes, the verse of the 4 young masters of the capital shall be altered to, Emperor Yi stands proud among the crowd, Zhong's son renowned for his charm. The cold and distant 100 Li is hard to approach. Yet the dashing youth of the Eastern Palace is a sight to behold. Yipeng cast a disdainful glance at the self-satisfied poet and countered defiantly, nonetheless. I am still a prince of the realm. Why should my rank be placed beneath yours? If we were to revise it to, Emperor Yi, the sovereign, welcomes his consort. The youthful prince of the Eastern Palace is envied for his talents. The cold and distant 100 Li is hard to approach. While the eloquent Zhong Zhanqiu captivates with his words, would it not sound both pleasant and substantial? Please leave, and refrain from reciting poetry at my doorstep. Yuan Yang bellowed in frustration. Unfortunately, the collective spirit of the crowd, emboldened by their numbers, paid little heed to his irritation. Yuan Yang, unable to manage the onlookers through both soft and hard tactics, was troubled as he observed the enthusiastic spectators, fully engrossed in their entertainment, showing no signs of dispersing. Just then, his eyes fell upon his mother, whose face radiated joy at the prospect of soon becoming a mother-in-law. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to address the Gao matriarch. Mother, you must understand the struggles I have faced in pursuing my beloved. Now that Ziyue has finally consented to our union, if we allow this ruckus to continue and risk embarrassing her, you may never assume the role of mother-in-law. Indeed, I had not considered that, Gao exclaimed in surprise. Considering your future daughter-in-law, please expel them all. Yuan Yang pressed his advantage. Gao Shi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nodded and swiftly assumed the demeanor of a hostess, promptly sending the crowd far away. The cacophony from moments ago felt like a fleeting dream. Everyone has departed. You need not remain hidden beneath the blankets any longer. Observing Ziyue's prolonged silence, he chuckled as he reached to remove the cover obscuring her face. How shall I face everyone now? Lowering her makeshift shield, Ziyue revealed her flushed visage, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue akin to a delicate blush. The captivating sight prompted Yuan Yang to place a lingering kiss upon her cheek. Please, do not take advantage of me any further. Ziyue furrowed her brow, troubled by her predicament. With one hand, she gently pressed against Yuan Yang's cheek, creating distance between them. What are we to do now? Whenever they see me, they will undoubtedly recall our intimate moment. I shall endure a lifetime of ridicule. A lifetime. Yuan Yang murmured those words, gazing at the pouting Ziyue with a dreamy smile. Do you not find those words exquisite? Our lifetime together. Imperial city, imperial study. Is this the outcome your majesty has always desired? To become the sovereign reigning over the vast lands of the Zhou dynasty? Qian Ruru, disguised as a eunuch, bore a face untouched by cosmetics, remarkable for its exquisite jade-like complexion, yet adorned with an unusual, cold hue unlike her former self. In the study where palace maids and eunuchs had been dismissed, only the audacious words of Qian Ruru, the daughter of a criminal, and Yi Long, who had ascended the throne, remained. What do you think? From the day you masqueraded as a eunuch to infiltrate the Huiming court until this very outcome. Nearly 5 years have elapsed, and you have been the one who comes closest to my heart. Do you believe I take pleasure in being a sovereign high above all? Yi Long raised an eyebrow in retort, his voice tinged with a suppressed emotion. The once arrogant Qian Ruru now displayed an excessively calm demeanor, leaving onlookers bewildered by her true thoughts. This was a visage Yi Long was accustomed to, yet it astonished those who had previously encountered the intolerably mundane Qian family heiress. Just before your majesty's ascension, I might have confidently asserted that all developments were merely a consequence of circumstance, that your majesty merely conformed to the tides of fate to become a ruler. Yet now, before me stands a man who wields dominion over the world, who has tasted the absolute power. Even though I once knew the prince named Yilong, I cannot fathom what plans your majesty harbors for the future. After a considerable silence, Qianruru candidly replied to Yilong's inquiry. Yilong regarded Qianruru's nearly impolite remarks with a calm smile, reflecting upon the time she had resolved to eradicate the entire clan of the Ji family. She found it impossible to harbor any dissatisfaction or anger towards someone whose thoughts were excessively forthright. Qianruru was a person whose bluntness rendered her ill-suited for survival in human society, despite her own belief that she possessed a rather indifferent temperament. Over the years, she had dutifully followed his plan, quietly alleviating some crises by Yu Wenyang's side, while also uncovering the list of conspirators. Regarding the Ji family massacre, he had already discerned the identity of the perpetrator when Yu Wenyang pleaded for mercy on behalf of Ziyue. Although it was unjust to allow the murderer to roam free, he, with selfish intent, entrusted the decision of whether to take action to Qianruru herself. Ultimately, it was she who chose to deliver her father to his fate. Though your father was involved in the coup and was the mastermind behind the Ji family massacre, the Qian clan cannot escape the fate of exile. However, I can publicly acknowledge your contributions, and everyone shall know of your noble act of sacrificing your kin. Bestowing upon you the title of princess seems the most fitting reward. Noble sacrifice of kin? Qianruru raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. These 4 words sound appealing but carry the weight of profound filial transgression. My betrayal of my father is in no way linked to upholding justice or seeking fame and fortune. It stems solely from my inability to tolerate his actions. Therefore, your majesty need not trouble yourself to proclaim it to the world. I do not wish for others to judge me based on their own perceptions. Perhaps I could elevate you to the status of empress? That way, everyone would be silenced. How could I have thought your majesty lacked a sense of humor? Only to find you jesting with me now? The heaviness that flashed in Qianruru's eyes stood in stark contrast to her polite words. The position of empress remains unoccupied. Why would you presume I jest? Based solely on the merits you have demonstrated in this recent affair, you could undoubtedly compensate for any deficiency in your status. Yilong's gaze remained fixed on the figure 5 paces away, his tone imbued with a newfound seriousness. I have grown weary of witnessing my father's insatiable lust and the avaricious displays of those wives and concubines vying for his favor. How could I possibly dig my own grave by competing for attention among 3,000 beauties? Qianruru offered a bitter smile to Yilong, noticing his discontent. She boldly replied, "This is not a critique of men's treatment of women. As a sovereign, your majesty is naturally entitled to the most exquisite maidens of the realm. If you truly believe I have rendered service, then grant me a temple. It seems the most fitting sanctuary where I might find joy. To retreat into a life of asceticism, forever accompanied by the flicker of a solitary lamp? After indulging in 23 years of opulence, how could one endure a life of plain garments and meager sustenance?" Yilong inquired, a hint of surprise coloring his voice. While he grasped Qianruru's desire for transcendence, he had never envisioned that her yearning would lead her to such a profound renunciation. Qianruru calmly shook her head. "I have never had the opportunity to experience such days, so whether I could endure it remains a mystery. However, I have grown weary of a life of luxury. Were it not for my mother's wish for me to remind my father of his bond with his lawful wife, and my understanding of how my father measures a person's worth, I would not voluntarily subject myself to a life of superficiality and vanity. What if I were to forsake my imperial status and unite with you? If I were to declare that you are the only one I desire in this world, would you be willing to abandon your thoughts of renunciation?" "Your majesty jests," Qianruru replied with an unnatural smile. "At this moment, I am indeed merely sharing a jest with you." Chapter 7. In preparation for the wedding a month hence, the Huan residence was a flurry of activity. The bustling servants, though laboring tirelessly, felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing the seemingly carefree young master entrapped by marriage and willingly attended to the myriad tasks at hand. Ziyue, the prospective bride, was of no assistance and felt rather restless. Every time she eagerly attempted to lend a hand, she was kindly ushered aside to enjoy tea and respite. With the others unwilling to allow her to contribute, and not wishing to idly provoke annoyance, Ziyue settled in the hall with her embroidery, stitching away while awaiting her opportunity to be of use. After an hour of waiting without being assigned a task, she could no longer contain her frustration and turned to her companion, Mei Qing, to complain. "At this rate, I shall truly become a victim of ennui. Hunger has moved into the Eastern Palace. leaving me without anyone to converse with and alleviate my boredom. Where's the young master? Isn't he accompanying the young lady to alleviate her boredom? Mei Qing inquired with a hint of mischief, her face adorned with a teasing smile. Although she had once feared that Ziyu would be toyed with by Yuan Yang, the budding affection between the two over the past 2 months had become evident to everyone in the Yuan household, and she found herself genuinely happy for Ziyu, her excitement palpable. Brother Yang seems to be perpetually occupied. I have only caught a glimpse of him during dinner these past few days, Ziyu replied. The young lady still refers to the young master as Brother Yang. She ought to be calling him husband or consort by now. Mei Qing playfully winked at her mistress. I dare say. If the young lady were to truly address him as such, the young master would be so elated that he might pluck the stars from the heavens for you. You little minx, how dare you make me the subject of your jests? Ziyu laughed, though the term husband suddenly flitted through her mind, stirring an unusual sensation within her heart, making her genuinely consider calling out to Yuan Yang. Even if I wished to call him, that after not seeing Brother Yang several times in a day, I have no opportunity to practice. Speaking of that elusive young master, do you not find it particularly quiet today? Captain Yong Qin, who reports to the manor daily, has yet to make an appearance after 3 days, Mei Qing remarked. Ziyu, jolted back to reality from her earlier daydream, clicked her tongue at Mei Qing's mention of the overly clingy Yong Qin, which sent shivers down her spine. Perhaps he understands that I am to be married and has wisely chosen to refrain from intruding. You are being overly naive, my lady. Just a few days ago, he was well aware of your impending marriage to the young master, yet he still made frequent visits to the manor. A person as tenacious as he will not relinquish his pursuits so easily. I believe you are overthinking it, Ziyue replied coolly, unwilling to delve further into Yongqin's matters. Do you wish to know the truth? Haiqing inquired in a hushed tone, shrouded in mystery. Ziyue shook her head. It was not that she lacked curiosity, but rather that she understood there could be no further connection with Yongqin, and thus she passively refrained from prying into others' private affairs. Mei Qing, at the tender age of 15 or 16, feigned the demeanor of an elderly person and sighed dramatically, somewhat reproachfully stating, Miss, you are far too detached from the world. Knowing a little about certain matters can hardly do any harm. Here I am, tirelessly inquiring about Yongqin on your behalf, and it seems a thankless task. In response to Mei Qing's exaggeration, Ziyue conceded, since you have exerted such effort, perhaps you might share what you have learned. I heard it is because his grandmother back in his hometown is gravely ill that he has taken an extended leave, Mei Qing revealed. Your sources are quite impressive, managing to uncover even the details of the palace's forbidden army commander's leave. It is Yongqin who has taken a leave. Yuan Yang's voice resonated from outside the hall, laced with palpable joy. Why are you back so early today? Ziyue set aside her embroidery and rose to greet him. Having completed all my errands, I naturally hurried back to see my beloved wife. He whispered the last part close to Ziyue's ear, though he had no qualms about letting everyone hear such affectionate words. He was mindful of his fiancée's modesty, whether it was the warm breath brushing against her ear or the gentle yet ambiguous tone that influenced her. Despite the absence of onlookers, Ziyue's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Such affectionate words are exclusively for your ears, he remarked. However, your immediate display of shyness allows those unaware of the conversation to infer nearly everything from your expression alone. Upon this reminder, Ziyue, in an attempt to conceal her embarrassment, pressed her palms against her flushed cheeks. Observing her innocent gesture, Yuan Yang smiled and lightly tapped her delicate nose. This intimate act only deepened the blush upon her face. Yuan Yang, captivated by Ziyue's bashful beauty, yearned to steal another kiss when Yuan Zhen unexpectedly entered from a side door at the back of the hall, interrupting his flirtatious intentions. The owner of the fabric shop has arrived. Gao wishes for you to return to Suqing Pavilion to select materials, Yuan Zhen announced, his demeanor in stark contrast to Yuan Yang's sullen expression as he beamed at his daughter-in-law. I am truly sorry for the trouble caused by Uncle Yuan's special visit. Ziyue replied, there is no need for such formality. Coincidentally, I also have matters to discuss with Yuan Zhen responded, not wishing to keep Gao waiting, who was eagerly anticipating selecting fabrics for her daughter-in-law's attire. After exchanging formalities with Yuan Zhen, Ziyue departed the hall alongside Mei Qing. Naturally, Yuan Yang intended to follow but was reluctant to leave the charming lady alone with his father. Unfortunately, before he could take a single step, the quick-witted Yuan Zhen grasped his sleeve firmly. I mentioned I needed to speak with you. Do not think to sneak away with Ziyue. Still standing at the door, Ziyue could not help but chuckle upon seeing the reluctant expression on Yuan Yang's face. I am selecting fabrics at the Locking Affection Pavilion and cannot leave just yet. Once I finish my conversation with Uncle Yuan, we shall meet. Why do you pout like a child? You risk becoming the subject of ridicule. At first, no one dared to laugh aloud, but after Ziyue's remark, the Yuan family's servants, who had been silently observing the amusing scene, burst into laughter without regard for their social standing. You truly are. Yuan Yang, caught in an awkward situation, was about to reproach Ziyue for the discomfort she had caused, but she had already cleverly slipped away. On her way back to the Locking Affection Pavilion, Ziyue suddenly recalled the embroidery tools she had left in the hall. After giving a few instructions to Mei Qing, she turned back towards the hall. Just a few steps from the entrance, she heard Yuan Zhang's booming voice. He first spoke to his son about the family teachings, then abruptly shifted the conversation with utmost seriousness, asking, "In our Yuan family, the heirloom is traditionally passed from the eldest son to the eldest daughter-in-law. Have you given Ziyue the heirloom? If not, you must choose a suitable moment to present it. The Yuan family is indeed an ancient lineage, and there are so many heirlooms. Which one does father refer to?" Yuan Yang's voice was filled with playful banter. Which one? Ziyue pondered inwardly. Since she had known Yuan Yang, he had gifted her numerous items, yet all were modern purchases, and none had any connection to the ancient treasures of the Yuan family. Do not jest. I am in earnest, Yuan Jin admonished with a grave tone. This is not merely a family heirloom. It signifies the unspoken affections of the men of the Yuan clan. The artifact was entrusted to you, and the decision of whether to bestow it upon your wife rests solely with you. I should not pry further, however. Witnessing your infatuation with Ziyu over these past 2 months, and recalling your previous obsession with another woman, I feel compelled to advocate for Ziyu. I have given it, Yuan Yang declared, his voice imbued with unwavering certainty. I bestowed it upon the woman I cherish most dearly. What then? Is the engagement token of the Yuan family? Ziyu reclined half-heartedly on the bed, pondering the words she overheard earlier in the hall. Her right hand instinctively clutched her pouch, seeking solace from the tumult of unexpressed worries that weighed heavily on her heart. After Gao and the others departed from the Locking Affection Pavilion, she rummaged through the various gifts Yuan Yang had presented her, yet none resembled a treasured heirloom. The earnestness in Yuan Yang's reply was so profound that it left no room for doubt regarding its authenticity. Thus, Ziyu believed he had indeed entrusted the familial token to another woman, his so-called dearest beloved. As the night deepened, Ziyu found herself unable to sleep. Fearing that slumber might lead her to dream of being forsaken by her newlywed husband, draped in a long coat, I descended from my bed, wandering like a restless spirit through the now silent and desolate Locking Pavilion, where only the chirping of insects remained. The silvery light of the full moon cascaded down, casting shadows upon the garden's features, akin to the veil of suspicion that shrouded my heart at this moment. Surely, I am just being overly sensitive. The girl whom Brother Yang searched for over a year and a half may have been merely a misunderstanding, for the one he is to marry now is me. I mused, my delicate voice mingling with the surrounding chill, rendering it ethereal. You must have heard the young master's response in the hall today. A young man's voice captured my attention. It must be one of the guards patrolling the Anfu residence. Are you referring to the matter of the heirloom? A hoarse middle-aged voice inquired. At that time, the young master did not clarify things to the master. If Miss Ziyue were to find out one day, it would surely cause quite a stir. Miss Ziyue is so gentle and kind. Even if she were to learn the truth in the future, she would likely just suffer in silence, rather than make a commotion as you suggest. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. But upon realizing the subject of discussion was the beloved Ziyue, he sighed softly. I am not suggesting that Miss Ziyue would create a disturbance. Rather, it is the master and mistress I fear. Consider this. They treat their daughter as if she were their own flesh and blood. How could they allow their son to use her as a mere pawn for that ill-fated woman? And if that ill-fated woman were to become a chance for rekindled romance, what would transpire within the Yuan family then? I believe you are merely overthinking the matter. Furthermore, it is quite possible that the young master has indeed presented that item to Miss Ziyue. This is a private affair between them, not something for us mere servants to concern ourselves with. What item could possibly be given? The young man snorted coldly. A year and a half ago, when the young master first left home in search of that woman, he returned empty-handed, only to indulge in a drunken revelry with us. In his inebriated ramblings, he confided to those present that he had already bestowed the token upon his beloved, declaring that in this life, she alone would be his wife. Human hearts are ever-changing. I believe the young master truly harbors affection for Miss Ziyue. However, having given away the token and being unable to locate the lady, he finds himself unable to pass it on to his intended bride. The middle-aged man, having lived a decade or two longer than his companion, had witnessed much of life's complexities and thus possessed a more nuanced perspective. To claim that the young master's feelings have shifted, that he now favors Miss Ziyue, holds some truth. After all, who could remain unmoved by her beauty? Moreover, since the family heirloom is lost, he cannot present it to his fiancée, and I cannot refute that. Yet, how do we explain the words he spoke to the master? What words? It seems you were merely idling about, listening to idle gossip. Upon encountering Miss Ziyue, it took merely 2 months for such significant changes to unfold. How could one not feel a sense of curiosity? The young man, having eavesdropped, responded with a sense of justification. If the young master is genuinely captivated by Miss Ziyue, it may not pose much of a problem. However, he has expressed to his father that he has given his heart to the woman he loves most in this life. Does this not signify an enduring affection for another? Should he ever find that woman, the fate of Miss Ziyue could indeed become quite tragic. Well, since she is the lady favored by the young master, her character should be commendable. It is not uncommon for 2 women to share a husband. I believe the 2 young mistresses could coexist harmoniously. When I speak of tragedy, it is unrelated to Miss Ziyue's status as a young mistress of the Yuan family. Wealthy men marrying multiple wives is hardly a novelty. Yet, Miss Ziyue is under the impression that she holds a significant place in the young master's heart. If she were to discover the truth, especially when faced with the daily sight of the young master in affectionate company with another lady, the emotional toll on her would be immense. Unintentionally drawn to the conversation, she found her legs following involuntarily, each word resonating clearly in her ears. With every phrase she overheard, her heart ached anew. It was one thing to contemplate the potential future of witnessing Yuan Yang entwined with another woman, but simply hearing others discuss such imagined scenarios was already unbearable. It was only after being inundated with unbearable revelations that she finally halted, standing alone on the corridor outside Qingzhou Pavilion, like a moth drawn to a flame. She was acutely aware that approaching Yuan Yang would only deepen her emotional wounds, yet she still took a step forward, striving to diminish the distance between them, though she found it impossible to bridge the chasm between their hearts. "What are you doing wandering out here at such a late hour?" A deep male voice emerged from the shadows, momentarily leading Ziyue to believe it was merely a figment of her imagination. It was only upon seeing Yuan Yang's approaching figure that she realized she was not alone in the enveloping darkness of the night. "I couldn't sleep, and as I walked, I found myself here," Ziyue replied calmly, astonished by her own composure. After speaking, she turned to leave, but her hand was firmly grasped by Yuan Yang. "Since neither of us can sleep, why not enjoy the night scenery in the courtyard of King's Huxuan? Now that I see you and hear your voice, I suddenly feel a wave of drowsiness wash over me." Ziyue attempted to retract her hand, but her efforts proved fruitless. Yuan Yang half persistently enveloped the slightly resistant Ziyue and took a seat on the nearest stone bench. Under the profound moonlit night, they silently gazed at the shadows of trees in the courtyard, accompanied by the sounds of croaking frogs and chirping insects. Absent was the usual clamor of voices from the Yu family during the day. Leaning against Yuan Yang, Ziyue pressed her ear against his broad chest, allowing her to hear the rhythmic beating of her beloved's heart amidst the sounds of the lingering summer night. "Do you have any worries on your mind?" After a prolonged silence, Yuan Yang finally inquired. "How did you know?" Ziyue did not deny it. Rather, she was intrigued by how he discerned her innermost thoughts. "I have always gazed upon you, thought of you, and cherished you, and I can naturally sense that tonight you possess an extraordinary disposition." "What a painfully authentic lie," Ziyue remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Despite being fully aware of the facade of warmth that the man before her had donned, she still found herself unable to discern the underlying falsehood. "I no longer wish to marry you." Upon hearing this statement, Yuan Yang did not exhibit an overly dramatic reaction. Instead, he tensed, tightening his grip around Ziyue's arm. "Is this about Yongqin? I heard he has taken a long leave. Is that why you intend to elope with him?" Not asking Ziyue for the reason behind her change of heart, Yuan Yang instinctively linked the two matters after recalling her mention of Yongqin's leave during their earlier conversation in the hall. Ziyue remained silent for a prolonged moment. Not due to Yuan Yang's baseless accusations, but because her thoughts were entirely consumed by the man beside her. Yuan Yang's name echoed in her mind, rendering Yongqin a fleeting thought. "Have I struck a chord?" With no response forthcoming, Yuan Yang grew more convinced. He caught sight of the pouch tightly clutched in Ziyue's hand, and, consumed by jealousy and anger, snatched the bothersome item away. "Does this contain a token from him?" "It is a gift from the one I hold dear." Although she had consented to the engagement and loved Yuan Yang deeply, the shadow of that man would remain etched in her heart until her dying breath. Suddenly, Ziyue experienced a moment of clarity, just as she could not forget when Feng Yang. Yuan Yang, too, could not relinquish the woman he had been seeking. Let us pretend I never spoke those words. Originally intending to cast aside his pouch, Yuan Yang halted his raised right hand upon hearing Ziyue's words. Why? Why have you changed your mind once more? I have come to a realization. If you intend to use me as a pretext for this marriage, I shall not acquiesce. Yet, I am aware that you must still harbor a place for me in your heart. Even if it is not whole, I shall not mind. No, it would be inaccurate to say I do not care. Rather, I shall endeavor not to harbor jealousy towards another woman. Forgive me for interrupting, Yuan Yang said, placing his left hand over Ziyue's mouth. I am somewhat dull-witted and find myself perplexed by the implications of your words. May I inquire? Who is this other woman you speak of? I have heard from those below that you have spent a year and a half traversing the land in search of a certain lady. Though she spoke lightly, the mention of this matter still caused Ziyue's heart to ache. That girl. Before Yuan Yang could continue, Ziyue pressed her hands over his lips. Please, allow me to express my thoughts first. If I unveil my true feelings and you are still willing to accept them, I believe I would graciously permit you to continue your search for that lady. Although Yuan Yang was tempted to declare that the person he sought was right before him, he was nonetheless curious about what Ziyue would reveal and nodded in agreement. What you hold in your hands is the token of affection given to me by that person. Over the years, my heart has been entirely occupied by him. Although I have only known you for 2 months and have resisted these feelings, I cannot escape this emotional bond. If you were to ask whom I love more, I would find it impossible to answer. However, if I were to become your wife, even if he were to reappear in my life, I would never abandon you for him. I would dutifully remain your wife for a lifetime. Yet, Ziyue paused momentarily. I fear I may never forget him. Knowing that your fiancé harbors such divided sentiments, would you still wish to marry me? That man. How long have you known him for him to occupy your heart for a lifetime? Yuan Yang inquired with difficulty. Ziyue let out a self-deprecating laugh. That question is somewhat challenging to answer. I have known him for over 2 years, yet in reality, I have only encountered him twice. To speak of encounters is somewhat inaccurate, for I have never seen his true face. Such a familiar scenario. Yuan Yang felt his entire body stiffen once more. Unlike before, when his blood felt frozen, as if he were trapped in a desolate snowstorm. This time, he had finally unraveled the greatest suspicion, and in astonishment, he forgot how to operate his limbs. Slowly, he opened the pouch in his hand, revealing the family heirloom of the Yuan clan, a jade pendant. After retrieving the pendant, he did not notice the broken chain and asked in confusion, "Since it is a chain that you hold so dear, why have I never seen you wear it?" It was severed by Wang Wu, and although I wish to seek a craftsman to repair it, the craftsmanship is so delicate that it cannot be mended by an ordinary artisan. For 2 years, it has remained in my pouch, and I have grown accustomed to the feeling of holding it in my hand. Yuan Yang produced a family heirloom jade pendant that had been hanging discreetly from his chest, never shown to anyone. The pendant bore the same shape as the one belonging to Ziyue, but it was entirely snow white, devoid of any blemishes or impurities. He then brought the 2 pieces of jade together, presenting them to Ziyue. Startled, Ziyue leaped to her feet, gazing at the 2 pendants now forming a complete circle. To her astonishment, she discerned that the irregular lines at the center had coalesced into the seal script characters for Yuan. In that instant, everything became clear to her. Yuan Yang's name had been derived from the character Yu, naturally leading to the disassembly into the name when Feng Yang. Why have you never told me? Initially, His Highness long believed the timing was not right, and as time passed, witnessing your pure and untainted nature made it even harder for me to speak. I lowered my gaze to my upturned palm. Being a red fox was for the sake of the Yi family, which sounds noble in its pursuit of justice. However, the blood on my hands remains an immutable truth. I dared not disclose this to my parents, fearing it would cast a shadow upon their hearts. Similarly, the longer I remain with you, the more difficult it becomes to reveal the truth. Will you fear me? Ziyue knelt before Yuan Yang, her entire face nestled in his palm, conveying unspoken emotions through the gentle caress of her lips. Yuan Yang bent down to kiss the crown of her head. Not seeing you adorned with the jade pendant I gifted you initially filled me with sorrow and anger, leading me to believe you had long forgotten about Wen Fengyang. However, upon reflection, I realized it was merely a splendid opportunity for Yuan Yang, a new beginning for us both. I never anticipated it would result in such a profound misunderstanding. Ziyue lifted her head, her long eyelashes glistening with tears under the moonlight. Do you know? I struggled for quite some time between Wen Fengyang and Yuan Yang, thinking myself a woman who falls in love with every man who shows me kindness. If you could indeed fall for every suitor, you would be surrounded by attentive gentlemen. Yet you remain solitary. Moreover, if your heart could be so easily swayed, Yuan Yang would not have to pursue you with such fervor. At last, having unburdened his heart, a joyous light radiated from Yuan Yang's face. It is somewhat amusing that the objects of our jealousy are, in fact, reflections of ourselves. Such is life, isn't it? Clearly. At the starting point, we already possess the answers we seek, yet it takes a long detour for us to realize we have traversed an unnecessary path. It is not merely life, but rather, I believe, the nature of love obscures the vision of those embroiled in it. Yet, in this moment, it feels as though we have returned to the sentiments of Ziyue and Wen Fengyang from over 2 years ago, as Yuan Yang rose alongside Ziyue. The close proximity of their figures symbolized a renewed promise of emotional allegiance. However, both Wen Fengyang and Yuan Yang had made countless verbal promises to Ziyue, thus opting to express their vows through action alone. Allow me to escort you back to your chamber. With the weight upon my heart finally lifted, it is time to reclaim a night of restful slumber. Ziyue, grasping Yuan Yang's hand, responded candidly as they moved together. While my worries have dissipated, I fear that returning now will not grant me sleep. The fresh tide of emotions within me seeks clarity. Love is a beguiling enigma that ensnares the heart, leading those enchanted by it into a labyrinth of confusion, perhaps a riddle that remains unsolved throughout one's lifetime, Yuan Yang remarked with a smile. He gently encircled Ziyue's slender waist and continued, Nevertheless, I shall remain by your side, within the grand estate of the Yu family, under the moonlight of this evening, as we contemplate the wedding that awaits us a month hence. The wedding, Ziyue murmured softly. It was the union of Yuan Yang and Ji Ziyue, as well as that of Wen Fengyang and Ziyue, a conclusion of one love story and the prologue to another. Beneath the moonlight, the two walked with light-hearted steps, entranced by each other's tender affections.